The Wentworth Academy of the English Language maintained two premises. The primary site, as featured in its glossy brochure, was a handsome country house, subliminally familiar to anyone who'd watched the BBC on a Sunday evening. A 4-story, crenellated wonder boasting 36 rooms, sweeping lawns, a carp pond, tennis courts, a croquet lawn, and a deer park. The second, whose only advantage over the first was that it was the actual academy, was a pair of third-floor offices above a stationer's off High Holborn, and any accompanying paperwork would have had to own up to a damp-stained ceiling, cracked windows, an electric bar heater, whose highest setting scorched the surrounding plaster, and a sleeping Russian. The fire was off when Lamb appeared in the doorway. Silently, he took the scene in. Bookshelves filled with dozens of copies of the same brochure, 3 framed diplomas on the wall above the mantelpiece, a view of a brick wall through the cracked windows, and 2 telephones on the desk at which the sleeping Russian slumped, both rotary, one black, the other cream. They were only just visible under piles of what might politely be called paperwork, but more reasonably described as litter. Bills and flyers for local pizza parlors and minicab firms, and one for someone who appeared to be new in town and in need of a firm hand. Pushed under the desk, but not entirely hidden from view, lurked a folded camp bed and a grubby pillow. Once he was sure the man wasn't faking, Lamb swept a pile of brochures onto the floor. He came out of the chair like a man who's known bad dreams. Nikolai Katinsky, his name was. Jumping, he grasped something from the desktop, but it was only a glasses case, a minor prop to anchor him to waking reality. Halfway to his feet, he stopped and slumped back. The chair creaked dangerously. He put the glasses case down and coughed for a while. Then said, "And you are?" "I've come about the money," Lamb said. It was a reasonably safe bet that Katinsky owed money, and that someone would be round to collect it soon. Katinsky nodded thoughtfully. He was bald, or mostly bald. A crop of white stubble gilded his ears and gave off an air of pent-up energy, of emotions kept in check. The same sense Lamb had had watching the video of him shot 18 years ago through a 2-way mirror in one of Regent's Park's luxury suites. Joke. These were underground and were where the service's more serious debriefings took place, those which it might later prove politic to deny had happened. But that man had diminished in the years since, as if he'd recently undergone a crash diet without updating his wardrobe. Flesh had tightened across his jawline and gave the impression of sagging elsewhere. When he'd finished nodding, he said, "Jamal's money or Demetrios' money?" Tossing a mental coin, Lamb said, "Demetrios." "Figures. Tell the dirty Greek bastard to go fuck himself for his money. The first of the month, that was the arrangement." Lamb found his cigarettes. "I might not mention the bit about fucking himself," he said. Moving into the room, he hooked an ankle round a chair and tipped its burden of hat, gloves, and guardians onto the floor. Lowering himself into it, he undid his overcoat buttons and foraged for his lighter. "This school setup fool anyone?" "So, now we're having a conversation." "I need to stay long enough that Demetrios convinced we talk the ins and outs of fiscal propriety." He's outside?" "In the car. Between you and me, he might go for the first of the month." He found his lighter and applied it. "You weren't on today's list, we just happened to be passing." He was surprising himself, how easily it came back, firing up a legend on the spot. 10 minutes from now, Katinsky's current life would be spread out between them like a takeaway, and once Lamb had picked the bones out of that, he could get to the meat of the matter. Katinsky's debriefing hadn't actually been serious. Katinsky had been among the sweepings, the exodus of minor hoods triggered by the disintegration of the Soviet Union, all desperate to convert scraps of intelligence into a harder form of currency. They were hardly grade A candidates. But all had to be processed and kicked out the other side, and some even sent back to prove there was no such thing as a free ride. Those allowed to stay were given a small lump sum and a 3-year passport they sweated over each time the renewal date came round. It was always handy, as Lamb's mentor Charles Partner once remarked, to have a supply of expendable Russians on the books. Apart from anything else, you never knew when the wheel would spin again, bringing the world back where it started. Where it started was a phrase neither questioned. The Cold War was the natural state of affairs. Katinsky, anyway, had been among the lucky, and look at him now, the once minor hood running his own school. Late 60s, Lamb supposed. His arms twitched under various sleeves, charity shop tweed jacket, holy grey V-neck, scruffy white collarless shirt, and there was something off about him, even leaving aside the second-hand clothing, the stained walls, the desperate address. Something off, like the gap between the use-by date and the moment the milk turns. "We're busier than we look," he said, answering Lamb's question about the school. "We get a lot of inquiries, web traffic, foreign students. You'd be surprised." "You'd be surprised how little surprises me. Who's we?" "It's a useful plural," Katinsky smiled thinly, showing grey teeth. "The school has a full complement of pupils at present, but happily we are able to offer places on our subsidiary teaching scheme, a distance learning arrangement." Lamb ran a thumb down a ream of stiff paper stacked on the nearest shelf, then slid the topmost sheet off the pile. A diploma. Advanced Studies, it read, specializing in, with 3 rows of dotted lines underneath. Board certified, a little rosette-shaped logo promised, without going into detail about which board or how certified. Katinsky said, "We get the odd dissatisfied pupil, sure, but you consider the source, yes? The other day there's a letter, 'The stupid bastard can't spell bastard, that's how stupid the bastard is.' I'm supposed to care what he thinks? I'd have thought teaching the bastards to spell would come within your remit," Lamb said. "So long as they sign the checks," Katinsky said. "Won't Dmitrio be wondering where you are?" "He'll be reading the paper, picking his nose, you know Dmitrio. But not as well as you. Probably not. Which is strange, as I'm the one who made him up. Have you finished playing games yet, Jackson Lamb? And if you have, would you mind telling me what you want?" Much earlier, the pale blue sky had been cross-hatched by contrails, and Shirley Dander was deep in unreclaimed countryside. Sheep, fields, and an unignorable smell of shit. There were occasional rows of roadside cottages, one with a peacock strutting outside, for Christ's sake. Shirley stared as it swept across the road and round a hedge. Chickens, maybe, but a peacock? It was like a Richard Curtis movie. None of which got her there faster, but at least she knew where she was going. Mr. B, Jackson Lamb's bald man, had stepped off the delayed Worcester train at Morton in Marsh, which turned out larger than its name suggested. It had a reasonably substantial shopping drag at any rate, including some outlets Shirley wouldn't have minded browsing. They weren't open, though. It was long past 7. Shirley had been up all night. The station boasted a car park and a space for taxis, currently vacant. Shirley sat under an awning while morning activity unfolded. City-goers were dropped off by track-suited spouses, looking ever so harassed behind the wheels of their 4x4s. Bolder types arrived on bikes, which they locked to the nearby rack, or folded into complicated quadrilaterals. Some saddos even turned up on foot. A taxi arrived and disgorged a significant blonde. Shirley watched as she smiled and paid, and tipped, and smiled, and left, then slipped into the back seat before the driver knew she was there. "Miss your train?" "Not even a bit," she told him. "Do you do mornings, or do you take the evening shift too?" and because a suffering look was now unfolding across his wide country features, she snapped her fingers, propelling a 10-pound note from its hiding place in her watch's wristband, a trick she pulled on waiters when they were worth the bother. "Last week, for instance. Were you picking up in the evenings last week?" "Boyfriend trouble, is it?" he asked. "Do I look like boyfriends give me trouble?" He reached a hand out and she dropped the note into it. Then he drove them away from the neat little station just as another taxi arrived to take his place, and gave Shirley Dander a quick tour of the village while she pumped him for info on local taxi services. A large, very large woman lumbered past. She didn't look more than early 20s, but had amassed at least a stone for each year. She snagged Louise's attention. Gravitational pull, probably. What must that be like? They were sitting on a stone plinth wrapped around a column, takeaway coffees in hand. Around them was a constant stream of people, heading into or out of Liverpool Street Station, disappearing round corners or into shops and office blocks. Not just the effort of moving, she went on. The whole shebang. How'd you get a man where you're shaped like that? "You know what they say," Min said. "Anyone with one of those can always lay their hands on one of these." His head movement indicated the corresponding parts of their bodies he meant. "I wouldn't be too sure. I know some pretty lonely women." "Oh, well, if you're going to have standards." Of the people heading by, none showed interest in them. Somebody would, sooner or later. Spider Webb had set a meeting up. "There's two of them," he'd said. "Kirill and Pyotr, they're called." "Are they Russian?" Min had asked. "How will we know them?" Louisa said hurriedly. "Oh, you'll know them," Webb said. "Pashkin doesn't get here for another couple of weeks. You can talk through the itinerary with this pair. They've been told you're from the Department of Energy, for what that's worth. Let them know to keep their feet off the furniture, but don't go putting collars on them. Never wise to stir up the guerrillas." "Guerrillas?" Min had asked. "They're on the big side," Webb admitted. "They're goons. What did you think? He'd have a pair of mini-me's?" "How come they're here already?" Louisa had wanted to know. But Webb had no information. "He's rich. Not Rolls-Royce rich. Moonshot rich. If he wants his cushions plumped up weeks in advance, that's his privilege." Guerrillas, then, was already in Min's mind, but it would have popped up anyway because they approached now like a pair of silverbacks. Both were broad-shouldered and walked in a way that suggested their suits were chafing. One, who would turn out to be Pyotr, had a tennis ball fuzz of grey across his scalp. Kirill was darker and shaggier. "This will be them," Louisa said. "Really? You think?" Not stupid enough to say that out loud, Min stood, sucked his gut in, and waited. The pair reached them, and the one who was Pyotr said, "You're with Mr. Webb, right?" His voice was low and unmistakably Eastern European, but he spoke fluently. Introductions made, the pair sat. Louisa waved for more coffee from the nearby booth. It might have been pleasant, 4 people sitting down to business in a capital city, mid-morning, coffee on the way, and the possibility of sandwiches later. You couldn't throw a stone from here without hitting someone on their way to such a meeting. But it would have been trickier, Min hoped, to target one where half those convened were carrying guns. "Mr. Pashkin gets here week after next?" Louisa asked. "He's flying in," Pyotr agreed. "He's in Moscow right now." Kirill, it seemed, didn't talk much. "Well, maybe we should just run through some ground rules before he gets here, just so we all know where we stand." Pyotr gave her a serious look. "We're professionals," he said. "Your turf, sure, there's no problem. You tell us the rules, we keep to them as best we can." After a brief moment in which he wondered whether he'd ever speak another language well enough to say "fuck you" quite so politely in it, Min said, "Yeah. Well, any rules you're not sure about, let us know. I'll have someone translate." Louisa flashed him the eyebrow equivalent of a kick in the shins and said, It's pretty basic stuff, like you say, our turf, and we really can't have you walking around with guns. I'm sure you understand that. Pyotr was politeness itself. Guns? Like those you're carrying now. Pyotr said something to Kirill in, Min assumed, Russian. Kirill said something back, then Pyotr said, "No, really, why would we be carrying guns?" "It's you I'm worried about. London's more savvy than it used to be. You're one phone call away from an armed response." "Ah, an armed response, yes. London has a reputation for that." "Oh, here we go," thought Min. "You shoot one plumber." "But I assure you," Pyotr continued, "nobody's going to mistake us for terrorists." "Well, if they do," Louisa said, "it's Mr. Harper and I who'll have to clear up the mess. It's all right for you. You'll be dead. But we'll really be in the shit." The look Pyotr gave her was intense and blue-eyed and utterly humorless, and then the clouds cleared and he showed big white teeth more American than Russian. "We wouldn't want that, would we?" he boomed. He turned to Kirill and rabbited on for a bit. Min counted 3 thick sentences. Kirill laughed too, making a noise like a bag of marbles. When he'd finished, he produced an unbranded packet of cigarettes. Stubby, filterless, lethal. A health warning would have been like subtitles on a porn film. Utterly beside the point. Min shook his head politely and swallowed his last mouthful of coffee. It wasn't a warm day, but was bright and clear, and had felt fresh enough when he'd cycled into work. Cycling was a new thing for Min, something to cancel out the smoking. Accepting one of Kirill's cigarettes in front of Louisa would have been tantamount to confessing he had no plans for a long-term future. Louisa said, "So we're agreed?" Pyotr gave an expansive shrug, taking in not only Louisa's question but the general surroundings, the sky above, the whole of goddamn London. "No guns," he said. "We can get down to business then." He gave a gracious nod. Nobody took notes. They talked dates and places, when Pashkin was due, what transport he'd be using. "Car," said Kirill at this point. That was the one word of English he came up with. "Car." And they talked about the Needle, where the meeting would be taking place. "You've seen it, obviously," Louisa said. Of course. It was over her shoulder, in fact. Its tip could be seen from where they sat. "It's cool." "It is." His eyes crinkled as he smiled. Jesus, thought Min, he's coming on to her. "Where are you staying?" Min asked. Pyotr turned to him politely. "I beg your pardon?" "Where are you staying?" "The Ambassador on Hyde Park." "Already?" Pyotr looked puzzled. "I mean," Min said, "I can see your boss might want to stay there, but I'm surprised he's checked you in a fortnight before he arrives." Kirill was watching him with a mildly interested expression. He understands every word I'm saying, thought Min. Louisa said, "Good boss to have. Can't see ours doing that." "He's okay," Pyotr said, "but no, we're not actually there yet." He nodded at Min. "I misunderstood. I thought you meant where we'd be later, once Mr. Pashkin arrives." "Course you did," thought Min. "So you're... where?" Near Piccadilly, off Shaftesbury Avenue. What's its name again?" He rattled off some more chunky vocabulary at Kirill, who grunted back. "The Excelsior," he said. "Excalibur, something like that. Forgive me, I'm stupid with names." His contrition was aimed exclusively at Louisa. "Maybe I should call you later. Confirm the name." "Good idea," she said. "We'd hate you to get lost." Fishing a card from her bag, she handed it to him. And it seemed they were done, because the Russians were standing, offering their hands. Pyotr held on to Louisa's while saying, "This could be a good thing. An oil deal between our nations, a good for us, a good for you." "And wonderful for the environment," Min added. Pyotr laughed, without letting go of Louisa's hand. "You," he said. "I like you. You're funny." Louisa freed her hand. "You let us know your hotel." "Of course. We can get a taxi from here?" "That way." Kirill nodded at Min very seriously and the pair rolled off. People heading their way, Min noted, swerved around them. Louisa said something, but he didn't catch what. "Take this." Slipping his jacket off, he hurled it at her. "Min?" Later he called, but it wasn't likely she heard him. He was already 20 yards away. It cost her a second tenner, but by 7:15 that morning, Shirley Dander had had numbers for all the station's pickup drivers. By 7:30 had deeply annoyed 3 of them, and by 7:40 was talking to a 4th who'd been working the previous Tuesday evening, the night the westbound trains were late. And yes, he'd picked up a bald guy, and no, he wasn't a regular, and what was this, some kind of wind-up? "It's an opportunity," Shirley told him. She'd buy him breakfast. She was still jazzed from last night's raid on Data Lock, where the train company's onboard CCTV footage was stored. Subduing the infant on security hadn't proved taxing, and chances were the morning shift would have unwrapped him by now. The kid had thought she was going to kill him. Finding the right files had taken longer, but the system wasn't a closed book, not after 4 years at Regent's Park Comms, and she'd uploaded everything and more to a website she'd created yesterday and had since taken down. Then she'd gone home, woken her lover, and committed a borderline act of rape. Lover had justifiably collapsed afterwards, but Shirley had taken a twist of coke, then gone pile-driving through the data, decoding the filing system in minutes, date, time, train number, destination, carriage. Recording was on, she estimated, a 7-second stutter, though that might have been the coke talking. The thought inspired a second hit. If this was going to take all night, she'd need all the help she could get. It had taken a shade over 2 hours. 2 hours clock time, anyway. Shirley was flying to her own schedule by this point. Coke, yes, but also an adrenaline high from the raid. Each 7-second on-screen jump echoed the beat of her heart. She registered plenty of bald men, baldness being as much fashion statement as male tragedy these days, but she had no doubt when she found the one and only Mr. B. There he sat, oblivious of the camera at the end of the carriage, and yet so square onto its field of coverage he might as well be mouthing cheese. He sat alone, staring ahead unsmilingly, not even blinking. Except he probably was, amended coked-up Shirley Dander, was probably blinking in the 6-second spare he had out of every 7. But it was odd, nevertheless, that all around him was a funhouse of jerky movement, as his fellow travellers conjured instant shapes from newspapers or produced handkerchiefs out of nowhere as if this were a magician's convention. And Mr. B alone remained stock still, a cardboard cutout who didn't even roll with the train's movement. Or that's how he'd stayed until reaching Morton in Marsh in the Cotswolds, which boasted, among other attractions, a nice little cafe open early. Kenny Muldoon turned out quite the breakfast fiend. Sausages, bacon, egg, beans, tomatoes, buckets of tea. Enough toast to carpet a barn. Shirley, no appetite, still had raw energy pulsing through her veins, but her last twist of coke was hours ago, and she had an unbreakable rule about never leaving home while carrying, so knew she was going to crash soon. With a long drive ahead of her, she nibbled a piece of toast, but swallowed a whole cup of tea without pausing, then poured another. Then said, "So, you collected a bald gentleman from the station last Tuesday, yes?" "Don't know about gentleman. Seemed a bit of a bruiser." "We won't argue details. Where did you take him?" "This some sort of romantic contretemps you're involved in?" Kenny Muldoon rolled contretemps around his mouth like it was his last piece of sausage. "Sugar daddy done a moonlight flit." Plucking the fork from Kenny's unsuspecting grip, Shirley Dander used it to impale his hand to the table, then leant on it heavily, felt its tines scrape and pop through gristle, watched blood squirt like ketchup over the ruins of his full English. "Heh heh," Kenny added. Shirley blinked, and the fork remained in Kenny's hand. She said, "Something like that. Do you remember where he went?" Kenny Muldoon's drooping eyelid was as much response as he was prepared to give at this juncture. Taxi drivers, thought Shirley. You could squash them into the same box holding all the bankers in London, and nobody would mind if you dropped it off a cliff. Her watch strap had long been relieved of its bounty. She produced another tenner from her pocket instead. I didn't realize country life was so expensive. You city folk don't know when you're born, he assured her. He put his knife down, took the money, slipped it into a pocket. Picked up his knife again. Course I remember, he said, as if everything that had happened between her question and this reply had been invisible business. Couldn't hardly not, he made such a fuss about it. What sort of fuss? Didn't know where he was going, did he? Starts off saying he wants to go to Bourton-on-the-Water. Got halfway there, and he shouts out like he's been kidnapped. Nearly took the car into a ditch, didn't I? That's not what you want in hard rain. His tone of voice made it clear that the incident still rankled. What was his problem? Turns out he doesn't mean Bourton-on-the-Water at all, does he? Turns out he means Upshot. And tries to make out that's what he said in the first place, and I'm an idiot for not hearing properly. How long do you think I've been doing this job? Like she cared. 15 years? Try 24, and I don't mishear place names, I'll tell you that for nothing. In which case, wasn't she due some change? So what did you do? What could I do? Turned round and took him to Upshot. He made me restart the clock too on account of how he wasn't paying a fare somewhere he didn't want to be in the first place. Kenny Muldoon shook his head at the sheer bloody injustice of a world where such outrages occur. You can probably guess the size of the tip, too. Shirley made an O shape out of finger and thumb, and he nodded gloomily. So what's Upshot? Upshot? It's hardly anything. It's 100 houses and a pub. Not got a railway station, then? Muldoon looked at her as if she'd dropped in from another planet. Fair play to him, though. She was beginning to feel that way herself. He said, It's not got hardly anything. But that's where I left him. 0 gratuity on a 12-quid fare. Sometimes I wonder why I do this job. Spearing the last morsel of sausage, he used it to mop up the last of the yolk, then transferred it to his mouth. From the look on his face, it was evident he found some small consolation in the role life had concocted for him. And that was the last you saw of him? I drove away, said Kenny Muldoon, and I didn't look back. In London, the highway code applies on a curve. For motorists, it's a rule book. For taxis, a guideline. For cyclists, a minor inconvenience. Min swerved into City Road without pausing, and a southbound lorry missed him by at least a yard, but blared its horn anyway. Ignoring it, he threaded through the gaggle of tourists on the crossing, scattering them for the safety of the pavement, little red rucksacks and all. His bicycle had been chained to the rack on Broadgate Square, and now, helmet on and jacket off, Min was as close to being disguised as he'd ever been. Even if the Russians were looking out the taxi's back window, they wouldn't cop to him. He was just another maniac on 2 wheels. Why are you doing this? I don't trust them. You're not supposed to trust them. That's part of the game. It was weird the way the voice of common sense sounded like Louisa. The taxi was heading for the Old Street roundabout. This offered a variety of directions, in any one of which it might vanish, but for now it was pausing at pedestrian lights 100 yards ahead and in the process of changing. Min, pedalling as fast as he'd pedaled in his life, pedaled faster, pulled out to overtake a slowing bus, and banged his left elbow against it as the backdraft caught him. Briefly, he was suspended in a perfect, gravity-free moment. The bus honked madly, and here were the traffic lights, and there they were behind him, and a taxi was curving 20 yards ahead, and that damned bus was gaining, and Min had no choice but to brake hard or be smeared against the front of one or the back of the other. He left rubber on the road's surface. His teeth clenched so hard he didn't recognize their shape. This is because of the way he was looking at me, isn't it? Don't be stupid, it's because he didn't want us to know where they're staying. So you plan to chase them home on a bicycle? the bus passed. Min hauled his bike round the parked taxi the way he might an unruly horse and shouted something filthy through the driver's window before starting to pedal again. His legs were cooked spaghetti, and the bike a torture device until, with an inaudible click, they became one again, man and bike. Min and bike, and he was flowing into the old street roundabout which boasted yet more traffic lights at its first spoke. Beyond them, 4 cars ahead, was a black cab, and Min was almost positive that the 2 heads conferring in its back seat were Pyotr and Kirill. His legs were moving faster, the ground whipping away beneath his wheels, and there was a whole long stretch of old street, 400 yards of it, before the pedestrian crossing. He'd never noticed before how many obstacles to free-flowing traffic littered the city, and would have been glad of it now had the taxi not blown through the lights on amber and sailed away toward Clerkenwell. Of course, if there's one thing worse than acting like a jerk, it's acting like a jerk and still coming up empty-handed. Min didn't even decelerate. He clipped someone's bag as he scythed through pedestrians, and shopping scattered in his wake, a welter of apples and jars and packets of pasta. Someone screamed. The cab was way ahead of him now, might not even be the right cab, and Louisa in his head was gearing up for another verbal onslaught. Getting killed would prove what, exactly? When Min's heart stopped as a big white van emerged from his left, directly in his path. The Russian opened a drawer and found cigarette papers and a packet of tobacco embossed with rich brown curly writing. Rolling a prisoner's pinch into a thin smoke, he asked Lamb, "You here to kill me?" "I hadn't given it any thought," Lamb said. "You deserve killing?" Katinsky considered. "Lately, not so much," he said at last. "Then, there's a shop on Brewer Street. You can get Russian tobacco there. Polish chewing gum, Lithuanian snuff." He scratched a match and held the flame to his tightly rolled cylinder, starting a small fire he swiftly sucked out of existence. At any given moment, half its customers used to be spooks. You've been described to me on many occasions. Match extinguished, he replaced it in the box. "So, what do you want with me, Jackson Lamb?" "Little chat about old times, Nicky." "There are no old times, don't you keep up? Memory Lane's been paved over. They built a shopping mall on it." "You can take the man out of Russia," Lamb observed, "but he'll still reckon he's some kind of tragic fucking poet." "You think it's amusing?" Katinsky said. "But not so long ago, a mall was what the Queen rode down on her horse, and there was only one of them. Now everywhere you look, there's a mall, and they've all got cookie stores and burger joints. So I'll tell you what's really funny. What's really funny is, you still think it was Red Russia the Americans beat." He spat into the wastepaper basket. Whether that was additional comment or a smoking-related necessity wasn't clear. "So you want to take me down memory lane," he continued. "It'll be a forced march, you understand?" Lamb said, "I get the feeling making you shut up is going to be the hard part." He waited while Katinsky locked up, then followed him down the stairs and onto the street. Katinsky led Lamb past 6 pubs before reaching one he approved of. Inside, he stopped to take bearings before heading for a corner, which either meant he was new here or hoped Lamb would think he was. He wanted red wine. Lamb might have been surprised about this, if he was capable of surprise at another man's drinking habits. At the bar, he ordered a large scotch for himself because he wanted to give the impression of being kind of a lush, and also because he wanted a large scotch. Memory lane stretched in both directions. He deserved a drink. Because his scotch came first, he drained it in 2 swallows while the wine was poured, then ordered another and carried them back to the table. "Cicadas," he said, sliding Katinsky's wine in front of him. Katinsky's reaction was behind the beat. He lifted his glass, swirled it as if it were something to savor and not just crappy house red, and took a sip, then said, "What?" "Cicadas, a word you used in your debriefing at Regent's Park." "Did I?" "You did. I watched the video." Katinsky shrugged. "And you think I remember everything I said in a debriefing nearly 20 years ago? I've spent most of my life trying to forget stuff, Jackson Lamb. And this is ancient history. The bear is sleeping. Why poke it with a stick?" "Good point. So, when's your passport up for renewal?" Katinsky gave him a weary look. "Ugh, it's not enough to suck a man dry. You have to come back and grind up the bones." In an attempt to rehydrate himself, he gulped more wine. It was a big gulp, a drinker's gulp, requiring him to wipe his chin after. "Ever been debriefed, Jackson Lamb?" That was such a stupid question, Lamb didn't even bother. "As a hostile, that's how I was treated. They want to know everything I ever heard or saw or did. And after a while, I don't know if they're looking for reasons to throw me back or reasons to keep me. Like I say, they suck a man dry." "Are you trying to tell me you were making stuff up?" "No. I'm trying to tell you that every scrap of information I ever had, everything I thought was useful, everything I knew wasn't, everything I didn't know what it was, I spilled it all. Every last drop. If you've watched the video, you know as much as I ever did. Maybe more, because believe me, I have forgotten more than I ever knew." "Including cicadas?" Katinsky said. "Maybe not so much cicadas, no." There was no way to measure the distance between Min and the end of his life at that moment. The van slammed its brakes to avoid slamming into Min instead, and the displaced air kissed Min all over, and then he was gone, leaving chaos behind him. In his wake, a horn sounded, but what the hell? Near-death experiences were 2 a penny on the city roads, and would all be forgotten in minutes. As for now, speed had become its own point and purpose. Min's legs were pumping easily, his fists were molded to the handlebars, and with the road disappearing beneath his wheels, the gift of being alive flowed through him like a shot of tequila. The noise he suddenly barked was halfway between a laugh and a shout, and barely human. Pedestrians stared. Few had been lucky enough to see a cyclist going this fast. And up ahead lay the junction with Clerkenwell Road, and yet more lights, and the backed-up traffic included at least 3 black cabs. Min, now immortal, stopped pedaling and freewheeled toward the waiting cars. "So you've caught up with them? Possibly. Now what?" Kirill understood every word we were saying. Of course he did. So, cruising the cycle lane, he pulled level with the first cab and risked a sideways glance. Its lone passenger was talking on her mobile phone. The second was its mirror image, a male holding a phone to the opposite ear. Maybe they were talking to each other. Almost at the front of the queue now, Min stopped alongside a bus, perhaps the same one he'd had the altercation with earlier. There were now just 2 cars between him and the remaining black cab, which was hovering impatiently under the lights. For a moment, the world shimmied. Then his vision cleared, and he was looking at the backs of their heads, Pyotr and Kirill, both facing front, lacking all interest in bedraggled cyclists. So he had caught up with them. Now what? He had his answer almost immediately. Now the lights changed and the taxi pulled away. Min barely had time to register the first half of its plate, SLR6, before it was through the junction and heading down Clerkenwell Road. And with it went that feeling he'd had that he could cycle forever. It drifted from him like one of those Chinese lanterns you lit and let go and watched burn into nothingness. Each breath rasped through him like a match on a sanded surface. He could taste blood, never a good sign. By the time he was through the crossroads, the black cab was gone, might be miles away. When he registered that he was being overtaken by a pedestrian, Min pulled over, gave the finger to the car behind him out of cyclist habit, and pulled his mobile from his trouser pocket. His hand shook as he used it. His bicycle fell to the pavement. "Yes? Do you have pull at the truck?" "I'm fine, Min. Thanks for asking. How's your morning?" "Jesus, Catherine. I don't know about pull, but I did a comms course with one of the admin staff back in the dark ages. What do you want?" "I've got a taxi heading along Clerkenwell Road. Partial plate reads." "A taxi? Just see if they'll run it, Kath, yeah?" He half spat the half plate he had. "SL or 6. "I'll do my best." Min slid the phone back into his pocket, then leaned to one side and very neatly threw up into the gutter. This time, Katinsky drained his glass. Glancing at his own, Lamb found that it too was empty. With a grunt, he headed back to the bar, where a pair of old women dressed in what looked like their entire wardrobes huddled in furtive conversation, while a ponytailed man in a street sweeper's jacket confided in a pint of lager. The drinks arrived. He'd barely delivered Katinsky's wine before the Russian was off again. "At the park, I was given to understand I was old news, as if there'd been a fire sale and you'd already bought everything you'd ever need." "Tell us something new," I was told. "Tell us something new or we throw you back." And I don't want to be thrown back, Jackson. Roderick Ho was pissed off. Roddy Ho felt betrayed. Roderick Ho was wondering what it all added up to. If you couldn't trust your fellow man, your fellow woman, if your fellow woman lied to you, misrepresented herself, was not who she claimed to be, a lesser man might weep. Because you put your whole damn self into a relationship, and what did you find? You found yourself reaching out to this hot, blonde chick who was into hip-hop, action movies, and snowboarding, who'd reached level 5 of Armageddon Posse and was taking evening classes in 20th century history, and he'd only discovered this because she mentioned her make of car and that she'd had Sky Plus, 2 hard facts which allowed him to take her corporeal identity as opposed to her online character. And then it turned out that if she was into snowboarding, she'd better be doing it carefully, because not many insurance companies were going to cover a 54-year-old woman on a snowboarding holiday, because 54 was the kind of age when your bones turned brittle and you had to worry about catching a chill in case it developed into something nasty. Christ. She didn't need evening classes in 20th century history. She just had to cast her mind back. Roddy Ho wasn't sure his own mother was 54 yet, the bitch. But anyway, water under the bridge. The adjustments he'd made to his email setup ensured that any further communication from Miss Geriatric Ward would be blocked. If she wondered what she'd done to upset Roderick Ho, or Roddy Hunt rather, the DJ superstar with the Montgomery Clift profile she'd thought she was hooking up with, she needed to take a long, hard look in the mirror. That was all. Truth in advertising was what she needed evening classes in. Ho wasn't easily offended. He was an easygoing guy, so it was with both sorrow and disgust that he wiped out Miss Coffin Dodger's credit rating. He only hoped she'd learn her lesson and stick to her own side of the generation gap in future. And, as if the afternoon wasn't stressful enough, here came Catherine Standish, bearing gifts. "Roddy," she said, and placed a can of Red Bull on his desk. Nodding suspiciously, Ho moved it a few inches to the left. Everything's got its place. Catherine settled herself behind the other desk. She'd brought a cup of coffee too, and cradled it in her hands. "Everything okay?" she asked. He said, "You only come in here when you want something." An expression he didn't recognize flickered across her face. "That's not entirely true." He shrugged. "Doesn't matter. I'm busy anyway, and besides..." "Besides?" "Lamb says I'm not to help you anymore." What Lamb had actually said, "I caught you freelancing again, I'll pimp you out to IT support, photocopier division." "Lamb doesn't have to know everything," Catherine said. "Have you told him that?" She didn't reply. Taking this as proof of his unassailable rightness, Ho popped the tab on his Red Bull and took a long swallow. Watching him, Catherine sipped her coffee. Ho thought, here we go again. Another older woman with designs. To be fair, she was after Ho's skills rather than his bod, but it all came down to exploitation in the end. Good job he was more than a match for her. He looked at his screen, then back at Catherine. She was still watching him. He turned back to his screen, studied it for half a minute, which is a lot longer than it sounds. When he risked another glance, she was still watching him. "What?" she said. "How's the archive going?" The archive was an online service resource, a tool for correlating current events with historical precedents, and thus of enormous strategical use, or so an interim minister had decided a few years back. As was frequently the way with the civil service, a notion once decreed was difficult to countermand, and the minister's mid-morning brainwave had outlived his career by several administrations. And since Regent's Park rarely encountered a make-work task that couldn't more usefully be done by a slow horse, archive maintenance and augmentation had long since ended up on Roderick Ho's desk. All right. Balancing her cup in one hand, Catherine dabbed her lips with the tissue held in the other. This was all wrong. This was his office, his space, its contents arranged according to the rightness of the places they occupied, even if, to the uninitiated, this might resemble chaos. There were spare cables and mouses, and the wispy envelope CDs come in, and thick manuals on long superseded operating systems, and there was collateral damage in the shape of pizza boxes and energy drink cans, and that electric buzz that haunts the air around computers. It was his space, and it was wrong that Catherine Standish should just wander in and make like it was hers too. Didn't look like she was removing herself soon either. "Takes up a lot of your time, I'll bet," she said. Working on the archive, she meant. "Almost all of it," said Ho. "It's my top priority." "Must be handy then, that fake task list you've rigged up," Catherine went on. "You know, the one that shows anyone monitoring your logged-on activity how hard you've been working." Ho choked on his Red Bull. Louisa said, "You could have been killed. I was riding a bike, that's all. Thousands of people do it every day. Most of them don't get killed." "Most of them aren't chasing cars." "I think they probably are," Min said. "And where did it get you?" "1.5 miles, he thought, which was pretty good going in London traffic. But what he said was, "I got the guys at the truck to pick it up on Clerkenwell Road. They tracked..." "You got the guys..." Yeah, Catherine got the guys at the truck to pick them up. The truck was the Truckadero, which was what the hub of the capital CCTV network was called. They tracked the cab west, and the goons didn't get out at any Hotel Excelsior, or Excalibur, or Expialidocious, or anywhere else, but went straight on through to the Edgware Road. That's where they're staying. West End Hotel. Doss House, more like. Louisa said, "You'd think Webb would have that stuff covered. Where the goons are staying, I mean. They've been in country how long? And they're wandering around off the leash." Min thought he might have been given a bit more credit for slipping the leash back on them, or at least working out where their kennel was. He said, like he told us, over at the park, they're busy turning out their pockets for the bean counters. Haven't got time for the, hands-on stuff. This isn't trivial, it's security. These guys have got guns. I mean, Jesus, we just let them wander around the capital tooled up. How'd they get them through customs in the first place? They probably didn't, Min said. I can't be certain about this, but I believe it's possible to lay your hands on illegal weaponry in some parts of London. Thanks for that. Not the good parts, but a lot of places out east and north and some parts west. Are you finished? And anywhere south of the river, obviously. More to the point, they were playing us, Louisa. All that time we were sitting working out the details, them saying yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, to all your suggestions. They were basically just thinking, fuck you. We can't trust them an inch. They'll say whatever we want to hear and do whatever they want to do. And Webb made it clear that if anything goes wrong, it's our fault. Yes, I noticed that. So we make sure nothing goes wrong. They were sitting on the stone balustrade of one of the flower beds on the terrace overlooking Aldersgate Street. Traffic hummed below, and from somewhere behind them music played, something classical. Over the road, through one of Slough House's windows, Catherine was visible behind the spare desk in Roderick Ho's office. The back of Ho's head was a motionless black blob. They made an unlikely pair of conspirators. Louisa put her hand on Min's, which was resting lightly on her knee. Okay, so they lied to us about staying in a nice hotel because they don't want us to think they're just rent-a-heavies, even though they are, and even though that's what we're going to think anyway. Or maybe Pashkin has paid for a fancy hotel, and they're pocketing the difference. Either way, I don't think we should be too bothered. What worries me is the lack of backup info. Audit or no audit, the park should have known where they were. But at least we now know. At least we now know. Thanks to me. Yeah, thanks to you. I'll take that as a pat on the head then. Pat, Louisa said. You think they'll ditch the guns? I think they probably carried the guns because if they hadn't, we'd be wondering where the guns were. So yes, they'll ditch them for the time being, but they'll carry them when their boss is here. That's what goons do. You're good at this. I've been using my brains, while you were nearly getting yours splattered across Old Street playing Lance Armstrong. This is about the bike, isn't it? Min said, but she didn't get it. Over in Slough House, Catherine was still talking to Ho. In the next room, Marcus Longridge was at his computer. Min couldn't make out the expression on his face. Marcus was a cipher. Nobody was entirely sure why he'd been exiled, and nobody knew him well enough to ask. On the other hand, nobody cared, so it wasn't a big worry. Louisa said, "The one who was doing the talking, Piotr, you think he was coming on to me?" "You wish. He had his arm around Kirill in the taxi. They were kissing." "Right." "Seriously, tongues and everything." "Right." "You need your gaydar seen to." "You know what," she said, "it's not my gaydar needs seeing to." She gave him a sideways look he was getting to know very well indeed. "Oh," he said, "right, got you." "My place tonight?" Min stood. The music had stopped, or else got quieter. He reached out a hand, and Louisa took it. "Bring it on," Min said. Catherine put her cup down, but kept talking. "Don't get me wrong, Roddy. It's a neat trick. But don't you think you should have programmed it to show a few off-reservation sites? Nobody sits at their computer all day and does nothing but work." Ho became aware that his mouth was open, so he closed it. Then opened it again, but only to fill it with Red Bull. "But perhaps," said Catherine, "you're wondering how I know about this." He wasn't, actually. He'd already decided it must be witchcraft. Because Catherine Standish knew which way up a keyboard went, and probably had a certificate somewhere verifying her typing speed, but anything beyond surfing tourist sites was as far from her reach as dating. Even if she'd crept in at night and logged on in his username, she couldn't have found the program he'd written. If Roddy hadn't been the one who'd hidden it, he'd not have been able to find it himself. He said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Catherine glanced at her wristwatch. "That's about 30 seconds too late to be convincing, which, in a way, proves my point." This time, Ho really didn't know what she was talking about. "Roddy," she said, "you don't get people, do you? Get them? Understand what makes them tick?" He snorted. Understanding what made people tick was what he did. He tossed a mental coin and came up Min Harper. Take Min Harper, then. What made Min Harper tick? Hang on to your hat, lady, because Roddy Ho could tell you Harper's service record, his salary, the mortgage on his family house, the rent on his bedsit, his credit card debts, his standing order payments, the family and friends earmarked on his mobile network, how many points he's racked up on his supermarket loyalty card, and what websites he's bookmarked. He can tell you Harper looks at Amazon a lot, without buying much, and emails the Guardian's over-by-over cricket blog on a regular basis. And he was about to start telling her precisely all that, but she got in first. "Roddy," she pointed to the computer in front of him, "we all appreciate that you can make one of those things sit up and beg, and that the last thing you want to be doing is the kind of data processing a trainee could do after 20 minutes instruction. And we definitely all know there's a whole suite of rooms at GCHQ keeping an eye on Five's online wanderings in case anyone's anywhere naughty. With me so far?" Unable to prevent himself, he nodded. "So bearing all that in mind, I asked myself what I'd do if I had your skills and was, let's say, prone to wandering around the dark side of the web. And I decided that what I'd do is, I'd write a program that would convince anyone watching that I was doing precisely what I was supposed to be doing, which would leave me free to do whatever I wanted all day long." Hall felt liquid drizzling over his fingers and looked down to find that he'd crushed the not-quite-empty can of Red Bull in his fist. "And at the same time, I imagined I was the kind of, compulsive personality type who it wouldn't occur to build a little slack into the system. Something that would look convincingly like a human being was sitting at the keyboard and not, forgive me, Roddy, a robot. Which is what I meant by not getting what makes people tick." And now Catherine leaned back and clasped her hands on her lap. "So, was I wrong about any of that?" "Yes," he said. "No, I mean actually wrong. Not just that you wish I wasn't right." After a while, Ho said, "You dropped a fiber optic through the ceiling, didn't you?" "Roddy, I wouldn't know one end of a fiber optic from the other." In the face of such colossal ignorance, Roderick Ho had nothing to say. Standing, Catherine collected her coffee cup. "Well," she concluded, "I'm glad we've had this little chat. Are you going to tell Lamb?" Or the dogs, he thought, who would definitely have something to say about a shop floor spook playing games on the service network. "Of course not," she said. "Lamb doesn't have to know everything, remember?" He nodded dumbly. "Though I will expect you to be a little more flexible in helping out with research in the future, not just mine either." "But Lamb..." "Nothing." "That's what I thought." Catherine paused at the door. "Oh, and one more thing. You even think about using your online tricks to make my life difficult, and I'll feed your beating heart to a hungry dog. Understood?" "Okay. Have a good afternoon, Roddy." and she went, leaving Roderick Ho feeling pissed off, betrayed, and kind of awed. One dark night the previous winter, Jackson Lamb had arranged a meeting with Diana Taverner by the canal up near the Angel. A meeting she'd agreed to because Lamb had her balls in his pocket. Lady Di aspired to the park's first desk, currently occupied by Ingrid Tierney, and the methods she'd resorted to promote her interests had produced a situation that had threatened to become untidy. Lamb's involvement hadn't made things any tidier, but in the world of spooks, as in those of politics, commerce, and sport, the fact that everything had been bollocksed up beyond belief hadn't resulted in anything changing. The desks at Regent's Park remained arranged the way they had been, and Lady Di's resentment at being barred from the top job hadn't noticeably diminished. And Lamb still had dirt on her which could get her crucified twice over, once by the media with ink and pixels, and a second time by Ingrid Tierney with wood and nails. This being so, Lady Di hadn't offered much resistance when Lamb suggested a quiet natter at the usual place. She was late, but this assertion of her dominance didn't bother Lamb in the slightest because he was even later. Approaching from the Angel End, he could see her on the bench looking down the canal. A couple of houseboats were moored on the other side, one with a bicycle rack on its roof, the other shuttered, its door chained up. She was probably wondering if he'd rigged video surveillance from one or the other, because that's what he'd have been thinking if he were her. But he was pretty certain she hadn't rigged up anything herself, partly because he doubted she'd want their conversation on the record, but mostly because the window of time she'd had to arrange it, Lamb had been sitting on that same bench and he'd have noticed. Like any Joe, he had his favorite spots. Like any Joe, he mostly avoided them, made his visits irregular, aborting them if there were too many people around or too few. But like any Joe, he needed a space in which he could think, which meant somewhere no one expected him to be. This stretch of canal fit the bill. It was overlooked by the backs of tall houses, and there were usually cyclists around or joggers at lunchtimes. Shop and office workers wandered round and ate sandwiches. Sometimes narrowboats toiled past, heading into the long tunnel under Islington, where no towpath followed. It was so obviously a place where a spook might sit and think spook thoughts that nobody who knew the first thing about spooks would imagine any spook stupid enough to use it. So Lamb had called Lady Di from there and issued his invitation, and then he'd sat as the afternoon faded, looking like an office worker who'd just been made redundant, possibly for hygiene reasons. He'd chain-smoked 7 cigarettes, thinking through Shirley Dander's report of her trip into the Cotswolds, and as he'd lit the 8th, a shudder racked him top to toe and he coughed like the Russian had coughed. He had to throw the still king-size fag into the canal while he concentrated on holding his body together, and by the time the fit left him, he'd felt he'd run a mile. Clammy sweat wrapped him and his eyes were blurry. Somebody really ought to do something about this, he thought, before leaving the bench, so Lady Di could arrive there first. And now she ignored his approach, barely acknowledging him as he sat. Her hair was longer than last time he'd seen her, and curled more, though that might have been art. She wore a dark raincoat which matched her tights, and when she spoke at last she said, "If this bench marks my coat, I'm sending you the cleaning bill." "You can get coats cleaned?" "Coats cleaned, teeth fixed, hair washed. I appreciate this is news to you." "I've been busy lately. It's possible I've let myself go." "A bit." She turned to face him. "What did you want with Nikolai Katinsky?" "Ah, I'm not the only one being busy then. When you go harassing former customers, they have a habit of pulling the communication cord, and I can do without the complication right now." On account of your domestic difficulties?" On account of mind your own fucking business. What did you want with him? What did he tell you? Diana Taverner said, Some story about his debriefing that you wanted him to go over what he told the dentists. Lamb grunted. What were you really after? Lamb said, I wanted him to go over what he told the dentists. You couldn't just watch the video? Never the same, is it? His coughing fit had entered that comfortable mental zone where it might have happened to somebody else, so he lit another cigarette. As an afterthought, he waved the packet vaguely in Taverner's direction, but she shook her head. And there was always the chance he'd remember it differently. What are you up to, Jackson? He was all innocence and airy gesture. Him? He didn't even have to speak, just wave his cigarette about a bit. Katinsky is strictly from the shallow end, Taverner said. A cipher clerk with no information we didn't already have from other, better-informed sources. We only hung on to him in case we needed swaps. Are you seriously telling me you're developing an interest? You've looked him up, then. I get word you've been rousting nobodies from the Dark Ages. Of course I looked him up. This is because he mentioned Alexander Popov, isn't it? Jesus, Jackson, are you so bored you're digging up myths? Whatever operation Moscow was thinking of running way back when, it's as relevant now as a cassette tape. We won that war, and we're too busy losing the next one to have a rematch. Go back to Slough House, and give thanks you're not on the firing line anymore. Like you mean? You think it's easy? Second desk? Okay. It might not be life behind the wall, but try doing my job with both hands tied and you'll find out what stress feels like. I guarantee it. She stared at him, underlining how serious she was, but he held it easily enough and wasn't bothered about letting her see the smile itching onto his lips. Lamb had done both field and desk, and he knew which had you gasping awake at the slightest noise in the dark. But he'd yet to meet a suit who didn't think themselves a samurai. Taverner looked away. A pair of joggers panting down the opposite towpath broke apart for a woman pushing a pram. Only once the pair had jogged on and the pram was approaching the incline up to the bridge did she continue. Tierney's on the warpath, she said. Lamb said, being on the warpath's Tierney's job description. If she wasn't rattling a saber, them down the corridor would think she wasn't up to it. Maybe she isn't. Lamb ran 5 fat fingers through hair that needed a rinse. I hope you're not about to wax political because, and I can't stress this enough, I don't give a flying fuck who's stabbing who in the back at the park. But Taverner was venting and not about to interrupt herself. Leonard Bradley wasn't just her rabbi, he was also her Westminster mole. Now she doesn't have any allies down the corridor, as you put it, and you know how jumpy she gets. She doesn't want any boats rocked or any strings plucked. In fact, she doesn't want anything happening at all, good or bad. Bring her the next bin Laden's head on a plate, she'd be worried where the plate came from in case someone claimed it on expenses. Oh, she's going to love this then. Love what? I'm planning an op. Taverner waited for the punchline. Is that you being quietly impressed? No, this is me not believing my ears. Were you listening to a word I said? Not really. I was just waiting for you to finish. He flicked his cigarette end into the water, and a duck changed course to investigate it. Popov was a myth, Katinsky's a nobody, and Dickie Bow was a part-time spook long ago. But now he's a full-time corpse, and on the phone he was carrying when he died there's an unsent text message. One word. Cicadas. The same word Katinsky heard in relation to a plot dreamt up by the non-existent Alexander Popov. Tell me that's not worth checking out. A dying message? Are you serious? Oh, yes. Taverner shook her head. You know, out of your whole crew, I really didn't think you'd crack up first. Keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? Lamb, there's no way Tierney's going to stand for Slough House going live. Not with the park in economic lockdown. And not any other time either. Good job I've got you then, isn't it? Lamb said. What with your inability to refuse me anything. Slough House on an April afternoon, the promise of spring on the streets occasionally broken by the farting of traffic, but still it was there. It was there. Min could glimpse it in the sunlight glinting off the Barbican Tower windows and hear it in the occasional burst of song, for the students from the nearby drama school were invulnerable to embarrassment and would happily perform while walking to the tube. All aches and pains from the cycle dash, he felt good anyway. A couple of years stuck behind a do-nothing desk, but he could turn it on when he needed to. He proved that this morning. For the moment, though, he was back at that do-nothing desk, completing a do-nothing task, cataloguing parking tickets issued near likely terrorist targets, in case a suicide bomber's research included checking out the facilities first, by car, without bothering to top up the meter. Min was nearly through February without a single plate coming up twice, while Louisa, immersed in an equally tedious task, hadn't spoken for a while. Thumb-twiddling time. There was a theory, of course, that they were given these jobs for a reason, and the reason was they'd grow so mind-achingly bored they'd quit, saving the service the hassle of bringing their employment to an end, with its attendant risk of being taken to tribunal. It was a good job, thought Min, that he had a morning's real work behind him and the prospect of more to come. A doss house off the Edgware Road. Pyotr and Kirill holed up there, waiting for their boss to show. It wouldn't hurt to know more about that pair. Their habits, their hangouts. Something to give Min an edge. If it turned out he needed an edge. You could never have too much information unless it was about parking tickets. It was quiet upstairs. Lamb had disappeared after listening to Shirley Dander's report on how she tracked down Mr. B, or that's what Min assumed she'd been reporting. He said, I wonder what Shirley turned up. Shirley, I wonder if she found the bald guy. Oh, not a lot of interest there then. A bus trundled past the window, its top deck empty. Lamb seemed keen on it, that's all, he said, like it was personal. Just a whim, knowing him. And I doubt River was happy Shirley got to go out and play. He couldn't help the smile that went with that. He was remembering the speed with which he'd whipped down Old Street, and of River sitting at his desk while this was happening. Louisa was watching him. What? She shook her head and returned to her work. Another bus went past, this one full. How did that happen exactly? Min tapped a pencil against his thumbnail. Maybe she screwed up, do you think? I mean, she didn't have a lot to go on. Whatever. And she was comms, wasn't she, Shirley? You think she has much field time? And now Louisa was looking at him again. Quite hard, in fact. What's with the mentionitis? What? You want to know how Shirley got on? Go chat her up. Best of luck. I don't want to chat her up. Not what it sounds like. I'm wondering if she did okay, that's all. We're supposed to be on the same team, aren't we? Yeah, right. Maybe you should give her some pointers after your morning's adventure. Maybe I should. It's not like I did so badly. You could show her the ropes. Yes. Steer her right. Yes. Spank her when she's naughty, Louisa said. Yes. No. Min, shut up now, okay? He shut up. There was still the same promise of spring outside, but the atmosphere inside the office had unaccountably reverted to winter. It's a good job I've got you then, isn't it, Lamb said. What with your inability to refuse me anything. A crooked yellow smile accompanied this, in case Taverner had forgotten what good friends they were. Jackson, I need a workable cover, Diana. I could put one together myself, but it'd take a week or two, and I need it now. So, you want to run an op, and you want to do it in a hurry. Does any part of that sound like a good idea? I also need an operating fund, a couple of K at least, and I might need to borrow a pair of shoulders. I'm under strength at the house, what with your boy Spider's recruitment drive. Webb? I prefer Spider. Every time I see him, I want to swat him with a newspaper. He gave her a sly glance. You know about his poaching, right? Webb doesn't rearrange his desk without my permission, of course I know. There was a sudden clatter as the duck launched itself out of the canal and headed down water. And there's no way you're using anyone from the park. We've got Roger Barrowby counting teaspoons. Trust me, he'll notice if a warm body goes missing. Lamb said nothing. The wheel had turned. Any moment now, Taverner would notice she'd gone from saying the door was shut to negotiating about how far it would open. Oh, Christ, she muttered. There you go. Silently, he offered his cigarettes again, and this time she took one. When she leant in to be lit, he caught a wave of her perfume. Then his lighter flared, and it was gone. Taverner leaned back, past caring about any marks the bench might leave. She closed her eyes to inhale. Tierney doesn't like undercover, she said. He had the feeling she was continuing a conversation she'd had in her head many times. Given the chance, she'd scrap ops and double the size of GCHQ. Distance intel gathering, just the way health and safety likes it. No, there'd be fewer Joes and body bags, Lamb said. There'd be fewer Joes, full stop, and don't pretend to defend her. She'd parade your generation before a Truth and Reconciliation Committee, apologizing for every black ribbon adventure you ever set up, then hugging your oppo for the cameras. Cameras, Lamb repeated, then said, God, you're not even joking, are you? Know what the latest memo said? That those in line for third desk grade should sign up for an in-house PR course. Make sure they're fully prepared for a customer-facing role. Customer-facing? Customer-facing. Lamb shook his head. I know some people. We could have her whacked. She touched his knee briefly. You're kind. Let's make that plan B. After that, they sat in silence while she finished her cigarette. Then she ground it beneath her heel and said, Okay, enough fun and games, unless you're ready to tell me you're kidding about this. But a quick glance told her she wasn't getting off that easy. She checked her watch. Lay it out. Lamb told her what he had in mind. When he'd finished, she said, The Cotswolds? I said an op. I didn't say Al-Qaeda. You're going to do this anyway. Why bother even telling me about it? Lamb looked at her solemnly. I know you think I'm a loose cannon, but even I'm not stupid enough to run an op on home ground without clearing it with the park. I meant really. Because you'll find out about it anyway. Damn right I will. You worked out which one of your newbies is reporting back to me yet? His expression betrayed nothing. She said, This better not turn into a circus. A circus? This guy planted one of ours. If we let that happen without, what would you call it? Due diligence? We let that happen without checking out who, what, and why. And they're not only not doing our job, we're letting down our people. Bo wasn't our people anymore. It doesn't work that way, and you know it. She sighed. Yes, I know it. Didn't know you did speeches, though. She thought a moment. Okay, we can probably rustle up a pre-used ID without ringing bells. It won't be watertight, but it's not as if you're sending anyone into Indian country. And if you fill out a 22F, I'll pass it through resources. We'll lay it off as some kind of archive expense. I mean, face it, you're exploring ancient history. If that's not an archive matter, I don't know what is. Lamb said, You can nick it from petty cash for all I care, no skin off my arse. To verify this assertion, he gave the area in question a scratch. Jesus wept, said Diana Taverner, then said, I do this. We're free and clear, right? Sure. You'd better not be pissing about on company time, Jackson. In a rare moment of tact, Lamb recognized when someone needed the last word and said nothing. Instead, he watched her out of sight, then rewarded himself with a slow grin. He had service cover. He even had an operating fund, neither of which he'd have got if he'd told her the truth. Retrieving his phone from his pocket, he called Slough House. You still there? Yes, that's why I'm answering the... Get your arse to Whitecross and bring your wallet. Snapping the phone shut, he watched as the wayward duck returned, coming to a skidding halt on the canal's glassy surface, shattering the reflected sky, but only for a moment. Then it all shivered back into shape, sky, rooftops, and overhead cables all in their proper place. Ho would have been happy about that. You took your time, Lamb said. River, who'd arrived first, knew a Lamb tactic when he heard one. What did I need my wallet for? You can buy me a late lunch. Because it had been a while since his early lunch, River assumed. The market was packing up, but there were still stalls where you could buy enough curry and rice to feed an army, then stuff it so full of cake it wouldn't march. River paid for a Thai chicken with naan, and the pair walked to St. Luke's and found a bench. Pigeons clustered hopefully, but soon gave up. Possibly they recognized Lamb. How well did you know Dickie Bow? River asked. Through a mouthful of chicken, Lamb said, Not well. But enough to light a candle. Lamb looked at him, chewing. He kept chewing so long it became sarcastic. When he'd at last swallowed, he said, You're a fuck-up, Cartwright. We both know that. You wouldn't be a slow horse otherwise, but I was screwed over. There's a difference. Only fuck-ups get screwed over, Lamb explained. May I finish? Please. You're a fuck-up, but you're still in the game. So if you turn up dead one day and I'm not busy, I'll probably ask around, check for suspicious circumstances. I can hardly contain my emotion. Yeah, I said probably, he belched. But Dickie was a Berlin hand. When you fought a war with someone, you make sure they're buried in the right grave. One that doesn't read clapped out when it should say enemy action. Granddad never teach you that. River remembered a moment last year when he'd had a glimpse of the Lamb who'd fought that war. So despite Lamb now being a fat, lazy bastard, he was inclined to believe him. On the other hand, he didn't like Lamb slighting his grandfather, so said, He might have mentioned it, when he wasn't telling me Beau was a pisshead who claimed to have been kidnapped by a non-existent spook. The OB told you that? Lamb cocked his head. That's what you call him, right? The old bastard? It was, but how Jackson Lamb knew past all understanding. Aware that River was thinking this, Lamb gave his stalker's grin. Alexander Popov was a scarecrow, sure, he said. What else did Grandpa tell you? That the park put a file together, River said, to see what it revealed about Moscow Center's thinking. It was mostly fragments, place of birth, stuff like that, which was ZT/53235. Why doesn't it surprise me you remember that? There was some kind of accident there, River said, and the town was destroyed. That's a detail that sticks in your mind? Well, it would, Lamb said, if it had been an accident. Scraping the last of his curry from its foil container, he shoveled it into his mouth, oblivious to the look River was giving him. That wasn't bad, he said. With a practiced flick of the wrist, he sent his spork spinning into a nearby bin, then sponged the remaining sauce up with his last hunk of naan. I'd give it a 7. It was deliberate? Lamb arched his eyebrows. He didn't mention that bit. We didn't go into great detail. He probably had his reasons. He chewed the naan thoughtfully. I'm pretty sure your Gramps never did anything without a reason. No, it was no accident. He swallowed. You're still too young to smoke, right? I'm still not stupid enough. Get back to me when you've had a life. Lamb lit up, drew in, exhaled. Nothing about his expression suggested he'd ever consider this might be harmful. Zed, whatever you call it, was a research facility, part of the nuclear race. This is before my time, you understand. Didn't realize they had nuclear capability before your time. Thanks. Anyway, to our best understanding, Moscow Center decided it harbored a spy. That someone on the inside was feeding information about the Soviet nuclear program to the enemy, who would be us, or friends of ours. Lamb became still. For a few moments, the only thing moving was the thin blue trail of smoke aching wistfully upwards from his cigarette. River said, "And they destroyed it?" Lamb said, "Did Gramps never mention all these secret history lessons he's been giving you, how fucking serious it got?" "Yes, they destroyed it. Burnt the place to cinders to make sure whatever was happening there stayed hidden." A town of 30,000 people. There were some survivors. They destroyed it with the people still more efficient. They could be reasonably sure their spy ceased his activities forthwith. The joke being, of course, that there was no spy. Some joke, River said. Some punchline, he thought. That was one of Crane's favorite stories, Lamb said. Amos Crane, long before River's time, had been a service legend for all the wrong reasons. Not so much poacher turned gamekeeper as fox turned henhouse warden. Crane liked to say you had the whole Hall of Mirrors wrapped up in that episode. They built a fort, then worry we'll burn it down, so they burn it down first to make sure we can't. And Popoff's supposed to be one of those survivors, yes? River said. In his mind, he was seeing a perfect circle. They destroy their own town, and years later make a bogeyman from the ashes to wreak vengeance on us. Yeah, well, Lamb said, like I say, it tickled Crane. What happened to Crane, anyway? Some chick whacked him. Lesser talents would need a whole novel to tell you that much, River thought. Lamb stood, gazed at the nearest tree as if in sudden awe of nature, lifted a heel from the ground, and farted. Sign of a good curry, he said. Sometimes they just bubble about inside you for ages. I keep meaning to ask why you've never married, River said. They crossed the road, Lamb said. Anyway, scarecrow he might be, bogeyman he was, but Dickie Bo's still dead, and he's the only one who ever claimed to set eyes on him. You think Mr. B's connected to the Popov legend? Bo left a message on his mobile, more or less saying as much. River said, untraceable poison, dying message. Something you want to get off your chest? Seems a bit unlikely. Tony Blair's a peace envoy, Lamb pointed out. Compared to that, everything's just business as usual. Speaking of which, it was time for River to get his wallet out again. They stopped at a stall serving coffee. Flat white, said River. Coffee, said Lamb. Flat white, said the stall-holder. Pink and chubby, since you ask. He'll have what I'm having, said River. Cups in hand, they walked on. I'm still not sure why you're having this conversation. I know you think I pull a lot of shit, Lamb said, but I never send a Joe into a field without giving him all the info to hand. This took 5 seconds to sink in. The field? Can we skip the bit where you repeat what I've just said? River said, okay, it's skipped. The field. Where? Hope you've had your jab, said Lamb. You're going to Gloucestershire. It was late when Min left the office. Free overtime, a not unusual reward for passive-aggressive behavior. At 5 he turned his mobile off, so when Louisa rang she'd have to leave a message, and at 7 he turned it on again. Nothing. He shook his head. He deserved this. Things had been going too well. He'd screwed up without noticing. But then that's what he was famous for. He was the one who'd managed to flush his career, then go home for a good night's sleep, find out about it the following morning. The one the others laughed about, secure in the knowledge that they might have all screwed up, but at least they'd known it at the time. Hadn't needed the nation's flagship news program to point it out. And it wasn't talking about Shirley that had done the damage. That's just what had broken the surface like a shark's fin. No, it was about the way they were living, dividing their relationship between 2 lousy addresses. It was about what they could expect from the future, sharing an office and the same lack of prospects. And always, of course, it was about his other life, the children, wife, and house he'd left behind when his career went up the spout. He might have separated from them, but they were still there, placing demands on his time and emotions and income that Louisa would inevitably come to resent if she didn't already. You could see why she'd been upset, and why it was his fault, even though it wasn't. All of which one half of Min's brain was explaining to him, while the other half was guiding him over the road to a dreadful pub, where he spent 90 minutes drinking beer and morosely shredding a beer mat. Another familiar feeling, a reminder of long, solitary evenings endured in the aftermath of his life hitting the wall. At least he wouldn't be hearing about this one on Radio 4 in the morning. In a totally unsurprising development, Min Harper has screwed up his love life and can expect to be alone for the foreseeable. And now sport, Gary. It was here that Min decided he'd wallowed in enough self-pity. Because Louisa was in a snit, but she'd get over it, and Slough House might be a cul-de-sac, but Spider Webb had dropped a rope ladder, and Min was grabbing it with both hands. The question was, would it hold the pair of them? Min considered the pyramid of shredded cardboard he'd constructed. It was best to regard everything as a test. He'd learned that during training, and had yet to be told to stop. So, Spider Webb. On scant acquaintance, Min neither liked nor trusted Webb, and could easily believe he was playing a double game. But if that game involved a prize, it would be foolish not to attempt to win it, and equally foolish not to imagine this hadn't occurred to Louisa too. Hell, it wasn't out of the question that her snit was because Min had shown he could play the big game this morning, while she was mostly showing her prowess at admin, at paper shuffling. The kind of activity Slough House was built on. He checked his phone again. Still no message. But let's be clear about this, he told himself. He wasn't trying to pull a fast one over Louisa. In fact, he'd call and apologize and head over there later. All of that. He'd do all of that, but first he called up Google Earth on his iPhone and examined the stretch of the Edgware Road where Pyotr and Kirill's taxi had stopped. Then he left the pub and collected his bike from round the back of Slough House. It was nearly 9 and growing dark. Diana Taverner's office had a glass wall so she could keep an eye on the kids on the hub. There was nothing overbearing about this. It was a protective instinct, a form of nurturing. The old guys would tell you ops were where it counted, but Taverner knew the stresses that mounted up backstage as sleeplessly as rust. Across all those desks on the hub beamed intel, 24/7. Most of it useless, some of it deadly, all of it to be weighed in a balance that needed recalibrating daily, according to how the wind blew. There were watch lists to monitor, snatched footage to interpret, stolen conversations to translate, and underneath all the data processing lay the knowledge that a momentary lapse of concentration and you'd see bodies pulled from the wreckage on the evening news. It could splinter you, such pressure. It could rob you of sleep, cheat you of dreams, and surprise you into tears at your desk. So no, keeping an eye on the kids was because she had their welfare at heart, though it also allowed her to check that none of the bastards were playing funny games. Not all of Taverner's foes lay abroad. And to make sure the surveillance was one way, there were ceiling-to-floor blinds she could pull when needed. They were down now, and the overhead lights were dimmed, mimicking the fading daylight outside. And standing in front of her, because she hadn't invited him to sit, was James Webb, who didn't live on the hub but had an office in the bowels of the building. Office sounded good, but what it meant was he was outside the circle of power, and thus out of her line of sight. Time to discover what he'd been up to. "I've been hearing stories," she said. "Seems you've seconded a pair of slow horses." "Slow? Don't even think about it." Webb said, "It's nothing important. I didn't think you'd want to be bothered by it." "When there's something I don't want to be bothered by, I like to know what it is first, so I can be sure it's not something I'd rather be bothered by." There was a moment's silence while they both picked a path through that one. Then Webb said, "Arkady Pashkin." Pashkin, sole owner of Arcos. Arcos, Russia's fourth largest oil company. Oh, that Arkady Pashkin. I've been having talks with him. Lady Di leaned back, and her chair adjusted its position with a whisper of springs. She stared at Webb, who'd been useful once. The office in the bowels had been a reward for services and should have been enough to keep him quiet. But that was the thing about the spider webs of the world. Shut them out of anywhere for long, and they fog its window panes with their breath. You're having talks with a Russian industrialist? I think he prefers oligarch. I don't care if he prefers czar. What the hell gave you the idea you could open up diplomatic channels with a foreign national? Webb said, It occurred to me we could do with some good news around here. After a pause, Taverner said, Well, if that's your notion of diplomatic, we can no doubt expect war with Russia any day. What kind of good news did you have in mind? And do make this convincing. He's a potential asset, said Webb. And now Lady Di leaned forward. He's a potential asset, she repeated slowly. He's unhappy with the way things are over there. He finds the swing towards old-era antagonism regressive and regrets the mafia state image. He has political ambitions, and if we could help him in any way, well, that would make him quite amenable, wouldn't it? Is this a joke? Webb said, I know it sounds like shooting for the moon, but think about it. The man's a player. It's not out of the question he could take the reins. He was growing visibly more excited. Taverner carefully avoided looking at his trousers. And if we're with him, if we smooth his path, really, it's the Holy Grail. The sensible thing would be to torch him here and now, she thought. 30 seconds of verbal creosote, and he'd leave sooty footprints all the way back to his office and never have an idea again. That was the sensible thing, and she was mentally turning her flame up high when she heard herself say, Who else knows about this? Nobody. What about the Slough House pair? They think they're running security on oil talks. How did it start? He made contact, personally. With you? How come? There was that thing last year. That thing. Right. That thing last year had been one of Ingrid Tierney's brainwaves. A charm offensive to counter the recent tsunami of pure disasters. Illegal wars, accidental slayings, torturing suspects, stuff like that. Tierney had made a string of public appearances explaining how counter-terrorist measures were safeguarding the country, even if it appeared to the uninformed that they were merely creating huge delays at airports. Webb, a spiffy dresser, had carried her bags and provided an ear into which she could whisper when she wanted to look like she was conferring. He'd been mentioned by name in the press coverage, which he'd doubtless have been insufferable about if the term arm candy hadn't been used. She could still torch him, bring this to a halt before its inevitable flaws came screaming into view. Instead, she said, And this you call unimportant? Something I wouldn't want to be bothered with? Plausible deniability, Webb said. If it all goes pear-shaped. Well, it's one of your underlings on a frolic of his own, isn't it? He gave a short, sharp chuckle. That happens, I'll probably end up with the slow horses myself. And if you give that particular answer a shake, the picture changes completely. If it all goes according to plan, Webb finds himself dropping a big juicy bone at Ingrid Tierney's feet. The first Taverner would know about it, she'd be standing outside a closed door, wondering what the briefing was about. But bigger men than Spiderweb had made the mistake of underestimating Diana Taverner. She said, And how the hell are you slipping all this past the Barrow boy? Meaning Roger Barrowby, who was currently running a slide rule over every decision taken in the park, down to and including whether you wanted fries with that. Spiderweb blinked twice. By going via Slough House, he said. Taverner shook her head. Christ, she was losing it. That was why he was using the slow horses. They didn't fall under Barrowby's remit. Their outgoings were practically zero if you didn't count Lamb's expenses. "Okay," she said. He relaxed. "That doesn't mean you can go." She spared her desk drawer a brief glance. Her cigarettes were in there. But last time anyone had smoked in the park, it triggered a toxin alert. "The whole story," she said, "and I mean all of it, now." When Kirill had heard hookahs, what he thought he'd heard was hookers, and nothing about the subsequent 30 seconds had shaken that conviction. There'd been a change in the law, a poll in a pub had told him, and now all the hookers on the Edgware Road were out on the pavements instead of behind the windows of the Turkish restaurants. Hubbly-jubbly, the poll had concluded. Kirill had nodded in agreement. For the purposes of his mission here, he wasn't supposed to understand English, but he spoke it well enough and had a firm grasp of what hubbly-jubbly signified. The joke was there were dozens of hookers on the Edgware Road and plenty more on the side streets, but the hookahs the poll had meant were the Arabian Nights pipes that drew tobacco up through a hose. Kirill had never tried one before, and turned out he liked it. So he'd gone back the following evening and tried it again, sitting out on the pavement under a plastic canopy, the streets dark and traffic hissing past. He was making friends. That was okay. What the man didn't know wouldn't hurt him, and chatting to these friends was what he was doing when the guy from this morning, Harper, cycled past. Kirill made no sudden movements, just kept on smoking the hookah, laughing out loud at a brand new joke. Watching without watching, he saw Harper haul the bike off-road and disappear around the corner. That was all right. Didn't matter if a man disappeared, so long as you knew where he was going to be, which in this case was as close by Kirill as he dared get. So Kirill dallied another full 10 minutes before rising and making his excuses and walking on to the little supermarket to load up on supplies, mostly bottles and cigarettes. When Webb finished, Taverner chewed her lower lip for a moment before realizing she was doing so. "Why the needle?" she asked. "This is the Secret Service, or didn't you get that memo? You couldn't get more high profile if you arranged a meet in the mall." "He's not some lowlife I'm trying to turn. If Pashkin's spotted in a lap dancing club, it'll raise eyebrows. If he's seen going into London's newest piece of skyline flash, nobody'll think twice. It's his natural territory." She couldn't argue with the logic. "And nobody else knows about this? The real story? Just you and me. And you've only told me because you're on my carpet." He nodded, along with her. "Because of the whole deniability thing, so you said." Taverner directed another penetrating gaze at her subordinate. "I sometimes worry you're going over to the enemy," she said. He looked shocked. "MI6? I meant Tierney." "Diana," he lied. "That would never happen." "And you've told me everything?" "Yes," he lied. "I want regular updates, every tiny detail, good or bad." "Of course," he lied. Once he'd gone, Taverner wrote an email to Background requesting a CV on Arkady Pashkin, then deleted it without sending. Last thing she wanted was any flags raised, and with Roger Bloody Barraby's audit in full swing, she'd have to explain in triplicate why she was interested. So falling back on the first dater's method, she Googled him instead and came up with well under 1,000 hits. He flew low for a player. First up was a year-old article from The Telegraph, citing his achievements. It carried a photo, too, revealing Pashkin to resemble a less benign Tom Conti, a conjunction which pressed a number of Taverner's buttons. With the blinds still down, she allowed herself a moment of reverie. Shag, marry, or push off a cliff. Hell, the man was a billionaire. All three, in that order. It was late. She logged off and sat pondering. It was always possible Webb would come back with the goods, And while the chances of Pashkin ending up both in Five's debt and in the big seat in the Kremlin were vanishingly small, that was how the job was played. You had to back outsiders because insiders were spoken for, though it wasn't always clear by whom. Damn it, she thought. Let him go ahead. If it fell apart, she'd nail him to the debris, then float him out to sea for gulls to feed on. Delusions of grandeur, she'd say. That's what came of press attention. And don't think Ingrid Tierney wouldn't grasp the import of that. Before leaving, she pulled the blinds up so those on the hub could admire her empty office. Nothing to hide, she thought. Nothing to hide. Nothing at all to hide. Some days it just comes together. Min Harper hadn't broken records cycling west. It was a recce, that was all, just to get a taste for the area. The road was busy off Marble Arch, and he'd slowed, looking for somewhere to chain the bike, but that's when he saw him. Kirill, the one who pretended not to speak English, sitting outside a restaurant under one of those plastic tent arrangements, pulling on a hookah and laughing with the locals as if he did this every night of his life. Just like that, it all came together. He hopped off the bike, wheeled it round a corner where he locked it to a lamppost, then squashed his high-vis vest into the pannier. Back on the main road, shielded from Kirill by a wall of traffic, he went into a 7-Eleven whose magazine rack barricaded the front window. He browsed this intently until Kirill rose, cracked a last joke with his buddies, then ambled along to the mini-mart on the next corner. As soon as he was inside, Min crossed the road and sheltered in a shop doorway, studied the cards pinned there. Cleaning work offered, man with a van, English lessons. He pretended to jot down numbers. When Kirill reappeared with a carrier bag in each hand, Min waited until he was a good 100 yards away before following, cutting his way through the crowds thronging the pavement, the Russian's bulk an easy target. Min could taste beer on his breath, could feel pressure building on his bladder, come to that. But what he mostly felt was the thrill of the chase. It would be so easy to stop one of these people, this approaching blonde, for instance, and say, "I work for the security services. See that guy? I'm following him." But the blonde walked past without a glance, and Kirill disappeared. Min blinked and forced himself not to break into a run. Calm, regular pace, same as before. Kirill must have stopped into another shop or a bar. Maybe there was a concealed alley ahead. The danger was Min would end up in front of him. No, the danger was he'd lost him. But there was no danger. That was what he had to remember. There was no danger because nobody knew where he was or what he was doing. Only Min would know, as he got back on his bike and slunk across the city to Louisa's. Only Min would know he'd messed up a tail job, the kind a rookie could pull off without breaking a sweat. Some days it all fell apart. Except not today, because there he was again, that beautiful, bulky Russian, stepping from an alcove where he'd stopped to examine a menu. Min only realized his heart had been racing because it now climbed down to normal. Keeping the same careful 100 yards behind, he followed the Russian along the Edgware Road. Jackson Lamb was in his office, where the only light source was at knee level, a lamp that sat on a pile of telephone directories. Enough of it crept upwards to cast troll-like shadows across his face, and bigger ones across the ceiling. On the desk, next to his feet, was a bottle of Talisker, and in his hand was a glass. His chin was on his chest, but he was awake. He seemed to be studying his cork notice board, to which was pinned a montage of out-of-date money-off coupons, but he might have been staring straight through it, down a long tunnel of remembered secrets, though he'd claim, if questioned, that he'd been wondering whose turn it was to fetch him cigarettes, a claim he'd validated in advance by recently stubbing out the last of his current pack. He seemed oblivious to everything, but didn't so much as flicker when Catherine Standish spoke from the doorway where she'd been standing for almost a minute. "You drink too much." In answer, he raised his glass and studied its contents, then drained it in a single swallow and said, "You'd know." "Yes, that's my point." She came into the room. "Having blackouts yet?" "Not that I remember." "If you can joke about it, you've probably not started wetting yourself. There's a treat in store." "You know what's good about reformed drunks," Lamb said. "Please tell." "No, I'm asking. Is there anything good about reformed drunks? Because from where I'm sitting, they're just a pain in the arse." Catherine said, "You know, it would still work if you took the word reformed out." Lamb gave her a penetrating stare, then nodded thoughtfully, ruefully, as if arriving at a gentle appreciation of her wisdom. Then he farted. "Better out than in," he said. "You know, that would still work if it was about you." Proving once and for all that she couldn't take a hint, Catherine went nowhere. Instead, she said, "I've been doing a little digging." Oh, God. "And you know what?" Moving 2 box files onto the floor, she claimed the chair they'd been occupying. "The night Dickie Bowe died, that mess with the trains, amaze me. Someone sabotaged a fuse box outside Swindon. The network meltdown was a fix. You don't think that's suspicious?" "I think it shows a lack of faith in First Great Western," Lamb said. "The idea that you need to resort to sabotage to create chaos, that's preposterous." "Very funny. What are you up to, Lamb?" "It's above your pay grade. Let's just say I found a loose thread and pulled it." He looked at his watch. "Are you still here?" She said, "Yes, and guess what? I'm not going anywhere. Because it took me a while to work it out, but I got there. I don't know why you wanted me in Slough House, but you did. And you're not going to get rid of me, are you?" "I don't know why, but I know it's so." "You feel guilty." "I don't like you and doubt I ever will, but beneath all your stupid, drunken offensiveness, you're paying off some debt, and that gives me an advantage. It means you can't shut me up." Lamb said, "That was cute. If this was a film, you'd let your hair down now and I'd say, 'But Miss Standish, you're beautiful.' No, if this was a film, I'd stake you through the heart and you'd disappear in a cloud of dust. Dickie Bowe, Lamb. He was a has-been. Yep, he'd have fitted in around here like a dream. He was also a drunk." Further comment would be tactless. She ignored that. "I pulled his records, You what?" "I asked Ho to pull his records." "I hope you're not corrupting that kid. You've already got a ringer on the premises." "A what?" He said, "Lady Di tells me one of our newbies is her snitch." "Find out which, would you?" "It's on my to-do list. Meanwhile, Bowe. You know he spent the past 3 years on the night shift in a Brewer Street bookshop. I doubt the book trade what pays their rent." "No, he was downstairs with the dirty mags and the sex toys." Lamb spread his hands in a forgiving gesture. "Really? Who hasn't found themselves, one time or another, leafing through a porn mag with a dildo in their hand?" "Oh, fascinating glimpse into your home life, but let's not change the subject. Last time Bowe was in play, Roger Moore was James Bond. You really think he found a Moscow hood and tracked him halfway across the country?" Lamb said, "He died." "I know he did." "That's what makes me think he found a Moscow hood and tracked him halfway across the country." "No, dying doesn't prove he found a Moscow hood. All it proves is he's dead. And if a Moscow hood killed him, that doesn't mean you found a thread and pulled. It means the thread was dangled and you snapped it up." Lamb said nothing. "Exactly as you were meant to." Lamb said nothing. "You've gone quiet. Run out of funny comments?" Lamb pursed his lips. He looked like he was about to blow a raspberry, which wouldn't have been the first time, but instead he unpursed them, sucked his teeth, then leaned back and combed his hair with his fingers. To the ceiling he said, "Untraceable poison. Dying message. Give me a fucking break." Now it was Catherine's turn to be fazed. "What?" When Lamb looked at her, his eyes were clearer than they ought to have been, given the level of the bottle. "You really think I'm stupid?" he asked. Up ahead was the flat. It was the top floor of a dump held up by mold and damp, whose painted-over windows had trapped the air inside for decades, making it an olfactory museum of poverty and desperation. Smells Kirill was familiar with. Most rooms were hotbeds, men coming home from work as others left for the night shift. Communication was nod of the head. Nobody cared about anyone else's business, which was how the man liked it. But Kirill was a people person, one of his strengths. So much so it could be taken for a weakness, which was why Pyotr had decided Kirill couldn't speak English this morning. "What's the harm? They're civil servants." "They're spooks," Pyotr said. "Civil servants? They're spooks. You believe that Department of Energy crap?" Kirill had shrugged. Yes, he'd believed that Department of Energy crap. Probably not a great thing to admit. "So I do the talking," Pyotr said. And Pyotr had been right, because if the guy was from the Department of Energy, how come he was tailing Kirill now? Though if he was a spook, how come he was so bad at it? There was always the chance there were others Kirill hadn't spotted, but he figured Harper was alone, which suited him fine. Harper wouldn't present problems. Kirill could snap him in half with one hand and throw him in opposite directions. That made him smile. He didn't enjoy violence and hoped the need wouldn't arise, but if it did, he could handle it. Shirley Dander opened her eyes. The crack running outwards from a corner of her ceiling was the shape of a continent, an unfamiliar animal, a dimly remembered birthday. For long seconds she hovered inside its reach, and then she was awake, and it was just a crack. Her skull pulsed to someone else's beat. Whoever was playing that drum had stolen the daylight. Risking movement, she turned her head to the window. It wasn't dark, but only because there was a city outside, pouring its electric wash over everything. So the light bleeding through her thin, faded curtain was yellow and automatic and came from a nearby lamppost. The bedside clock blinked at her. 9:42. 9:42. Jesus. At Slough House, after giving Jackson Lamb her report, Shirley had suffered a cocaine crash. These were not unfamiliar, but generally planned for, and came with a duvet, a tray of brownies, and a DVD of Friends. When you were heading for a hard landing, an office with an inquisitive colleague was not the place to be. "Good morning, was it?" Marcus Longridge would not have believed the effort her grunt of reply required. But the man would not give up. "Enjoy your trip?" This time she managed to shrug. "Country. I can take it or leave it." "More of a beach girl?" "Less of the girl." In front of her, the virtual coal face once more. One brief taste of the outside world and she was matching faces again, like trying to play Snap without a twinned pair in the deck. She'd told Lamb she'd been up all night, that tracking down Mr. B had been what she'd done instead of sleeping, but all that earned her was a toothy snarl. "You'll be looking forward to some home time then, won't you?" he said. Marcus was still watching. "I need food," he said. "You want anything?" A dark room, a quiet bed, and the temporary absence of life. "Shirley? Maybe a Twix. Be right back." When he'd gone, Shirley crossed to the window. After a moment, Marcus had appeared on the street below. Instinctively, she'd drawn back, but he hadn't looked upwards, just crossed the road, heading for the row of shops. As he walked, he held his mobile to his ear. Paranoia came with the territory. Every hangover she'd ever known, beer, tequila, cocaine, sex, had left her furtive and hunted. But even allowing for that, she'd been certain she was the subject of that phone call. Back in the here and now, she groaned softly. This did nothing to change the quality of the light, the pulsing of her skull, or the black pit that opened every time she closed her eyes. 9:45, winked her clock. She could stay where she was for another 10 hours, and maybe that would make her all right again. Maybe. She gave it 5 minutes, then got up, dressed, and headed out into the evening. Kirill had vanished once more. When Min turned the corner to discover this, he swore under his breath, tasting beer again, but still. It wasn't the end of the world. It suggested that the target had reached his destination. Doss House had been his first thought when he'd heard that the taxi had dropped them off on the Edgware Road. He wasn't wrong. These buildings were tall and imposing-looking, but their glory days were long gone, and regeneration hadn't taken off yet. Banks of doorbells showed they were multi-occupancy, and the blankets and newspapers taped across windows betrayed the low-paid status of their inhabitants. You and me both, mate, thought Min. Then a hand like a rock gripped his shoulder, and something cold and blunt and steel pressed into his neck. You're following me, I think, yes? Min said, What? What are you talking about? Mr. Hopper, I think you're following me, yes? The steel thing pressed harder. You're just what? Just need a moment to think up a story, thought Min. The steel thing pressed harder. So now you know what? Kirill said. Now you'll find out what happens to Department of Energy guys who get too nosy. Know what I mean? Lamb opened a drawer and produced a second glass, chipped and dusty, into which he poured a careful measure of Talisker he then placed within Catherine's reach. Then he refilled his own glass with a measure a little less careful. Chin chin, he said. Catherine didn't respond, nor did she glance at her glass. The Swindon fuse box was sabotaged, yes? You really think I'd go plodding about the Shires without making sure it was necessary? The trains were scuppered about the same time our friend Mr. B was laying a trail for Dickie Bow. Why? Because you don't lay a trail down a well-kept pavement, you make the hunter work. He wanted Bow to follow him. Lamb put his glass down to give her a slow hand clap. And wanted you to do the same, she said. You found something on his body, didn't you? On the bus, his phone, with an unsent text. She raised an eyebrow. Keyed in his dying moments? Keyed by Mr. B, more like. There was a scrum when people realized he was dead. Mr. B would have been part of it, keying the message, shoving the phone between the cushions. What was the message? One word, said Lamb. Cicadas. Which evidently means something. To me, yes. Shouldn't have meant anything to Bo, though. Another reason I know it's a fake. And the untraceable poison? 10 a penny. Most untraceable poisons aren't actually untraceable, but you have to find them before they fade away. A clapped-out wino has a heart attack, most post-mortems will just read heart attack. He made a magician's gesture with his hands. Poof! End of. But there'll have been a puncture wound somewhere, easy enough to prick someone in a crowd. Catherine said, Hardly foolproof, is it? What are the chances you'd have checked between the cushions for Bo's phone? Someone would have. You don't off a spook, even a clapped-out nobody like Bo, without making waves. Didn't used to, anyway. Seems Regent's Park's got better things to do these days. He reached for his glass. Someone ought to let them know you never leave your corpses by the pool. I'll circulate a memo. Besides, if I hadn't found that clue, there'd have been another. All the way up to Mr. B giving a taxi driver a bollocking for taking him to the wrong place. That'd not be forgotten in a hurry, would it? Lamb curled a lip. The cabbie's a tripwire. He'd have been on the phone the moment Shirley left him. Meaning he knows we're following his lead? Like good little bloodhounds. Is that wise? What's wise got to do with it? We either follow his trail or forget about it. And that's not an option, because whoever's behind this is old school. Takes an old school spook to know a street rat like Bo would take his bait in the first place. Whoever's pulling the strings is playing Moscow rules. Regent's Park might be too busy to think that that's worth following up, but I don't. Are you going to say his name, or am I? Say what? Alexander Popov, said Catherine Standish. The room was small and the window open. It was cold, but still. A bead of sweat dislodged itself from Min's hair and trickled down his neck. The eyes of the other two men never left his. There was always the possibility he was faster than both, but deep in his gut he knew that that was slim beyond reckoning. Either one on their own, and he might have been in with a chance, but the pair together made for formidable opposition. Once his reflexes might have been up to this, but he was growing older every moment and had been drinking earlier, and a fist slammed on the table. 3 shots. Min was fast, but fast didn't cut it. Maybe anywhere else in London he'd have been fine, but here and now in this room he was toast. The third shot he spilt most of. Pyotr and Kirill were already leaning back, empty glasses lined up, roaring. When he could speak, Kirill said, "You lose." "I lose," Min admitted. The 3 vodkas joined the 2 from the previous round and the 1 from the round before that, plus the penalty shots for having lost both, plus the beers he'd drunk in that pub near where he worked, though finer details such as what the pub was called and where he worked had grown hazy. These guys, though, these guys were kind of crazy, but it was surprising how quickly barriers broke down when you got past the job descriptions. Like his own, which was to keep an eye on these guys without them knowing he was doing so. It was possible he'd compromised that particular part of his mission. "So tell me," Kirill said, "when I did that thing with the key, when I—" "Stuck it in the back of my neck, you bastard." Kirill laughed. "You thought it was a gun, yes?" "Of course I thought it was a gun, you bastard." All 3 were laughing now. It was a picture, for sure. Min, convinced his last moments had come, that a Russian spy had a pistol screwed into his neck and was about to pull the trigger. Kirill stopped laughing long enough to say, "I couldn't resist." "How long did you know I was there?" "Always. I saw you on your bicycle." Jesus, Min shook his head. But he didn't feel too low. Okay, so he'd messed up, but it hadn't had serious consequences. Though he was pretty sure it would be best if nobody else got to hear about it. Specifically Lamb, he thought, and Louisa, and everybody else, but specifically them. Pyotr said, "Don't feel too bad. We do security. We're trained to spot faces in crowds. Just like you are trained to do whatever it is you do in the Department of Energy," Kirill added. His broad smile supplied invisible quotation marks. "Look," Min began, but Pyotr was waving a hand, as if seeing him off on a journey. Hey, Arkady Pashkin is an important man. You think we don't know there will be interest in him? Government interest? We'd be worried if there wasn't. It would mean he was no longer important, and people who aren't important don't need people like us. If my bosses found out I was here..." "You mean," Kirill said slyly, "if they found out you'd botched a shadowing job?" Min said, "Well, I tracked you to your lair, all right. And now you're finding out what happens to Department of Energy guys who get too nosy." They all roared again. Pyotr refilled the glasses. "To successful outcomes." Min was happy to drink to that. "Pravda," he said, because it was the only Russian word he knew. And everyone roared with laughter again, and another round had to be poured. They were on the topmost floor, which was a self-contained flat. This was the kitchen, and there were at least 2 other rooms. The kitchen was clean, though the window was smeared with the usual city grime. The fridge was full, and not just with vodka. It held cartons of juice and bundles of vegetables, plus little wrapped packets from delis. This pair were used to being away from home, Min suspected, and knew how to take care of themselves in a foreign city without resorting to takeaways. He also suspected that if he drank much more, he'd forget where he lived, let alone the ability to cycle there. Last thing he wanted was to finish up under a bus. There was a noise from elsewhere, the front door opening and closing, and someone new wandered into the kitchen. Min turned, but whoever it had been was already vanishing back into the hallway. Pyotr said, "One moment," and left the kitchen. Kirill poured more vodka. "Who was that?" Min asked. "Nobody, a friend." "Why doesn't he join us?" "He's not that sort of friend." "Not a drinking man," Min surmised. His glass flaunted itself in front of him. What had he just decided about alcohol? But it would be rude to leave a full glass, so he echoed whatever toast Kirill had proclaimed and threw the vodka down his throat. Pyotr returned and said something to Kirill that sounded to Min like a pile-up of consonants. "What's up?" he asked. "Nothing," said Kirill. "Nothing at all." Paranoia was back, if it had ever been away. Shirley Dander, all in black, fitted like a bath plug on the streets of Hoxton, but still felt out of place, as if her every step left a neon footprint. Hardly nighttime, really, 10:30. There was a pub she favored, mostly because she had a contact there. She didn't like to say dealer. Dealer implied habit. Habit implied problem. And Shirley didn't have a problem. She had a lifestyle. One she had no intention of allowing to die the way her career had. That Slough house was a graveyard, she'd never been in doubt. That the earth was piled on quite so high, she'd just discovered. She'd done what Jackson Lamb had asked, done it well, without missing a beat, and all she'd earned was a back to your desk. And from stories she'd heard, it was a miracle she'd been sent out at all. Slow horses came and slow horses went, and the passage between was spent tethered in their stalls. It was as if her mission had been one of calculated cruelty. Give her a glimpse of the sunshine, then close the stable door. Screw Lamb anyway, though. He wanted to make her life difficult. He'd find that was a two-way street. The pub was crowded 3 deep at the bar. Didn't matter. She wasn't planning on staying. A familiar face raised a hand in greeting, but Shirley feigned abstraction and worried her way through to the toilets, which were round the far side. A sleazy corridor with a smeared mirror and handbills pasted to the walls for open mic poetry nights, local bands, the Stop the City rally, transgender cabarets. She didn't have to wait long. Her contact sidled through from the bar, and precisely 17 words later, Shirley was leaving, 3 banknotes lighter, a comfortable weight nestling in her pocket. Black jacket, black jeans. She should have been invisible, but felt marked out. Memories of the previous night flashed from car windscreens. That kid she'd scared half to death, raiding data lock. That was how easy it was to terrorize. You simply had to believe your cause was just, or failing that, simply not care about the people you were doing it to. When she turned, Shirley was convinced there'd be someone in her wake. A face from the pub, one of the wall huggers whose eyes were always busy, but who never dared approach. Well, stuff them. Shirley was spoken for, and besides, she didn't dance where she shopped. That's what she was thinking when she looked back. But the street was empty, or seemed to be empty. Paranoia, that's all. The comfortable weight in her pocket would take care of it. All in black, she carried on her way. "Alexander Popov," said Catherine Standish. Lamb regarded her thoughtfully. "Now, where'd you come across that name?" he said. She let him wonder. I sometimes worry you're going over to the enemy. She looked askance. Regent's Park? I meant GCHQ. You got me bugged, Standish. She said, You're sending River undercover. Oh, God, I might have guessed, Lamb sighed. Into something you already know is a trap. I only told him a couple of hours ago. Did he change his Facebook status already? I'm serious. So am I. Did Gramps not teach that kid anything except how to tell stories? Raising his glass to his mouth again, his eyes remained fixed on the one he poured for Catherine. It sat like a challenge or a carefully worded insult. Besides, trap or not, he wouldn't care. An op's an op. He probably thinks all his Christmases just came at once. I'm sure he does, but you know what Christmas is like. It always ends in tears. He's going to the Cotswolds, Standish, not Helmand Province. There's something Charles' partner used to say about ops. The friendlier the territory, the scarier the natives. Was that before or after he blew his brains out? Catherine didn't answer. Lamb said, What everyone seems to forget is that even if Alexander Popov never existed, whoever invented him did. And if the same smart-arse is making a mousetrap in our backyard, we need to find out why. He belched. If that means making Cartwright our designated cheese-eater, so be it. He's a trained professional, remember? Being a fuck-up is only his hobby. He's your white whale, isn't he, Popov? What's that mean? Something else Charles once said, that it's dangerous personalizing an enemy because when that happens you're chasing a white whale. Catherine paused. It's a Moby Dick reference. It probably works better if you don't need that explained. River doesn't know he's taking bait, does he? No, said Lamb, and he's not going to find out. Or your confidence about your unassailable role here might turn out to be misplaced. She said, I'll not tell him. Good. You planning on drinking that? Catherine poured her glass's contents into Lamb's. Unless I decide he's in danger, she went on, it's your whale after all. No reason anyone else should die trying to stick a harpoon in it. Nobody's going to die, said Lamb, inaccurately as it turned out. The phone rang. Because the body carried a service card, red flags went up. This meant attending police officers were demoted to traffic duty, while Nick Duffy, the park's head dog, became scene boss and his underdogs measured angles and took witness statements. Most of the witnesses had arrived after the event, though not the car's driver, obviously. The car's driver had turned up at precisely the moment the event took place. Came out of nowhere, she repeated. She was blonde and appeared sober, an impression borne out by a breathalyzer borrowed from a disgruntled cop. I didn't stand a chance. A voice tremor, but that was understandable. Mash into someone with your car, blameless or not, and you were bound to feel shaky. It wasn't the busiest junction this time of night, but you wouldn't want to cross it blind, though of course if you were drugged up or drunk, the Green Cross code might not be top of your agenda. I mean, I hit the brake, but... The shakes took her again. Nick Duffy heard himself saying, Look, I'm sure it wasn't your fault. Christ, he sounded like a special constable. But she was blonde and reasonably fit, and the corpse had a service card was from Slough House, which was every bit as special as a constable, the same way some kids were special and had special needs. When a spook died under a car, you had to poke around carefully, in case the car, metaphorically speaking, had dodgy plates, but when you found out the spook was a slow horse, you refigured the odds. Maybe they'd just been looking the wrong way. Left, right. It could be a confusing issue. And she was blonde and reasonably fit. But I need to take a look at your license, which told him she was one Rebecca Mitchell, 38, British citizen, nothing on the face of any of that suggesting she just carried out a hit. Though, of course, the best hits were carried out by the least likely hitters. Nick Duffy scanned the junction again. His dogs were checking curbs and shop doorways. Last time a car took out a spook, a gun had gone missing. And Bad Sam Chapman, his immediate predecessor, had wound up on the short end of an internal inquiry. Last heard of, he was working for some private outfit. Not a fate Duffy was ready for, thanks. As he handed the license back, a taxi arrived, and out climbed Jackson Lamb. A woman was with him, and it only took Duffy a moment to collect the name, Catherine Standish, who'd been a fixture at the park back when Duffy was a pup, but went into exile after Charles' partner's suicide. The pair ignored him. They went straight for the body. He said to Rebecca Mitchell, "You'll need to make a statement. There'll be someone along shortly." She nodded mutely. Leaving her, Duffy approached the new arrivals, about to tell them to back away from the body, but before he could speak, Lamb turned, and the expression on his face persuaded Duffy to keep his mouth shut. Then Lamb looked down at the body again, and then up the street. Duffy couldn't tell what he was focusing on. The cross-traffic at distant junctions, the lights jewelling the highway. Always in the city there were strings of pearls at night, sometimes fairy lights strung for a wedding, sometimes glass and paste baubles hung for a funeral. Standish spoke to Jackson Lamb. "Who's going to tell Louisa?" she said. Part 2. White Whales. To begin with what it hasn't got, Upshot has no high street, not like those in nearby villages with their parades of mock Tudor frontages, gracefully declining riverwards, clotted with antique shops and garden furniture showrooms, whose grocery stores offer stem ginger biscuits and 7 kinds of pesto, and whose pubs' menus wouldn't be out of place in Hampstead. It doesn't have cafes with the day's specials chalked on pavement blackboards, or independent bookshops boasting local author events, nor are its back lanes lined with neatly coiffed hedges guarding houses of soft yellow stone. Because Upshot doesn't invite the epithet chocolate boxy, so often delivered through gritted teeth, if it resembles any kind of chocolate box, it's the kind found on the shelf at its only supermarket, coated with dust, its cellophane crackly and yellowing. Take that high street, which Upshot doesn't have. What it has instead is a main road that curves once upon entering the village to avoid the church, and then again 300 yards later as it threads between the pub on its left and the semicircular green on its right. Then it climbs past the new-built housing, past the small primary school and the village hall, a modern prefab visitors need directions to find. But then the hall isn't Upshot's heartbeat. That would be the trinity of postbox, pub, and village shop. The first of these sits on the side of the green furthest from the road, which is inconvenient unless you live in one of the houses lining that stretch. Arranged in a curve, they are Upshot's oldest dwellings, 3-story, 18th century townhouses peculiarly resituated here, making strange near neighbors for those bungalows on the rise, most of which stand empty, having once been homes for service staff on the nearby USAF base. Cleaners and janitors, cooks and washers up, mechanics and drivers. When the base pulled the plug in the mid-90s, a lot of life drained out of Upshot. What's left mostly lives in those townhouses, or further along the main road, and sooner or later all of it turns up at the pub, which is called the Downside Man, and faces the green, with a small car park to its left and a tiered patio round back, overlooking the wood's curving tree line a mile distant. The Downside Man has whitewashed walls and a wooden pub sign, which once flapped in the breeze, but also came loose in high winds, so has now been fixed to its post by Tommy Moult, the village's honorary odd job man. Tommy's rumored to have a secret life, as he's only ever seen at weekends, when he can reliably be found outside the village shop, red woolen cap pulled over his ears, selling packets of seeds from his bicycle, which he parks next to the racks of vegetables. He evidently regards this as the linchpin of his commercial enterprise, because every Saturday morning, winter or summer, there he is, networking more than selling, perhaps, because few locals pass without exchanging words. The shop where he stands is back the way we came, on the corner facing St. John's. To get there from the pub is to pass, on the left, a row of stone cottages, interrupted by the old manor house, now converted into flats. On the right are larger, newer houses, yet to bed down into the landscape. They're too clean, too neatly brushed. In the gaps between them, though, views of the mile-distant tree line can still be enjoyed, and if the occasional presence of a cement mixer indicates that some of those gaps were intended to sprout houses of their own, there's little other sign of building activity. That all came to a halt years back. It might start up again once things improve, but the financial crisis remains as ill-defined as an unbuilt house. You can sketch its possible shape on the air, but there's no touching its walls to know its limits. And then the road bends again between shop and church, St. John of the Cross, 13th century and pretty as a postcard. It has a lich gate and a well-tended graveyard, whose oldest occupants once inhabited the manor house, and who presumably rolled over when its conversion into flats took place. But services at St. John's are now on a fortnightly basis. Far more reliable is the village shop, open 8 till 10 daily, though this bears no resemblance to the upmarket boutiques of the prettier villages, its shelves stacked high with stuff people need rather than want. Tinned foods, dairy foods, frozen foods, sacks of charcoal, bags of kitty litter, breeze blocks of toilet rolls, shampoos, soaps and toothpastes, fridgefuls of lager and wine, cartons of juice and bottles of milk. For many locals, the shop is as far as they need to go on any pedestrian expedition. The road, though, pootles on, passing a few more raggle-taggle cottages before dwindling into a minor country highway, hedged either side and badly potholed. A mile further on it reaches the MOD range. When the American base up sticks, the Ministry of Defense stepped in, and land once leased to friendly aircraft is now home to friendly fire. When red flags fly, there's no rambling across the fields southeast of Upshot, and sometimes after dark, great balls of light drop from the sky, illuminating the ranges for night practice. Adjoining the road, separated from it by an 8-foot wire mesh fence, lies the last remaining airstrip, at one end of which sit, like properties on a monopoly board, a hangar and a clubhouse. These see civilian activity several evenings a week, and most weekend mornings during spring and summer are the launch pad for a single-engine plane, which putters over Upshot before disappearing into the open skies, though so far it's always returned. A quiet place, then, that gunfire notwithstanding, sleepy even, though in fact it wakes early by and large, as most of those who live there work elsewhere and tend to be on the road by 8. So perhaps a better word would be harmless. As Jackson Lamb pointed out, it's hardly Helmand Province, though even harmless villages suffer screams in the afternoon. "Jesus!" River screamed, too late. Full body armor wouldn't have helped him. Prayer was all he had, and then not even that, just prayer's echo, bouncing around his thoughtless skull as his body went into spasm, and then again, and then stopped, or seemed to stop, and his eyes relaxed behind their tight-shut lids, and the darkness he was locked in became softer. After a while his companion said, "Blimey," but it didn't sound like a good blimey. Rolling off him, she pulled the sheet up to her shoulders. River lay still, heartbeat returning to normal, skin damp. He'd lasted long enough to work up a sweat, but doubted he'd be raising that in mitigation soon. It was mid-afternoon, a Tuesday, River's third week in Upshot, and he lay in the curtain-darkened bedroom of one of the new builds on the Northern Rise. A house rented under his cover name, Jonathan Walker. Jonathan Walker was a writer. Why else would anyone come to Upshot out of season, even if Upshot had a season? So Jonathan Walker wrote thrillers and had an Amazon entry to prove it, Critical Mass, whose non-existence hadn't saved it from a 1-star review. He was currently working on a novel set on a U.S. military base in the 80s, hence Upshot, out of season. His companion said, "I used to have a t-shirt, boys wanted, no experience necessary. Careful what you wish for, eh?" "Sorry," he said, "it's been a while." "Yeah, I read your body language." Her name was Kelly Tropper, and she tended bar at the Downside Man. She was early 20s, petite, flat-chested, with crow-colored hair, a string of adjectives River would have found dispiritingly inadequate if he really were a writer. She also had creamy, unfreckled skin, a curiously flattened nose which gave her the appearance of pressing up against a pane of glass, and had described herself in his hearing as a cynic. She wrapped her leg round his. "Not falling asleep now, are you?" Her hand explored him. Not totally lifeless. Still need a few minutes, though, which we could fill with conversation. "You're sure you're not a girl?" "No, wait, you came too fast to be a girl. Let's keep that between us, shall we?" "Depends how you make out in round 2. That village notice board's not just for show." She moved her leg. "Celia Morden pinned a review of Jez Bradley there once. She said it wasn't her, but everyone knew." She laughed. "Don't get that in your big city London, do you?" "No, but we have this thing called the Internet, on which similar things happen, I'm told." Which earned him a nip on the arm. She had teeth. He said, "Were you born here?" "Ooh, getting personal." "Well, not if it's classified." She nipped him again, a little less sharply. "My folks moved here when I was 2. Wanted to get out of London. Dad commuted for a while, then joined a practice in Burford." "Not farming stock, then?" "Hardly. Mostly urban refugees round here, but we treat strangers nicely, don't you think?" She stroked him again. "And do you get many of those?" She tightened her grip. "Meaning?" "I was just wondering what kind of turnover the village sees." She resumed stroking. "That better be all you meant, and it still makes you sound like an estate agent." "Background," he improvised, "for the book. You know how quiet it is now the base has gone." "The base went years ago. Still." "Well, it's pretty dead, but getting livelier." Her eyes flashed. They were startlingly green, River thought. He was hoping she was going to come up with a sudden memory, suppressed till now, a bald man who appeared a few weeks ago, a name, an address. 3 weeks, and he'd yet to catch a sniff of Mr. B. He'd become an accepted feature at the Downside Man, and locals greeted him by name. He knew who lived where and which houses were empty, but of Mr. B he'd glimpsed not hair nor hide, a silly phrase given his naked dome, but it was hard to concentrate with Kelly doing what she was doing with her fingers. And now, "That's more like it," she said slowly with her lips, and then River lost his train of thought entirely, and instead of being an agent in the field, he was under the covers with a lovely young woman who deserved a better accounting than he'd managed earlier. Happily, this time he provided it. It was the day before the summit, and Arkady Pashkin had arrived. He was in the Ambassador on Park Lane. The traffic outside was an angry mess, a fistfight continued by other means. In the lobby there was only the trickling of water from a small fountain and a polite murmur from the reception desk, whose guardians had been drawn from the pages of Vogue. Wealth had once fascinated Louisa Guy, the same way the flight of birds had. The attempt to comprehend something eternally out of reach could be dizzying. But 3 weeks since Min's death, she observed how the rich live as a series of security details. Shots fired outside would reach the lobby as corks being popped. Someone mown down by a car would be lost entirely, wouldn't be countenanced by the purified air. Behind her, Marcus Longridge said, "Cool." Marcus and Louisa had been paired. She didn't like it, but it was part of a deal she'd lately made. This deal was apparently with the service, or more particularly, Spider Web, but in fact was one she'd made with reality. The hard part was not letting on how much she'd been prepared to give away. What she'd wanted was to stay on the job. Specifically on the assignment she and Min had been handed. What she'd been prepared to give away was everything. Pashkin was in the penthouse. Why would anyone imagine otherwise? The lift made less noise than Marcus's breathing, and its doors opened straight into the suite where Pyotr and Kirill waited, the former smiling. He shook hands with Marcus and said to Louisa, "It's good to see you again. I was sorry to hear about your colleague." She nodded. Kirill remained by the lift while Pyotr led them across the large pale room, which was thickly carpeted and smelt of spring flowers. Louisa wondered if they pumped scent in through vents. Pashkin rose from an armchair at their approach. "Welcome," he said. "You're the energy people." "Louisa Guy," Louisa said. "Marcus Longridge," Marcus added. Pashkin was in his mid-50s and resembled a British actor she couldn't put a name to. Of average height but broad-shouldered, he had thick black hair left deliberately vague, sleepy eyes under heavy brows. There was more hair on his chest, easily visible beneath an open-necked white shirt which was tucked into dark blue jeans. "Coffee? Tea?" He raised an eyebrow at Pyotr, who was hovering. Had she not known him for a goon, Louisa would have assumed him a butler, or the Russian equivalent, a valet, a man's man. "Nothing for me. We're fine, really." They settled on easy chairs arranged around a rug that looked 100 years old, but in a good way. "So," Arkady Pashkin said, "everything is ready for tomorrow, yes?" He was addressing them both, but speaking to Louisa. That was apparent, and fine by her. Because on that bad night when Min Harper had died, Louisa had felt she'd fallen through a trapdoor, had suffered that internal collapse you get when the floor disappears, and you've no idea how far away the ground is. It should have surprised her afterwards how swiftly she'd assimilated the fact of Min's death, as if all this time she'd been waiting for the other shoe to drop. But nothing surprised her anymore. It was all just information. The sun rose, the clock spun, and she conformed to its established pattern. It was information, a new routine. Except ever since she'd had an ache at the hinge of her jaw, intermittently too, her mouth would flood with saliva, repeatedly, for minutes at a time. It was as if she were weeping from the wrong orifice. And when she lay in the dark, she feared that if she fell asleep, her body would forget to breathe, and she'd die too. Some nights she'd have welcomed this, but on most she clung to the deal instead. It was the deal that stopped her falling further, or at least promised a survivable landing. The deal was the branch growing out of the cliffside, the open-topped truck parked below, bearing a fresh load from the pillow factory. It was in Regent's Park that it had come to life. This was 4 days after Min's death, and the weather had perked up, as if in consolation. There were interview suites on the park's upper floors where they enjoyed water-cooler moments rather than waterboarding incidents, and this one had comfortable seating and framed posters from classic movies on the walls. It had been kitted out since Louisa had last been here, and even if everything else in her life had felt normal, would still have rung strange, like returning to school and finding they'd turned the sixth form into an aromatherapy center. James Webb did sympathy like he'd studied the textbook. "I'm sorry for your loss," an American textbook. "Min was a fine colleague. We'll all miss him." She said, if he was that fine, he'd not have been at Slough House, would he? Well, Orgon cycling through heavy traffic, pissed, in the rain. You're angry with him, he pursed his lips. Have you talked to anyone that can help? What would help more would be to plant her fist in the middle of that mouth. But she'd learned the hard way what others expect from grief, so she lied. Yes, I have. And taken leave. As much as I need, which had been a day. His gaze turned towards the windows. These overlooked the park across the road, and because it was mid-morning, there was a lot of preschool traffic out there, women, prams, toddlers exploring grass verges. A car backfired and a flock of pigeons erupted, swam a figure 8 through the air, and resettled on the lawn. I don't mean to sound insensitive, he said, but I have to ask. Are you okay to continue the assignment? He had lowered his voice. This was theoretically a grief meeting, but they were alone, and she'd known he'd bring up the needle job. Yes, she said. Because I can. No, I'm fine, angry, okay? I'm angry with him. It was a stupid thing to do, and he ended up, well, he died. So yes, angry. But I can still do my job. I need to do my job. She thought she'd pitched that right with the right amount of emotion. If he thought her a zombie, that would be as bad as thinking her hysterical. You're sure? Yes. He looked relieved. Well, okay then, that's good. It would be, awkward to have to rejig. I'd hate to be an inconvenience. Spiderweb blinked and moved on. Keep me abreast of developments. Then, a phrase from another textbook, one with a chapter on how to let subordinates know the meeting was over. He walked her to the door. There'd be someone outside to take her downstairs, repossess her visitor's badge, and see her off the premises. But these signs of exile, which once would have loosed bees in her mind, were irrelevant. She was still assigned to the needle job. It was a done deal. That was all that mattered. As he held the door, Webb said, You're right, though. I'm sorry? Harper shouldn't have been on the road after drinking. It was an accident, that's all. We looked into it very carefully. I know. She left. Perhaps she thought as she was guided downstairs, perhaps once this was over, and she'd found out why Min had died, and killed those responsible, she'd come back and throw Spiderweb through that window he enjoyed looking out of. It depended on her mood. While Kelly showered, River pulled boxers and a shirt on, then roamed the bedroom collecting clothes. Some, it turned out, were still downstairs. Well, she'd only come round for coffee. In the sitting room he found her shirt, also her shoulder bag, a bulky thing which had shed its load across the floor. He uprighted it, returning to its recess her mobile, her purse, a paperback, and her sketch pad. But he leafed through the sketch pad first. The nearby tree line, the road as it left the village, a group gathered on the patio behind the pub. She wasn't good at faces, but there was a nice study of St. John's and another of its graveyard, each headstone a pencil-shaped stubbiness around which long grass wilted, and several aerial studies of the village. Kelly Tropper flew. The last page was strange, not so much a sketch as a design. A stylized city landscape, its tallest skyscraper struck by jagged lightning. Scribbled over words had been scrawled along the bottom edge. Johnny? Coming. He carried her shirt up to the bedroom where she stood draped in a towel. You look gorgeous? I was going to say damp, he said, but gorgeous works. She stuck her tongue out. Someone's pleased with himself. He lay on the bed, enjoying the view while she dressed. Didn't know you drew, he said. A bit. Saw my book, did you? It fell open, he confessed. Don't tell me I can't do faces, but you need a hobby round here. And flying is not a hobby. Her green eyes were serious now. It's the most alive you can ever be. You should try it. Maybe I will. When are you next going up? Tomorrow. A smile came and went. A special secret flashed. But no, you can't come with, she kissed him. Gotta go. Need to do stock before we open doors. I'll be along later. Good, she paused. That was nice, Mr. Walker. I thought so too, Miss Dropper. But that doesn't mean you can look at my stuff without permission, she said, and bit his earlobe. When he heard the front door close, he rang Lamb. If it isn't 007. Got anywhere yet? Nothing but dead ends and blank looks, River said. He was staring at his bare toes. If Mr. B was ever here, he dropped out of sight immediately afterwards. Blimey, so he might be, what, hiding or something? If he was ever here, maybe his feet didn't touch the ground. Maybe he was heading somewhere else before the taxi driver flipped his for hire sign. Or maybe you're useless. How big's that place anyway? 3 cottages and a duck pond. Have you checked the cowshed? Why come all the way from London to hide in a cowshed, if there was one, which there isn't? River noticed a sock hanging from the curtain rail. He doesn't live here, not as Mr. B or under any other name, I guarantee it. You've infiltrated the community then? I've made some progress, yes. Oh, Christ, said Lamb, you're shagging a local. Most of the population is either retired or commutes or teleworks, but a lot of the houses are empty. There's talk of the local school closing, always a sign of a dying community. If I want a bleeding heart editorial, I'll read The Guardian. What about the MOD place? Well, they don't like you to wander about, but they don't test secret weapons there, do they? It's a target range. Which used to belong to the Yanks. Who knows what toys they kept in their cupboards. Whatever they were, I doubt they're there now. But if there's evidence of them ever being there, it could still cause embarrassment, said Lamb. Like you're an expert on that, thought River. Yeah, he retrieved his sock. Which is what I was calling about. I'm going in tonight. Take a look around. About time. Lamb paused. Are you dressed? You don't sound dressed. I'm dressed, River said. How's Louisa? Doing her job. Good. Yes, obviously. But how is she? Lamb said. Her boyfriend got smeared by a car. I don't suppose she wakes up whistling happy tunes. You checked out the accident? Did we change places when I wasn't looking? Simple question. A pissed cyclist. Which part doesn't spell organ donor? Fuck off, Jackson, River said bravely. Harper was one of yours. If he was struck by lightning, you'd be questioning the weather. I'm just asking what came up. There was a pause during which River heard the click of a lighter. Then Lamb said, he was drunk. He'd been over the road, had several beers there, stopped elsewhere, and loaded up on vodka. They'd had a row. River squeezed his eyes shut. Of course they had. You have a row, you get pissed. That's how it works. Where'd he drink the vodka? We don't know. You want to guess how many bars there are west of City Road? Does he show up on... why didn't we think of that? Down the line, Lamb sucked up smoke. He flashes past cameras on Oxford Street, or we think he does. Black and white footage, and all cyclists look the same. And there was nothing at the scene. Camera was buggered up when a car sideswiped its pole. Now there's a coincidence. Yeah, one which says it's a junction where accidents happen. The dogs okayed it. Huh? Even River didn't know what he meant by that. The dogs were the dogs. Okay, then I'll call later. Do that. And Cartwright. Next time you tell me to fuck off, make sure you're a long way away. I am a long way away, River explained. Apology accepted. He dropped the phone and went to shower. So, Pashkin said, addressing them both but speaking to Louisa, everything is ready for tomorrow, yes? It's all under control. And not wanting to throw any spanners around, but you're not from the Department of Energy. Longridge opened his mouth, but Louisa beat him. No. MI5, yes? A branch of it. Marcus said, the details aren't important. Pashkin nodded. Of course, I'm not trying to compromise you. I'm just establishing parameters. I have my men here to protect me. He had Kirill by the door and Pyotr hovering nearby, an entirely different pair today to the brusque, almost jolly couple they'd seen 3 weeks ago, the day Min. And you, I presume, have been assigned to make sure all other arrangements run smoothly. They will, Marcus said. I'm pleased to hear it. Department of Energy or not, you'll be aware your government is keen to, reach a mutually beneficial understanding regarding certain fuel demands my company can meet. His features adopted a self-deprecating expression. Not enough to drive your entire country, of course, but a reserve in the event of difficulties arising elsewhere. He spoke fluently with a medium-thick accent Louisa suspected was cultivated. A deep and sexy growl never hurt when you were opening negotiations, whatever they happened to be. And given the obvious delicacy of the situation, it's in all our interests that the meeting goes smoothly. And with that in mind, I have a request. Watching his mouth form words, Louisa had the impression they were little clockwork toys he was winding up and setting free to waddle across this wide expanse of carpet. All right, she said. I would like to go there, this afternoon. There? The Needle, he said. That's what the building's called, yes? Yes, the Needle. On account of its mast, Marcus said. Pashkin looked at him politely, but Marcus had nothing to add. He returned his gaze to Louisa. I want to see the room, to walk the floor. He touched the top button of his shirt with his right index finger. Before we get down to business, I want to feel comfortable there. Louisa said, Give me 5 minutes, I need to make a phone call. When he'd finished speaking to River, Lamb sat for a while wearing what Catherine Standish called his dangerous expression. The one where he was considering something other than what to eat or drink next. Then he checked his watch, sighed, and with a heavy grunt rose and picked up a shirt from the floor. Scrunching it in a fist, he crossed the landing to Catherine's room. Got a carrier bag. Looking up from her desk, she blinked. He waggled the shirt. Anyone home? In there, she said, pointing at a canvas bag slung from her coat stand. Thrusting a hand into it, Lamb withdrew 6 plastic carriers. He shoveled his shirt into one. The others fell to the floor. He turned to go. Leaving early, she asked. Lamb hoisted the bag above his head without turning round. Laundry day, he said, and disappeared down the stairs. She stared for a while, then shook her head and returned to work. In front of her were fragments of lives, fillets of biography, snatched from online sources and official records, HMRC, DMLV, and ONS, the usual crowd. It was like eating alphabet soup with a fork. Raymond Hadley, 62, had been a BA pilot for 18 years and now busied himself with local politics and environmental issues, his commitment to which didn't prevent him owning a small aeroplane. Duncan Tropper, 63, was a solicitor, formerly with a high-powered West End interest. He currently put in a couple of days a week at a firm in Burford. Anne Salmon, 60, was an economics don at the University of Warwick. Stephen Butterfield, 67, had been sole owner of Lighthouse Publishing, a small concern specializing in left-leaning history, until one of the industry monoliths had gobbled it up, leaving a smoking pile of money in its place. His wife, Meg, 59, part-owned a clothes store. Andrew Barnett, 66, was civil service, retired, something in the Ministry of Transport, which, a first in Catherine's experience, actually meant he'd been something in the Ministry of Transport. And the rest, and the rest, and the rest. Someone from the Financial Services Authority, 2 TV producers, 1 Beeb, 1 independent, a chemist who'd worked at Porton Down, graphic designers, teachers, doctors, a journalist, business refugees, construction, tobacco, advertising, soft drinks. It added up to a bunch of successful professionals who'd managed to combine busy careers with a quiet life in the Cotswold village of Upshot. The kind of quiet life, Catherine guessed, you'd need a busy career to fund. Many had taken early retirement. Most had children. All drove. And Catherine reminded herself none of it was her business, let alone her job. And in her job, minding her business was paramount. But she was missing River Cartwright, sort of, and hoped he'd return safely, not dead. The Cotswolds, Standish, not Bleeding Helmand Province, which was true, as was the fact that Lamb had staked River out like a sacrificial, lamb, to see what would happen next. And given that what had happened first was a murder, there were no guarantees River's country exile would prove idyllic. She looked at Stephen Butterfield's brief profile again. A left-leaning publishing house. Too obvious? Or just the right amount? Without more background, it was impossible to say. And while Upshot had a small population, running a solo check on every villager was an uphill task. But of this Catherine was convinced, that if every current inhabitant lined up in front of her, Mr. B would not be among them. Because if Lamb was right and poor Dickie Bow had been killed in a drag hunt, then Mr. B's role had come to an end once he'd finished laying his trail. The question was, why did that trail lead to Upshot? The clue was that word, cicadas, part of the Popov legend, intended to have the service tying itself in knots, looking for a network that didn't exist. But in the Spook's Hall of Mirrors, that didn't mean it couldn't be real. Cold War was history, but its shrapnel was everywhere. Maybe, all these years later, Upshot harbored a cicada, who was getting ready to sing. Though the biggest damn mystery of all, Catherine thought, was why had their attention been brought to it in the first place? In sudden irritation, she dropped her pen and stood. There were always displacement tasks, tiny, mindless things to distract her from the larger, equally mindless tasks Lamb imposed. A smear on her window, for example. Attempting to wipe it clean, she found it was on the outside, but as she stood there, Catherine saw a curl of smoke above distant rooftops. Fingers poked her heart, but before they could take a grip, she remembered that a crematorium lay that way, and that the smoke funneling from its chimney marked a private tragedy, not a public cataclysm. But still, you couldn't see smoke on the city skyline without a shiver of fear that it, or something like it, was happening again. This was so much a reflex that it could remain undefined. Then she yelped in sudden shock when someone spoke. "Oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, no, I was miles away, that's all." "Okay, sorry," Shirley Dander said again, and then, "You might want to see this." "You found him?" "Yes," Shirley said. Webb said, "Sure, give him the tour." "He's calling the shots?" "He's a rich man. They like to take control." Because Webb was oh so used to rich men's foibles, the corridors of power were where he left his shoes out overnight. Louisa said, "Okay, just thought I'd check." "No, that's good. That was a good thing." He hung up. Her vision blurred, then cleared. She'd been patted on the head by Spider Webb. But that, too, was part of the deal, to take whatever shit came her way, just so long as she remained on the job. Through the lobby's glass doors, she watched 3 buses trundle past, the third an open-topped double-decker, from which tourists peered raptly, admiring buildings, the park, other traffic. There was always a temptation to imagine tourists had no life other than the one you saw them leading, that they were constantly wowing at landmarks and wearing inappropriate shirts, which was something Min had said that she would remember every time she saw a tour bus. She turned to Marcus. "It's not a problem." Marcus rang upstairs. "We'll see you outside." He disconnected. They're coming now. Waiting on the pavement was a lesson in rich man's timekeeping. Now meant when Pashkin got round to it. Louisa dulled her mind counting black cars. 7, 8, 9, 21. Marcus said, "Oil deal. Right." "What?" He said, "Come on." Cars passed uncounted. He's negotiating an energy deal with the British government. Off his own bat? He owns an oil company. And Securicorp own armored vehicles, but you don't see them parading down the mall on Remembrance Day. I assume you're making a point that there's a world of difference between private ownership and national interest. You think the Kremlin's enthusiasm for private enterprise extends this far? Dream on. Louisa hadn't wanted Marcus Longridge, but that too was part of the deal. But she'd hoped he'd glide through it silently, keep his mouth shut, carry bags. Not feel the need to speculate or not do so out loud. Did you read that profile? This isn't someone who's going to buy a football team and marry some pop stars. He's got an eye on the big chair. To carry on not answering would look deliberate. She said, "So why does he want to meet with Spider Webb?" Other way round. Why wouldn't Webb want to meet with him? Guy with a shot at the Kremlin? Spider's got to be creaming his pants at the thought of being in the same room. Now Louisa couldn't help herself. Webb wants to recruit him? Be my guess. She said, because that's the first step to political office, isn't it? Sell yourself to another country's intelligence service. It's not about state secrets, Marcus said. Agent of influence, that'd be his role. And what's in it for him is Western support when he makes his move. Right, a profile in the Telegraph's just the start. Wait till Webb gets his picture in okay. 21st century, Louisa. You want to strut on the world stage, you've got to be taken seriously. He scratched the tip of his nose with his little finger. Webb can get Pashkin in the room with people. The PM, a royal, Peter Judd. Trust me, that'd count with Pashkin. He'll need all the international coverage he can get if he wants to make waves back home. 21st century, Marcus, Louisa agreed. But still the Middle Ages here and there. Pashkin starts bigging himself up at Putin the Great's expense. He'll find his head on a stick. You get nowhere if you don't take risks. The lift doors opened and Pashkin appeared. Pyotr and Kirill at his heels like wolfhounds. End of, she said, and Marcus shut up. The first floor office was noisier than Catherine's. You noticed the traffic more, could see faces on the buses that trundled past in an unbroken stream for minutes at a time before vanishing for half hours at a stretch. But those weren't the faces the two women were studying now. It's him, all right. It was him. Catherine had no doubt about that. Shirley's monitor was frozen on a split screen. One half showed a still from the CCTV coverage she'd stolen from Datalock. Mr. B on his westbound train, his posture indicating a freakish stasis even allowing for it being a photograph. Behind him, a young woman was caught in the act of movement, an incomplete thought working across her features. But Mr. B sat docile and concentrated like a shop dummy on a day trip. The other picture showed the same clothes, same expression, same bald head. And Mr. B was once again the still center of his world, though this world was blurrier, more active. He was standing in line while all around him people were caught in a motionless bustle, hauling luggage across shiny floors. Gatwick, Shirley said. How very low profile, Catherine murmured. But it gave weight to Lamb's hypothesis. If you were laying a trail, you wanted it followed to the end. Mr. B, or whoever gave him his orders, had wanted his departure registered and would doubtless be surprised it had taken this long. But then they couldn't have known it would be Slough House doing the field work. Regent's Park had access to surveillance from all national airports and could run it through state-of-the-art recognition software. On Aldersgate Street, they had Shirley Dander running stolen tape through an out-of-date program. A morning flight, Shirley said, to Prague. When? 7 hours after he was dropped off in Upshot. Why go all the way there if he was catching a plane next morning? Good question, said Catherine, as a way of not answering it. Okay, we know where he went. Let's find out who he was. That was a good thing. Webb laid his phone neatly on his desk. He liked things aligned. Then he smoothed his hair. That too. That was a good thing, he'd said to Louisa Guy, and had meant it. Anything that happened before tomorrow he wanted run past him first. If he had one skill, and he had bags of the damn things, but if he had one skill above all, it was averting disaster. On that bad night when Min Harper had died, for example, Spider Webb got the news early, so he'd been on the scene before Jackson Lamb. Averting disaster was about good timing. Then he'd walked to the embankment and sat facing the dark galleries on the far bank and thought hard for as short a time as possible. Strategy was 9/10 reaction. Study any situation too long, you can think yourself into paralysis. He'd called Diana Taverner. We've got a problem. Harper, she said. You've heard? She suppressed a sigh. Webb, I'm second desk. On your best day, you're a gopher. So yes, I heard about Min Harper getting killed before you did. Getting killed? Being knocked over. It's a verb. I've been monitoring the situation. She said, excellent. If his condition changes, do let me know, because we can put a positive spin on it. MI5 agent comes back to life. That would boost recruitment, don't you think? When he was sure she'd finished, Webb said, I've talked to Nick Duffy. He's been on the scene since first thing. That's his job. And he reckons it's clean. That's what it appears to be, an accident. Silence then. His exact words? Duffy's exact words had been, no way of telling until we've run all the angles. But he smells like a brewery, and it's not like it was hit and run. The driver remained on the scene. Webb said, pretty much, yes. So that's what his report will say. It's the timing I'm worried about, with the needle thing coming up. Jesus Christ, Di Taverner said. He was a colleague, Webb. You worked with him, remember? Well, not closely. And don't you think, before you start worrying what impact his death will have on your career prospects, you should consider what impact it might have on mine? I have been. I'm thinking about both of us. Once Duffy's report pegs this as a traffic thing, we can mourn Harper, obviously, but we can also get on with the job in hand. But if his death comes under scrutiny, his last days will be under the microscope. And if Roger Barabee gets wind we were running Harper off the books while this audit's in full swing, Webb said, I logged our conversation, of course I did. I had to. When it comes off, and we have Arkady Pashkin as an asset, our asset, then everyone between Regent's Park and Whitehall will want a slice of the credit. Especially, well, you know. Ingrid Tierney, his silence spelt. Best to have it clear from the get-go who's done all the work. What he was hearing now was Diana Taverner thinking. Mobile pressed to his ear, Webb looked up. No stars, but there rarely were in London. You had the weather, you had the light pollution, you had all the heavy artillery a city threw at the sky, and these things generally won. Except that didn't mean the stars weren't there. At last she said, What are you asking? Nothing, not much. A quick call. 2. Nick Duffy. I thought you said he was happy. He is. All we need is for him to put that in a report, even an interim one, to make sure everyone stays calm until the needle job's done and dusted. More silence. And we've pulled off the intelligence coup of the... Don't push it, she thought more. There's no chance Harper's death has anything to do with this op. It was an accident. But what if it turns out to have been a very good accident that has something to do with this op? It won't. Pashkin's not even in the country yet. And if anyone had wind he's planning to join our team, well, it wouldn't be Min Harper bearing the brunt. He was a minor cog. A slow horse, you mean? It's not like he even knew what's going on. As far as he was concerned, he was babysitting an oil deal. She said, "You realize that if this gets out, Roger Barraby's the least of your worries. Harper might only have been a slow horse, but let's not forget who's in charge of that stable." "Don't worry, I'll tread carefully around any bruisable toes." She laughed. "Jackson Lamb bruises like an elephant." She made a small noise, changed hands on her phone or something. "I'll speak to Duffy." She hung up. And what Webb had thought then, and had seen no cause to change his mind about since, was that the thing about elephants was they grew old and died. There'd been a documentary, an elephant carcass left by a watering hole. Hours it lasted before the flies moved in, and the birds and the hyenas. After that, it was parts. Jackson Lamb had been legend in his day, they said, but they said that about Robert De Niro. That was a good thing. Louisa Guy was handling her end, and no one at the park, barring Lady Di, had wind of the Pashkin op. After tomorrow, he, James Webb, could be pulling the strings on the most important asset Five had reeled in since, well, ever. All that mattered was that things kept moving smoothly. Arkady Pashkin said, "Why aren't we moving?" Middle of the city, traffic in front, traffic behind, a big sign saying roadworks ahead, and a stoplight clearly visible through the windscreen. So why aren't we moving? Louisa wondered. You had to be rich to ask. Pashkin said, "Pyotr? Traffic's heavy, boss." "Traffic's always heavy." To Louisa he said, "We should have outriders tomorrow, I mean." "I think they're reserved for royals," she said, "and government ministers, VIPs. They should be available to those who can afford them." He glanced at Marcus briefly, as if estimating his net worth, then his gaze returned to Louisa. "You'd think, with all the practice you've had, you'd be better at capitalism than us." "I don't think anyone's surprised what quick studies you turned out to be." "Is that a clever remark? This is not my first language." Without turning his head, he spoke to Pyotr and Kirill in that one. Kirill replied. Louisa couldn't read the intonation. Possibly deferential. But it was like being in New York, where someone could ask you the time in a way that suggested you just punched their mother. Their car had a separate driver's compartment, though the dividing window was rolled down. Louisa and Marcus sat facing Pashkin, who was facing front. Immediately behind them, a red bus loomed. It was full of less rich people moving through London very slowly, and probably no less aggrieved by it than Pashkin, who shook his head in irritation and began to study the Financial Times. The car shunted forward and rolled over something bumpy, which probably wasn't a cyclist. Louisa blinked as pain stabbed her eyeballs, but it soon went. If you carried on looking like you were holding it all together, pretty soon you were holding it all together. Pashkin tutted and turned a page. He looked like a politician, spoke like one too. He had charisma, probably. Maybe Marcus was right, and he also had frontline ambitions, and this mini-summit had less to do with oil deals than under-the-table promises about future conduct, future favors. That could only be a good thing, unless it turned out a bad one. Political alliances often turned unhappy. Some hands got shook, some arms got sold, but it never looked great for HMG when the torturing bastards were strung up by their own people. Beside her, Marcus shifted and his leg brushed hers, and now a bicycle whizzed past, and this time instead of a pain in her eyes, Louisa felt her heart lurch, and the tired old logic unreeled again in her mind. That Min had got drunk after a row was possible, even after a row so trivial Louisa couldn't remember what it had been about. And that Min had been knocked off his bicycle and killed. Yes, that could happen too, but not one after the other, not those two things in a row. To believe that would mean accepting some kind of cosmic continuity and organized randomness of event. So no, there'd been something deeper at work, some human agency. And that could only mean this job she was working on now, and these people in this car. Or others who knew about the summit and wanted to stop it happening or turn it into something else. She started drawing up a mental list of everyone she didn't trust and had to stop immediately. She didn't have all day. And then, with the suddenness of a tooth freeing itself from its socket, the car was through the snarl-up and moving smoothly. Above them, glass and steel buildings did their best to pierce the sky, and on the pavements, sharply dressed men and women threaded between each other, hardly ever bumping. Min Harper had been dead 3 weeks, and here was Louisa doing her job. By the time Lamb's taxi reached the laundrette near a Swiss cottage, it would have been cheaper to bin the shirt and buy several new ones. While it swam away in the never-ceasing stream of traffic, Lamb lit a cigarette and perused posters in the laundrette's window. A local quiz night, stand-up gigs, tomorrow's Stop the City rally, an animal-free circus. Nobody paid him attention. When his cigarette was done, he ground it out and entered. Machines lined both walls, most of them sloshing rhythmically, making sounds Lamb's stomach made when he woke at 3, having drunk too much. A familiar noise. Dividing the room was a series of benches on which 4 people sat, a young couple wrapped round each other like an interlocking puzzle, an old woman rocking back and forth, and up the far end, a short, dark, middle-aged man in a raincoat engrossed in the Evening Standard. Lamb sat next to him. Any idea how these things work? The man didn't look up. Do I have any idea how washing machines work? I assume they take money. And washing powder, the man said. No, he did look up. Jesus, Lamb, you've never been in a laundrette before? Short of tearing a postcard in half, I thought this couldn't have got more old school. Lamb dropped the bag to the floor. I was your other kind of undercover, he said. Casinos, 5-star hotels, world-class hookers. Laundry was mostly room service. Yeah, and I jetpacked to work before they fired me. Lamb extended his hand, and Sam Chapman shook it. Bad Sam Chapman had been head dog once. Nick Duffy's role now, until a high-profile mess involving an industrial amount of money meant he'd had his arse handed back on a plate. No job, no pension, no reference, unless you counted lucky to be leaving upright. He now worked for a detective agency which specialized in finding runaway teenagers, or at least in taking credit card details from the agonized parents of runaway teenagers. Since Chapman's arrival, their success rate had tripled, but that still left a lot of missing kids. So, how's life in the secrets business, he asked. Well, I could answer that, but then you'd have to kill me, Chapman finished. But it'd bore your tits off. Got anything? Bad Sam passed him an envelope. By its thickness, it contained maybe 2 folded sheets of paper. This took you 3 weeks. Not like I have your resources, Jackson. The agency not got pull. The agency charges. Any special reason you couldn't do this in-house? Yeah, I don't trust the bastards. He paused. Well, maybe a couple of the bastards, but not to actually do a proper job. Oh, that's right, your crew's special needs. With his index finger, Chapman flicked the envelope in Lamb's hand. Someone was ahead of me on this. I'd hope so. The cow killed a spook. But not all the way, Sam continued. Down the bench, one of the youngsters abruptly stood, and Sam paused. It was the boy, or possibly the girl, or possibly they were both boys or both girls, but whatever, they fed the nearest dryer with a clatter of coins so it came grunting back to life, then sat and wrapped themselves round their other half again. Lamb waited. Chapman said, "Someone ran the numbers on her, and I expect they gave her a clean bill of health." "Because she's clean?" "Because they did a half-arsed job. She looks clean now, but go back far enough and it's a whole other story." "Which you did." "But my successor didn't, or whichever minion he assigned." Chapman slapped the newspaper on the bench without warning. The thwack stopped the old woman rocking for a moment, though the kids didn't react. "Christ," he said. "Me they sacked just to balance the books. If I'd been incompetent, I'd still have a job." "Yes, but it'd probably be round my gaff." Lamb tucked the envelope into a pocket. "Owe you one." "There's another possibility, Bad Sam said. Maybe they didn't do a proper job on her because they already knew what they'd find." Jackson Lamb said, "Like I say, I don't trust the bastards." He rose. "Don't be a stranger." "You've forgotten your shirt," Sam called. Lamb looked at the canoodling couple as he passed. "I'll never forget that shirt," he told them kindly. On the whirling metal circus of the road, it took him 5 minutes to find a taxi. Ambling down the road to the downside man, River pondered the task in hand. A contact, Mr. B, had come to Upshot to make contact with his handler or his Joe. And who that might be, River still had no idea. It hadn't taken long to embed himself into the village. He'd been half expecting a Wicker Man scenario, with locals in sinister masks, but turning up at the pub every night and attending evensong at St. John's was all he'd had to do. Everyone was friendly, and nobody had tried to set fire to him yet. His cover as a writer helped. On the outside, Upshot had less going for it than other Cotswold villages. It wasn't as picturesque. It had no galleries, no cafes, no bookshop, nowhere the culturally minded could gather to discuss their artistic leanings. But it remained as much a middle-class haven as its neighbours. A poster for a recent county-wide Arts Week indicated 4 local venues, and one of the fake barns along the main road housed a pottery whose prices were comfortably ridiculous. An author fitted in hand in glove. As for the locals he'd met, they were largely retired, or teleworkers, their livelihood independent of the village itself. Those who'd been employed at the USAF base had moved on long ago, but there remained a smattering of agricultural workers and a handful who ran trades from vans or garages. Carpenter, electrician, 2 plumbers. But even among the artisans, there was an air of quality craftsmanship and bills to match. And few of them were Upshot born and bred. The 20-somethings in evidence were the offspring of incomers, Kelly among them. Her father, as solicitor, practiced nearby. Kelly had a politics degree, and her job in the pub wasn't a life choice, more a treading of water while she decided what to do next. It appeared that a politics degree was about as useful as it sounded, but she seemed happy enough, was the center of a group of friends who worked as estate agents or graphic designers or architects as far afield as Worcester, but returned to Upshot each evening and colonized the pub. When they weren't in the clubhouse by the MOD range, piloting and taking care of Ray Hadley's little aeroplane, which River thought was the real umbilical cord. If they wanted the freedom of the skies, they had to keep returning to the village. River, not much older, reckoned they were still young enough to find that a price worth paying. On the other hand, it didn't explain what had attracted Mr. B. Maybe Lamb was right, and the old American base was at the heart of it. that was what had put Upshot on the map, even if the base itself hadn't appeared on maps at the time. It was why he'd placed it at the heart of his cover, the setting for his supposed novel. And now it was gone, and in its place was the Ministry of Defense artillery range, which rendered even more unlikely the chances of anything secreted there having survived 15 years. But still, it needed looking at, if only because River was running out of ideas. And he needed to see it the way Mr. B had, if that's what Mr. B had done, after dark and over the fence, which was what he planned to do later. And because he was a stranger here and had no desire to end up in a ditch or under arrest, he wasn't going alone. Like Marcus had said, the Needle was called the Needle on account of its mast, but everything about it looked sharp. All 320 meters of it burst into daylight out of a shallow crater which was paved in red brick, laid in tiers and studded with huge bronze pots, each boasting a tree as yet too spindly to cast shade, though the size of the pots suggested they'd grow tall and leafy. Stone benches were set here and there, around which small graveyards of cigarette stubs had been flattened, and spotlights were trained at intervals on the Needle's sides. At night it was lit like a carnival. In daylight from this angle it looked dark, vaguely monstrous, as if out of place and asking for trouble. Of its 80 stories, the first 32 belonged to a hotel which hadn't opened yet, or Pashkin would doubtless have booked a suite there. The rest were privately leased and not yet fully occupied, but security was tight and had lately risen several notches with the arrival of Rumble, the out-of-nowhere Apple rivals who were preparing to launch a new version of their world-conquering e-reader, plus the diamond merchants de Koenig and Bifford Jennings Whale, the Chinese-owned market traders. Here, along with all the other banks, insurers, interdealer brokers, and risk management consultants, were the wealthy embassies of offshore havens, drawn by the bright lights and big views. Quite the little United Nations, though without the avowed intent of doing any good except unto themselves. On her first visit, Min in tow, Louisa had taken the stairs to the next landing down, but had been unable to access the floor. The stairwell doors were one-way, unlocking only in the event of fire or other emergency, while the business lifts, separate from the hotels, were restricted access. Cameras monitored every lobby. As for the suite Spiderweb had finagled, she didn't know who owned that, a deliberate omission from the paperwork. Whoever it was, they were evidently open to persuasion, but then Webb was a collector of other people's secrets. Min had found him laughable, but Spiderweb was the kind of joke you laughed at, then looked behind you in case he'd heard. She shook her head abruptly. Don't think about this. Don't think about Min. Do the job. Collect secrets of your own. A problem? No, nothing. Arkady Pashkin nodded. And keep your thoughts inside your head, she added. She didn't like the way Pashkin looked at her, as if reading a script from her features. They were in the lift, heading swiftly skyward. Their names had been recorded on entry, security protocols demanding a register be kept of who was in the building at all times. For the meeting with Webb, they'd be sidestepping this. Webb had supplied a key card for the service lift, which could be accessed from the underground car park. They'd planned to be above the city, but under the radar. No one would know they were there. Today, though, they'd been shepherded through the atrium, where a small rainforest now flourished. This, the eco-flash of the new hotel, had taken root in the last 3 weeks. Guests would be able to take walks in the undergrowth when they tired of the big city, and emerge for a drink and a sauna when they tired of nature. All around the greenery, ever-diminishing people pursued a variety of tasks integral to the grand opening of a world-class hotel, which was still a month off. In China, Pashkin remarked, buildings this size, even with all these fancy... Losing his way, he snapped a word at Pyotr, who replied, trappings. All these fancy trappings, they go up inside a month. Marcus said, I gather they're not overburdened with health and safety. In the suite, Pashkin strode round the table as if measuring it. He spoke several times in Russian, short, blunt sentences Louisa guessed were questions, because to each Pyotr or Kirill made an even shorter response. Meanwhile, Marcus stationed himself by the door, arms folded. He'd been ops, she reminded herself. Would have worked on bigger jobs than this before losing his nerve, if that's what had happened. For now, he seemed unfazed by the views and was mostly watching Pyotr and Kirill. Pashkin stood with thumbs hooked into his jacket pockets, lips pursed. He might have been a prospective tenant, looking for an angle to hang a price reduction on. Nodding at the cameras affixed above the doors, he said, I assume they are off. Yes. And there are no recording devices of any sort here? None. As if following a mental checklist, he then said, what happens in an emergency? There are stairwells, Louisa said, north and south walls. She pointed to be clear. The lifts freeze and won't take passengers. The wells are reinforced and all the doors are fireproof, obviously. They unlock automatically. He nodded. What kind of emergency was he expecting, she wondered. But then, the whole point about emergencies was you didn't expect them. It was difficult once you'd embarked on such a chain of thought not to become entangled in its linked banalities. Pashkin said, That's a lot of stairs. It could be worse, she said. You could be coming up them. He laughed at that, a deep laugh from the heart of his burly frame. That's a good point. What kind of emergency might that be that would have you running up 70 flights of stairs? Whatever kind it was, she thought, if it wasn't serious to start with, it certainly would be before you reached the top. The pair of them and the other two Russians crossed to the window. Last time she'd been here, she'd been overwhelmed by the space on offer. All that sky overlooking all that city. It was beautiful, but stank of wealth. Which was what had been weighing on her that day. Her need for money. Her need for a better place for herself and Min. A bigger slice of all that space. And Min had been there, of course, in touching distance. They didn't have much money, and didn't have enough space, but they'd had a hell of a lot more than she had now. An air ambulance swam into view, carving up the distance between east and west. She watched its silent progress, an orange dragonfly, oblivious to its own ridiculous shape. Maybe, Pashkin said, we should try going down the stairs, yes? To see how well we'd cope with an emergency. She turned. Marcus had moved to the table, was leaning over it, his palms resting on its surface. She had the sense of interrupted movement, but his expression was unreadable. I have a better idea, she said. Let's use the lift. In the back of the cab, Jackson Lamb opened the envelope Chapman had given him to find just 2 sheets of paper. He read them, then spent the rest of the journey so distracted he almost forgot to demand a receipt. When he reached his office, Standish was there, her cheeks tinted as if she were the one who'd just climbed 4 flights of stairs. Mr. B has a name, she said. Oh, God, you've been investigating. He shrugged off his coat and threw it. She caught it and folded it over one arm. Andrei Chernitsky. The words rolled off her tongue darkly. He used a passport in that name when he flew out. It's on the park's books. Don't tell me. Second-rate hood. Running a hand through greasy, thinning hair, Lamb parked himself behind his desk, not ranking KGB, but showed up in a supporting role when heavy lifting was needed. You already knew? I know the type. When did he leave? The morning after he killed Dickie Bowe. I know the absence of allegedly. You're starting to believe me, Standish. I never didn't believe you. I'm just not sure sending River out on his own is the right way to find out what's going on. Lamb said, yeah, I could have prepared a report, presented it to Roger Barrowby, who's evidently running things these days. He'd have had 3 other people read it and make recommendations, and if they came up positive, he'd have formed an interim committee to investigate possible avenues of reaction, after which I get the point. I'm so glad. I was beginning to bore myself. Do I take it you've recruited Ho to do your research? Or is he still playing computer games on the firm's time? I'm sure he's hard at work on the archive, Catherine said. And I'm sure he's hard at work on my arse, Lamb paused. That didn't work. Pretend I didn't say it. Andrei Chernitsky, Catherine persisted. Did you recognize him? If I had, don't you think I'd have mentioned it? Depends on your mood, she said, but the reason I ask is Dickie Bowe obviously did, which suggests Chernitsky did time in Berlin. They didn't call it the Spook Zoo for nothing, Lamb said. Every tuppenny lowlife turned up there one time or another. He found his cigarettes and put one in his mouth. You've got a theory, haven't you? Yes, I didn't say I wanted to hear it. He lit up. The smell of fresh tobacco filled the room, displacing the smell of stale tobacco. How's the day job? Shouldn't there be reports on my desk? She said, when Dickie Bowe was kidnapped, we used to call it bagging. When Dickie Bowe was bagged, I really have no choice but to hear this, do I? He said there were 2 of them. One called himself Alexander Popov. Catherine batted away smoke with her hand. I think Chernitsky was the other, Popov's muscle. That's why Bowe dropped everything to follow him. This wasn't some stray spook from the old days. It was someone Bowe had a very specific memory of, someone he might even have wanted revenge on. Cigarette notwithstanding, Lamb appeared to be chewing. Maybe it was his tongue. He said, You realize what that would mean? Uh-huh. Uh-huh, you do? Or uh-huh, you're making a noise, so I'll spell out what it means and you'll pretend you knew all along. They bagged him. They force-fed him alcohol. They let him go, Catherine said. There was no point to it at all, except that he get a look at them, so that one day they could swish a coat in his path and he'd trot after it like a trained poodle. Jesus, Lamb breathed out grey air. I'm not sure what disturbs me more, the thought that someone's got a 20-year plan or the fact that you've already worked that out. Popov took a British spy off the streets 20 years ago with no motive except to use him as an alarm bell when the time was right. Popov never existed, Lamb reminded her. But whoever made him up did, and apparently this was part of his plan, along with the cicadas. A sleeper cell. Lamb said, Any plan a Soviet spook came up with 2 decades back is long past its sell-by date. So maybe it's not the same plan. Maybe it's been adapted. But either way, it's in play. This isn't you chasing ghosts from your past anymore. It's a ghost from your past jumping up and down shouting, Look at me! And why's that? I haven't a clue. But it demands a more coherent response than just letting River Cartwright off the leash. Chernitsky went to Upshot for a reason, and the only logical reason is that that's where this network's ringleader is. And whoever that is, you can bet your life they already know River's not who he's pretending to be. Lamb said thoughtfully. Or I could bet River's life, which would be safer for me and more convenient. It's not a joke. I've been checking up on the names in River's reports. None of them scream Soviet agent. But then, if any of them did, they'd not have successfully buried themselves all this time. Are you still talking to me, or just thinking aloud? Lamb took a final drag on his cigarette and dropped the stub into a coffee cup. Bo was killed, yes. Sad, but shit happens. And the point of killing him was to lay a trail. Whatever that's about, it's not to set up River Cartwright. Someone wants one of us there for a reason. Sooner or later, probably sooner, we'll find out who and why. So we do nothing? That's your plan? Oh, don't worry. There's plenty to chew on in the meantime. The name Rebecca Mitchell ring a bell? She's the driver who ran down men. Yeah, well, him being drunk and her a woman, it's no surprise the dogs signed off on it. But they shouldn't have. Pulling Bad Sam's envelope from his pocket, he tossed it onto the desk. They looked at her last 10 years, during which she's been a squeaky clean lady, if you leave aside her killing one of my team, which they shouldn't have done. What they should have done was to take her entire life and shake it in a high wind. And find what? And find she used to be a different kind of squeaky altogether. Back in the 90s, she was bumping uglies with all sorts, and had a particular yen for your romantic Slav. Spent 6 months sharing a flat with a pair of charmers from Vladivostok, who set her up in her catering business before they buggered off. Though, of course, he added, that's just circumstantial, and she might be Snow White. What do you think? Catherine, who rarely stooped to profanity, swore. Indeed, me also. Lamb picked up the coffee cup, raised it to his lips, then noticed it was an ashtray. As if I didn't have enough to be getting on with, it turns out whatever these shady Russian bastards of spiderwebs are up to, it's dodgy enough to get Harper killed. He put the cup back down. Just one thing after another, isn't it? They returned the Russians to the hotel, then headed for the tube. Marcus suggested cabbing it. Louisa gestured at the traffic, which was sclerotic. She had a hidden agenda. In a taxi, she'd have little choice but to suffer Marcus's conversation. On the tube, he'd be more likely to give it a rest. That was the theory. But as they headed into the underground, he said, "What do you make of him? Pashkin? Who else?" She said, "He's the job," and slapped her Oyster card on the platen. The gates opened and she slipped through. One step behind her, Marcus said, "He's a gangster." Webb had said as much, one-time mafia. But these days he was establishment, or rich enough to pass, and she didn't know how it worked in Russia, but in London, once you were rich, being a gangster was a minor offense, on a par with wearing a tie for a club you didn't belong to. Nice suit, nice manners, and his English is better than mine, and he owns an oil company, but he's a gangster. At the top of the escalators, a poster warned of disruption to services during tomorrow's rally. Being anti-bank, chances were the rally would be well attended and turn ugly. She said maybe, but Webb says we treat him like royalty, so that's what we do. Meaning what? We pimp him an underage masseuse, or suck his dick for a wrap of coke? Those probably weren't the royals Webb was thinking of, she said. On the train, Louisa closed her eyes. Part of her brain was juggling logistics. The rally would be a factor. You couldn't dump 250,000 pissed-off citizens into the mix without complicating things. But these thoughts were an alibi, parading through her consciousness just in case anyone had developed a mind-reading machine. By tomorrow, details like the route to the needle were going to be as useful as Christmas crackers. Marcus Longridge was talking again. "Louisa?" She opened her eyes. "Ah, stop." "I know," she told him, but he was giving her a quizzical look anyway. All the way up from platform to street, he was a step or two behind her. his attention took the form of a heat spot back of her neck. Forget about that. Forget about tomorrow. Tomorrow wasn't going to happen. Tonight was. When River stepped into the pub, it was to greetings from two separate tables. He thought, you could spend years propping up the bar at your London local, and they wouldn't know what name to put on the wreath. But maybe that was just him. Maybe the River who made friends easily was the one pretending to be someone else. He returned all greetings and stopped at the Butterfields table, Stephen and Meg. Neither needed a drink. Kelly was at the bar, polishing a glass on a tea towel. "How nice to see you," she said, playing with him, definitely, but that was okay. He ordered a mineral water, and she raised a mild eyebrow. "Celebrating?" While she fetched it, he felt a twinge he hoped wasn't his conscience. If he'd met Kelly anywhere, he'd have done his best to end up exactly where he'd been that afternoon. So why was he certain that if she discovered he wasn't who he claimed to be, she'd chop off his pickled eggs? Sorry? Would you like a pickled egg with that? They're a popular local delicacy. Carefully enunciated, as if inviting comparison with other local delicacies he might have recently enjoyed. "Tempting, but I'll give it a miss," he said. "Flying Club not in tonight?" "Greg popped in earlier. Were you hoping to grab anyone in particular?" "No one I haven't already grabbed," he said quietly. "Walls have ears?" "My lips are sealed." "That's good," she said. "We'll make a spy of you yet." With that ringing in his ears, he made his way back to the Butterfields. Stephen and Meg Butterfield, parents of Damien, another member of the Flying Club. He was retired from publishing. She part-owned a boutique in Moreton and Marsh. In the country, but not of the country, as Stephen put it. In the country, but happy to pop up to London twice a month to eat, visit friends, catch a play, remember what civilization feels like. But happy, too, to wear a tweed cap, a green V-neck, and carry a silver-topped stick. In the country and blending in nicely, more like. He asked River, "How goes the writing business?" "Oh, you know, early days." "Still researching," said Meg. Though her eyes were on River, her long, nervous fingers toyed with the smoking equipment in front of her. Packet of tobacco, Riesler papers, throwaway lighter. Her graying blonde hair was under wraps tonight, coiled beneath a black silk headscarf. And this too, and the wrinkles at her eyes, and even her clothes marked her out a smoker. The ankle-length skirt glittering with silver threads, and the black cardigan with deep pockets, and the red-fringed shawl she wore like a displaced Bedouin. In London, he'd have dismissed her as a superannuated hippie. Here she seemed more like an off-duty witch. He could see her knocking up a remedy for lovesick swains, if that was still a word. Probably was round here. Not much call for it in the city. The couple sat next to each other on the bench, which River thought sweet. 90% of the job, he said. Funny how simple it was to be an expert on writing. Getting it down on paper is the easy part. We were talking about you with Ray. You met Ray yet? River hadn't, though the name was all too familiar. Ray Hadley was the maypole around which the village danced. He was on the parish council, on the school's board of governors, on everything that required a name on a dotted line. He was the éminence grise of the Flying Club too, a retired pilot and the owner of the small plane housed near the MOD land, and yet he remained elusive. I haven't, no, because Hadley always seemed to have just left or was expected any moment but didn't turn up. There weren't many places in Upshot that weren't the pub, but Hadley had contrived to find most of them these past few weeks. Ray was great mates with the brass at the base, Meg went on. Always in and out of there, wasn't he, darling? Give him half a chance, he'd have joined up. Still would. The chance to fly one of those Yank jets, he'd have given his right bollock. Can't believe your paths haven't crossed yet, Meg said. He must be hiding from you. Actually, I might have seen him this morning, heading for the shop. Tall, bald man, yes? Meg's phone rang. Ave Satani. Son and heir, she said. Excuse me. Damien, darling. Yes. No. I don't know. Ask your father. She handed the phone to Stephen, then said to River, Sorry, dear, busting for a fag, and collected her paraphernalia and headed for the door. Stephen Butterfield began a lengthy explanation of what it sounded like was wrong with Damien's car, waggling an apologetic eyebrow at River, who made a no-matter gesture and returned to the bar. The pub had oak rafters onto which paper currency had been pasted and whitewashed walls on which farm implements hung. In a corner were photographs of upshot through the years. Most had been taken on the green and showed groups of people metamorphosing through black and white austerity to the hair-bare bunch fashions of the 70s. The most recent was of 9 young adults, more at ease with their youth and good looks than earlier generations had been. They stood on a strip of tarmac, 3 of them women, Kelly Tropper at their center. In the background was a small aeroplane. He'd been looking at this photo on the first evening there and had recognized the woman who just served him a pint when a man approached. He was about River's age, though broader, and with a head like a bowling ball, hair trimmed to the skull, an equally sparse fuzz prickling chin and upper lip, and eyes sharp with cunning or suspicion. River had seen similar eyes in other pubs. They didn't always spell trouble, but when trouble broke out anyway, they were usually right near the middle. And who might you be? Let's be polite, thought River. The name's Walker. Is it now? Jonathan Walker. Jonathan Walker, the man repeated in a sing-song voice to underline the effeminate nature of anyone limp-wristed enough to be called Jonathan Walker. And you are? What makes that your business? And now a third voice chimed in, and here was the bartender offering a brisk, Behave, you! To River she said, His name's Griff Yates. Griff Yates, River said. Should I repeat that in a stupid voice? I'm not sure I've grasped the local customs yet. We've got a clever one, Yates had said. He put his pint down, and River had a sudden glimpse of what his grandfather would have made of this. You've been undercover 5 minutes, and you're about the same distance away from a public brawl. Which part of covert is giving you trouble? Last clever one we had in here would have been that city twerp who took up the James's place for a summer. And you know what happened to him? River had little option. No, he said. What happened to him? He fucked off back where he came from, didn't he? Griff Yates paused a beat, then roared with laughter. Fucked off back where he came from, he repeated, and kept laughing until River joined in, then bought him a pint. Which had been River's first upshot encounter, and a little bumpier than those that followed. But then Griff Yates was the odd one out. Griff Yates was local stock. A little older than the crew known as the Flying Club, he existed at a tangent to them, part envy, part blunt antagonism. He wasn't here now, though. Andy Barnett, who was known as Red Andy, having voted Labour in '97, was at the bar instead, or technically was, his unfinished pint and Sudoku puzzle claiming the area for the duration. Andy himself was temporarily elsewhere. With no immediate audience, Kelly smiled a welcome. Hello again, you. He could still taste her. I haven't bought you a drink yet. Next time I'm on your side of the bar. She nodded at his glass. And it won't be mineral water, I can tell you. You working tomorrow? And the night after. What about tomorrow afternoon? Habit forming, is it? There was a look women could give you once you'd slept with them, and Kelly bestowed this upon him now. I told you I'm flying tomorrow. Of course. Going anywhere nice? The question seemed to amuse her. "It's all nice up there." "So it's a secret?" "Oh, you'll find out," she leaned forward. "But I'm finished here at 11:30 if you want to pick up where we left off." "Ah, wish I could. Kind of busy." She raised an eyebrow. "Kind of busy? What kind of busy can you be after closing time round here?" "Not the kind you're thinking of. It's, 'Hello, young man, chatting up our lovely bar staff.'" And this was Red Andy, back from having a smoke, if the fumes clinging to his jacket were any guide. "Andy," said River. "Just been chatting with Meg Butterfield out there." He paused to drain his pint. "Another one of these, Kelly dear, and one for our visitor." "Meg tells me you're well on with your book." "Nothing for me, thanks. I'm about to leave." "Pity. I was hoping to hear about your progress." Andy Barnett was everybody's nightmare. A genuine local author whose self-published memoir had been quite the succès d'estime, don't you know, which anyone who'd met Andy Barnett did 2 minutes later. "Be more than happy to look at anything you're ready to show. Oh, you'll be first in line." A draft at River's back indicated someone new had just come in, and Barnett said, "Here comes trouble." River didn't have to turn to know who this was. It was growing dark when Louisa emerged at Marble Arch among crowds of young foreign tourists. She threaded past giant rucksacks and breathed the evening air, tasting traffic exhaust, perfume, tobacco, and a hint of foliage from the park. At the top of the steps she unfolded a pocket map, an excuse for pausing. After inspecting it for 2 minutes, she put it away. If she was being followed, they were good. Not that there was reason for anyone to be following. She was just another girl on a night out, and the streets were heavy with them. Whole migrating herds of fresh young things, and some less fresh and some less young. Tonight Louisa was a different woman to the one she'd lately been. She wore a black dress which stopped above the knee and showed off her shoulders, or would do once she removed her jacket, which was 5 years old, and starting to look it, but not so much a man would notice. Sheer black tights, her hair pulled back by a red band. She looked good. It helped that men were easy. She carried a bag on a strap, just big enough for a few feminine essentials, the definition of which varied from woman to woman. In her own case, alongside mobile phone, purse, lipstick, credit card, it included a can of pepper spray and a pair of plastic handcuffs bought off the internet. Like many internet-related activities, these purchases were amateurish and ill thought out, and part of her wondered what Min would have said, but that was arse backward. If Min had been in any position to know, she'd not have been carrying this stuff. The ambassador looked different at night. Earlier, it had been another imposing urban monolith, all steel and glass and carefully maintained curb flash. Now it glittered. 17 stories of windows, all catching reflections of the whirlwind traffic. She used her phone as she approached, and he answered on the second ring. "I'll be straight down," he said. She'd hoped he'd ask her up. Still, if not now, later. She'd make sure of that. In the mirrored lobby, it was impossible not to catch sight of herself. Again, what would Min have thought? He'd have liked the dress and the way her tights showed off her calves, but the thought that she'd scrubbed up for someone else would have struck ice through his heart. And here came the lift, and out of it stepped Arkady Pashkin. Alone, she was relieved to note. Crossing the lobby, he was careful not to show teeth, but there was a wolfish gleam in his eyes as he took her hand and, yes, raised it to his lips. "Miss Guy," he said, "how charming you look." "Thank you." He wore a dark suit with a collarless white shirt, its top button undone. Knotted round his neck was a blood-red scarf. "I thought we might walk, if that's all right," he said. "It's warm enough, yes?" "Perfectly warm," she said. "And I have so few chances to see the city as it should be seen," he said. nodding at the young woman on reception as he guided Louisa out onto Park Lane. All the great cities, Moscow, London, Paris, New York, they're best enjoyed on foot. I wish more people thought so, she said, raising her voice to be heard above the traffic. She looked round, but no one was following. It's just us, then. It's just us. You've given Pyotr and... sorry, I've forgotten. Kirill? And Kirill the night off? Very good of you. It's the modern way, he said. Treat your workers well, or they look for pastures new. Even when they're goons... He had taken her arm as they crossed the road, and she felt no increase in pressure. On the contrary, his voice was amused as he replied, Even when, as you say, they are goons. I'm teasing. And I like to be teased, up to a point. No, I gave them the evening off because I took the liberty of assuming that tonight is not business, though I was surprised to get your call. Really? Really, he smiled. I won't play games with you. I get calls from women, even from English women who can be a little... is reticent the word? It's a word, Louisa allowed. And this afternoon you seemed so businesslike. I don't mean that as a criticism. On the contrary, though in this particular case it means I have to ask, was my assumption correct? That tonight's not business. They were safely across the road, but he had not released her arm. She said, Nobody knows I'm here, Mr. Pashkin. This is entirely personal. Arkady. Louisa. They were in the park on one of its lamplit paths. It was warm, as Louisa had promised, and the traffic's hum receded. Last winter she'd walked this path with Min, heading for the Christmas fair. There'd been a Ferris wheel and skating, mulled wine, mince pies. At an air rifle booth, Min had missed the target 5 times in a row. Cover, he'd said. Don't want everyone knowing I'm a trained sharpshooter. Bury that, she thought. Bury that moment. She said, We seem to be heading somewhere. Do you have a plan, or are we just seeing where the moment takes us? Oh, he told her, I always have a plan. That makes 2 of us, Louisa thought, and her grip tightened on the strap of her bag. 200 yards behind them, out of reach of the lamplight, a figure followed silently, hands in pockets. There was damp in the air and overhanging clouds, a grey mass hiding the stars. Griff Yates set off at a lick, but River kept up. They met nobody on the village's main road, and few houses were lit. Not for the first time, River wondered if the place existed in a time warp. Perhaps Yates read his mind. Missing London much? Peace and quiet makes a nice change. Soul being dead? But if you don't like it, why do you stay? Who says I don't like it? They passed the shop and the few remaining cottages. St. John of the Cross became a black shape and vanished into bigger darkness. Upshot quickly disappeared at night. The road curved once, and that was it. Some of the people mind. I'd happily be shot of them. Incomers, River said. They're all incomers. Andy Barnett talks like he's farming stock, but he doesn't know the business end of a bull. Which probably depended on whether you were a cow or a rambler, River thought. What about the flying crew? What about them? They're a young crowd. Weren't any of them born here? Nah. Mommy and Daddy moved here when they were small so the kiddies could grow up in the country. You think real locals have aeroplanes to play with? It's still their home. No, it's just where they live. Yates stopped abruptly and pointed. River turned, but saw nothing, only the dark lane, hedge-rowed either side. Larger outgrowths were trees waving at the sky. See that elm? River said yes, though he had no idea. My granddad hanged himself from that when he lost his farm. See? History, that is. Means your family's blood's been spilt there. Somewhere doesn't belong to you just because your parents bought a chunk of it. It kind of does, though, River said, in the strictly legal sense. They walked on. That's bullshit about your granddad, isn't it? Yeah. They reached a crossroads, one fork of which was a farm track. 2 ruts in a narrow passage. Griff marched down it without altering speed. The surface was slick underfoot, with random outcroppings of rock. River had a pencil torch he couldn't use, partly because they were approaching the MOD land, but mostly so Griff wouldn't think him a wuss. It was very dark. There must be a moon, but River had no idea where or what shape it would be if it showed itself. Meanwhile, Griff marched without stumbling or slowing, proving a point. This was his territory, and he could navigate it eyes shut. River gritted his teeth and picked his knees up. Less chance of stumbling. Griff halted. "Know where we are?" "Of course I bloody don't. Tell me." Griff pointed left, and River squinted, not seeing it. "Start at the ground and move your gaze upwards." River did as told, and about 8 feet from the ground became aware of a change in texture. This wasn't hedgerow anymore. Catching light from somewhere, it winked at River briefly, and he understood. This was the MOD range, bordered on all sides by a wire mesh fence, along the top of which razor wire curled. "We're going over that," he was whispering. "Can if you like, but I'm not." They trudged on. "Common land this used to be," Griff said, "before the war, till the government invoked some emergency provision and used it for training. Then the war ended, but they never gave it back, did they? Leased it to the Yanks, then when they buggered off it went back to the M of bloody D." He hawked noisily and spat. "For more training, so they say." "Artillery range, isn't it?" "Oh, aye, but that might be just cover." "For what?" "Weapons research, maybe? Chemical weapons you get, or other stuff they don't want us knowing about." River made a non-committal noise. "You think I'm joking?" "Truthfully," River said, "I haven't the faintest idea." "Well, here's your chance to find out." It took River a moment to realize Yates was pointing at a section of dark undergrowth. It looked no different than any other stretch they'd passed this last half hour, but that's what Griff was here for, to show him a way in he couldn't find for himself. "After you," he said. "So how long have you been with the Department of Energy?" "I thought we agreed no business." "Forgive me, one of my vices. I find it difficult to relax." He glanced at her chest, a fair proportion of which was on display. "Not impossible, just difficult." "We must see what we can do about that," she said. "Something worth drinking to." He raised his glass. She had already forgotten the name of the wine he'd ordered, and its label was obscured now as it wallowed in its bucket. But he'd specified the year, and that was a first for Louisa. Her dining experiences mostly involved sell-by dates, not vintages. "I was sorry to hear about your colleague," he said. "Mr. Harding?" "Harper," she said. "My apologies, Harper, and my condolences." "Were you close?" "We worked together." "Some of my closest friendships have been born of work," he said. "I'm sure you miss him. We should drink to his memory." He raised his glass. After a moment, Louisa raised hers to meet it. "Mr. Harper," he said. "Min." "I'm sure he was a good man." He drank. After another moment, so did she. The waiter arrived and began unloading food, the sight and smell of which made her want to gag. She'd just drunk a toast to Min's memory with the man she was sure was the force behind his death. But now would not be a good time to retch. She had the whole evening to get through. Keep him sweet and keep him happy, keep him eager until they were back in his suite. Then business could begin. She wanted to know who, and she wanted to know why. All the questions Min himself would seek answers to if he were here. "So," she said, her voice far away. She cleared her throat. "So, you're happy with tomorrow's arrangements?" He waved a finger like a disappointed priest. "Louisa, what were we just saying?" "Oh, I was thinking about the building. Impressive, isn't it?" "Please, you must try this." He was arranging bits of starter on her plate. She still had no hunger, She had an ache inside, but it wasn't food she needed. She forced a smile and thought she must look grotesque, as if her mouth had fishhooks at the corners. But despite his enormous wealth, he was too much the gentleman to shudder or point. "Impressive, yes," he said, and she had to change mental gear. He was talking about the needle. "Capitalism at its most naked, rearing high above the city. You don't need me to mention Freud, I'm sure." "Perhaps not this early in the evening," she heard herself say. "And yet it's impossible to avoid. Where there is money, there is also sex. Please." He gestured with his fork. "Eat." It was as if he'd prepared it himself, and she wondered if that were a symptom of wealth, that you assume yourself the source of all your company's needs and pleasures. She ate. It was a scallop, over which had been drizzled a nutty-looking sauce, which tasted of too many things for her tongue to process. And yet that ache inside, which food could not pacify, rolled over on its back and quietened. Eat. Eat some more. It wasn't wrong to be hungry after all. He was saying, "And where there's sex, trouble follows. I've been seeing posters everywhere, hearing news reports. This Stop the City rally. Are your masters at the Department of Energy worried about it?" That joke could wear thin. "It's not ideal timing, but our route avoids it. I'm surprised your authorities allow it on a weekday." "I suppose the organizers felt there was little point in bringing the city to its knees at the weekend, when the city's out of town." Her bag buzzed. That was her phone receiving a text, but there was nobody she wanted to hear from. She ignored it and speared another scallop. He said, "And it won't get out of hand?" Similar demonstrations had seen burning cars and shattered windows, but the violence tended to be contained. "These things are strenuously policed. The timing's a pain, but it's just one of those things. We'll work around it." Arkady Pashkin nodded thoughtfully. "I'll trust you and your colleague to get me there and back safely." She smiled again. It felt more natural this time. Maybe because she was thinking that there was no chance Pashkin would be trusting her to do anything once this evening was over. Always supposing he was still alive. For some reason, River had expected it to be different this side of the fence. Lighter, perhaps, easier underfoot. But having followed Griff through not much of a gap in the spiky undergrowth to a sheared-through section of the wire fence that peeled back, he found everything much the same, except that there was no defined track and he was muddier. "Where now?" he asked, breathing hard. "The main complex 2 miles that way." River couldn't tell which direction Griff was pointing. "We passed some abandoned buildings first, 1/2 mile or so. Ruined. Leave buildings untended, that's going to happen." "How often do you come here?" "When I feel like it. It's a good place for rabbiting." "How many other ways in are there?" "That one's easiest. Used to be another towards Upshot where you could lift a post clean out of the ground and just walk in over the fence. But it was cemented back in place." They began to walk. The ground was slick and inclined downwards. He slipped and would have hit the ground if Griff hadn't steadied him. "Careful." Then the clouds thinned and a sliver of light gleamed from behind a gauzy curtain. River saw Griff's face clearly for the first time since leaving the pub. He was grinning, showing teeth as grey as his pitted skin, his mottled scalp. He seemed to be reflecting that scrap of moon. Darker shadows waited at the foot of the incline. River couldn't make out whether they were trees or buildings, then understood they were both. There were 4 buildings, mostly roofless, and jutting out from their broken walls were long spectral branches, which caught a shiver of wind as he watched and beckoned him onwards. Then the heavens shifted again and the moonlight faded. "So," River said, "if someone just turned up looking for a way in, he'd not be likely to find it." Griff said, "Might, if he was smart or lucky, or both." "You ever run across anyone in here?" Griff made a snickering noise. "Scared?" I'm wondering how secure it is. There's patrols and some places are wired. You want to avoid them. Wired? Tripwires, lights and sirens, mostly near the base though. Any round here? You'll know soon enough, won't you, if you tread on one? That would be a laugh, thought River. Holding an arm out for balance, he followed Griff towards the smashed-up buildings. Pashkin said, I ought to ask, you're not married? Only to the job. And these, messages you're getting, they're not from an irate lover? Louisa said, I have no lover, irate or otherwise. She'd received 3 further texts, but hadn't read them. They had eaten their starters and their main courses, had drunk the first bottle and most of the second. It was the first proper meal she'd eaten since Min's death. Pricey, too. Not a detail that would bother Arkady Pashkin, who owned an oil company. Louisa wondered if condemned men reviewed their final meals, sent compliments to the chef en route to the scaffold. Probably not, though they had the excuse of knowing they were condemned. She would blind him with the pepper spray, plastic cuff him hand and foot. Then all she'd need was a towel and a shower hose. In the service, they trained you in interrogation resistance, which was a covert way of teaching you interrogation methods. Pashkin was a big man, seemed in good health, but she imagined he'd last 5 minutes. Once she'd learned how Min had met his death, and which of Pashkin's goons had killed him, she'd put him out of his misery. There'd be something around she could use, a letter opener, picture wire. They taught you to be resourceful in the service. So, he said, you don't want to know the same of me? Arkady Pashkin, she quoted, is twice married, twice divorced, and never in want of attractive female company. He threw back his head and roared. All around the restaurant, heads turned, and Louisa noticed that while the men scowled, the women looked amused, and some of their gazes lingered. When he'd finished, he dabbed his lips with his napkin and said, It seems I've been Googled. The penalties of fame, he said, and it doesn't, put you off, this so-called Playboy image? Attractive female company, she said. I'll take that as a compliment. So you should. And as for never in want, journalists exaggerate for headline value. A waiter arrived and asked if Madame, Sir, would like to view the dessert menu. He went off to fetch it, and Pashkin said, Or we could walk back across the park now. She said, I think so, yes, but would you excuse me? The cloakroom was down a flight of stairs. When they called them cloakrooms, you'd moved up a notch on the restaurant scale. This one had old-fashioned pewter sinks in a wooden unit, lighting dim enough to flatter, and proper cotton towels, not air blowers. She was alone. From elsewhere came the muffled percussion of cutlery, the conspiratorial hum of conversation, the throaty drone of an air purifier. She locked herself in a cubicle, peed, then checked her bag. The plastic cuffs seemed weedy and impractical until you tugged them, whereupon their tensile strength became apparent. Once you'd wrapped them round someone, they had to be cut free. As for the spray, the label warned of serious damage if applied directly to eyes. A nod was as good as a wink. She left the cubicle, washed her hands, dried them on a proper cotton towel, then stepped out of the door and into the lobby, where she was seized and pulled through another door into a small dark space. An arm was round her throat, her mouth clamped shut. A voice whispered into her ear, Let's have the bag. Where the slope bottomed out, the ground was stony and clumped with grass. River heard trickling water. His night vision was picking up, or maybe there was more to see. The first house was right in front of them, broken like a tooth. One side collapsed to reveal the cavity within. Wooden beams straddled its upper half, supporting an upper story that was no longer there, and the floor was a litter of brick, tile, glass, and broken stonework. The other buildings, the furthest no more than 100 yards away, seemed in similar fettle. From inside the next, River heard a rustling as its tree stirred and branches scraped against what remained of its walls. "Was this a farm?" he asked. Griff didn't answer. He glanced at his wrist, then moved off towards the further building. Instead of following, River walked round the first house. The tree inside was big enough that its upper branches poked above the highest remaining wall. He wondered how long a tree took to grow so big and figured the house had been a ruin for decades. He saw no sign that anyone had been there recently. He was standing in cold ashes, the remains of a fire, but that was long dead. If Mr. B's purpose had involved the MOD base, he might have met his contact here, in this hollow, among these victorious trees and smashed houses. River wondered whether this area was patrolled or if it was only the perimeter the guards took notice of. Griff would know. Where was Griff? He walked back round the front. He couldn't see more than a dozen yards ahead and didn't want to shout. Plucking a chunk of rock, he hurled it at the house. It hit with a thwack loud enough to alert Griff, but no figure appeared. He waited a minute, then did it again. Then checked his watch. It was seconds off midnight. The dark dispersed as if a switch had been thrown. A shining ball burst into being overhead with a noise like tearing paper. It hovered in the sky, casting unearthly light, and instantly made the landscape strange. The battered houses with their intruder trees, the pocked and hillocked ground, all became alien, another planet. The light was orange, edged with green. The noise faded. What the hell? River spun round as another noise ripped the world apart. A banshee scream so loud he had to slap hands to his ears. It ended in a crash he couldn't tell how far away, and before its echoes died, another erupted into the night, and this time he saw in its wake a red-hot scar that burnt its shape into his eyes, and then another, and another. The first explosion shook the ground, and warm wind blasted past him. The second, third, fourth turned him on his heels. The blasted ruins were no shelter, but they were all there was. River leapt a ruined fragment of wall and landed on a strew of broken tiles, and then he was sprawling on the ground as furious noises crashed nearby, and he had to crawl for the shelter of the tree, the nearest thing to safety he could currently imagine. He closed his eyes, made himself small as possible. Way over his head, the night sky fizzed and boiled with angry lights. Jesus wept, he thought, with that part of his mind not screaming in terror. Of all the nights to pick, he'd chosen one when the range was in use. Another explosion took his breath away, and he thought no more. Tonight, he'd be breaking hearts. This was new territory. Roderick Ho wasn't without experience in the gentle art of trashing stuff. He'd wrecked credit ratings, disassembled CVs, altered Facebook statuses, and cancelled standing orders. He had systematically dismantled the offshore tax arrangements of a couple of old school chums. Who's the dweeb now, dickheads? And once had broken an arm. She'd been 6, he'd been 8. It was almost certainly an accident. But hearts? No. He'd broken no hearts yet. Tonight would put that right. Roddy had first met Shauna, let's be precise, first encountered Shauna, on Aldersgate Street. They were heading for their respective offices, and she'd barely noticed him. Well, barely might not be the word, not might be the word. But he'd noticed her, enough that the second time they passed he was half looking out for her, and on the third was actually waiting for her, though nowhere she'd see him. He'd tailed her to her office, which turned out to be a temping agency near Smithfield. Back at Slough House, it hadn't proved much of a stretch to take a peek at its intranet, check out staff listings, and there she was, beaming photo and all. Shauna Bellman. After that, it was a hop and a skip to Facebook, where, among other things, Roddy found Shauna to be a workout addict. So next up was a wander round the membership files of the local gyms. The third one he tried, he found her address. A couple of hours later, they were best friends, which is to say that Roddy Ho now knew about everything there was to know about Shauna, up to and including the name of her boyfriend. Which is where the heartbreak came in. The boyfriend had to go. He smiled at her image, a wistful smile acknowledging the pain that precedes happiness, and downsized her photo into the tab at the foot of his screen. Then flexed his fingers, making a satisfying crack. Down to business. And it's going to work like this. Shauna's boyfriend is going to strike up a friendship with a couple of skanks on an internet chat site. A conversation which is going to move from inappropriate to downright graphic within the space of half a dozen exchanges. At which point, with the kind of fat finger error it's almost impossible not to see as willed, as if the cheating bastard actually wants to be caught, he's going to accidentally copy Shauna in on the entire thread. And sayonara, boyfriend. After that, it was gravy. Tomorrow morning, make it the day after, let the dust settle, all Roddy would have to do, passing Shauna on her way to Smithfield, would be to make some friendly observation. Hey, beautiful, why so sad? And then, hey, men are jerks, tell me about it. And then, after she'd gratefully been taken to dinner or a movie or whatever, hey, baby, you want to take this in your... Roddy? Crock! Catherine Standish made less noise than a draft. I hate to bother you when you've got your hands full, she said, but there's something I need you to do. If he stood dead center of his sitting room, Spider Webb was exactly 3 paces from the nearest piece of furniture, which itself sat in open space. This was his sofa, which was long enough to lie full length on, with wiggle room on either end. After another couple of paces, you reached the wall, against which you could lean back and spread your arms wide without meeting obstruction. And while you were doing this, you could feast your eyes on the view, which Spider kept behind big glass doors giving onto his balcony. Treetops and sky, the trees organized in a neat row because they lined a canal along which quiet narrowboats glided, decked out in royal reds and greens. Beat that, he thought. This was a catch-all phrase, applicable to whoever happened to be handy, but in Spiderweb's personal lexicon it had a specific target. Beat that, River Cartwright. River Cartwright occupied a 1-bedroom flat in the East End. His view was a row of lock-up garages, and there were 3 pubs and 2 clubs within shucking up distance, which meant that even once River had negotiated his way through chavs, tarts, drunks, and meth heads, he'd still get no sleep for the racket they'd make till it was time to roll home for their heroes. Which neatly underlined the way things were. River Cartwright was a fucking loser, while James Webb was scaling heights like Spider-Man's smarter brother. It might have been different. Time was they'd been friendly. They'd undergone training together, were going to be the next bright lights of the service, but this was what happened. Spider had been compelled to become instrumental in River's downgrading to slow horse, and subsequently, many long months later, River had demonstrated his poor fucking loser status by smashing Webb in the face with a loaded gun. Still, that had only hurt for a while. A long while, true, but the facts remained. Spider lived in this apartment, worked in Regent's Park, and was on Diana Taverner's daily contact list, while River sweated out interminable days in Slough House, followed by noisy nights in the arse end of the city. The best man had won. Now the best man was meeting Arkady Pashkin in London's smartest new building in the morning, and if all went as planned, he'd be recruiting the most important asset the service had seen in 20 years. a possible future leader of Russia in Regent's Park's pocket, and all it would cost Webb was promises. After that, Lady Di's daily contact list would look like small beer. Besides, anyone forming a long-term alliance with Taverner was going to end up being Nick Clegged. Snuggling up to Ingrid Tierney was the better bet. Side by side with Tierney, he'd be seen as First Anointed. And for all the modernizing policies the service tipped its hat at, that counted for a lot. Everything to play for then, and he'd done everything right too. From the moment Pashkin had made contact, Webb had played it like the high-stakes game it was. And luck had been with him. Roger Barrowby's security audit had played into his hands, giving him the perfect alibi to outsource security details to Slough House, whose drones would follow orders without their activities registering on the park's books. Even the location had been swiftly arranged. Pashkin had asked for the needle, and it had taken Webb just 3 days to secure it. The suite's leaseholder was a high-end trading consultancy, currently brokering an arms deal between a UK firm and an African republic, and only too happy to cooperate with an MI5 agent. The date, chosen to fit with Pashkin's commitments, had been manageable too. Webb ran his tongue round mostly new teeth, a tangible reminder of River Cartwright's assault. All the details had fallen into place. If it weren't for Min Harper's death, it would have been textbook. But Harper had died because he'd been drunk, and that was an end to it. There was nothing to suggest any last-minute snags, so all Webb had to do was get his head down and sleep the sleep of the just, full of the easy dreams and anticipations of success that would seem to River Cartwright like memories from another life. So that's what he'd do now, soon, in a bit. Meanwhile, Spider Webb stood gazing round his bright, well-appointed apartment, congratulating himself on his charmed existence and hoping nothing would fuck it up for him now. From her office, Shirley watched Catherine Standish enter Ho's office and close the door behind her. Something going on, and this was the pattern. When Shirley could be useful, some crap job was dumped on her. The rest of the time she was out in the cold. Even Marcus Longridge was more wired in than her. Longridge had stepped into Min Harper's shoes, at least as far as the job went. Where Louisa was concerned, Shirley doubted he'd be taking up Harper's slack anytime soon. Louisa had turned into a wraith since Harper's death, as if actively prolonging some symbiotic relationship. He was dead, so she was a ghost. But still she was out there, on a live job, while Shirley was stuck peeping over her monitor at someone else's closed door. She'd found Mr. B, found him twice, tracked him to Upshot and nailed him at Gatwick too, which was like following a minnow through a shoal. But she didn't know what those triumphs amounted to because no one was telling her squat. It was late, and she should have been on her way hours ago, but she didn't want to go home. She wanted to know what was going on. Shirley knew enough about stealthy movement not to fart about trying to move quietly. She strode into the hall and put her ear to Ho's door. And now she could make out a murmur. How it translated into English she wasn't sure. Catherine was speaking softly, and Ho filled the gaps by remaining silent. The only distinct sound was a creak. A very slight creak. Trouble was, it came from behind her. Slowly she turned. Jackson Lamb, on the next landing up, gazed down at her like a wolf who just separated a sheep from its flock. Back across the park they walked. The traffic maintained an insectile buzz, and up above, airliners circled, stacked on the Heathrow approach. Arkady Pashkin held her by the arm. Louisa's bag was lighter now. When it banged her hip, she felt only the usual baggage. Mobile, lipstick, purse. But her heart was thumping wildly. Pashkin pointed out the shapes of trees, how streetlights dancing behind quivering leaves made it seem a ghost was passing. He sounded very Russian saying this. When a motorcade fired up, his grip tightened briefly, though he made no comment, and a short while later he tightened it again, as if to underline that he had been unperturbed by the sudden explosion, that it had coincided with his decision to squeeze her arm. She said it must be late, and her voice sounded as if she were at the far end of a hall of mirrors. They rejoined the pavement. Black cabs thundered past, their flow interrupted by the occasional bus. Through tinted windows, faces gazed at London's brilliant parade. Pashkin said, or maybe repeated, "Are you quite well, Louisa?" Was she? She felt like she'd been doped. "You're cold." And he draped his jacket over her shoulders like a gentleman in a story, the kind you didn't encounter anymore, unless they were trying to impress you because they planned to get you naked. They arrived at his hotel's territory, a broad sweep of pavement lined with terracotta pots, and she stopped, feeling the tug of his arm for a moment before he too halted. His face was polite puzzlement. "I ought to go," she said. "There's a lot to do tomorrow." A swift nightcap? She wondered in how many languages he could say that. Not the best time. She shrugged his jacket off, and as he reached for it, his eyes grew colder, as if he were re-evaluating the night's conversation and concluding he'd made no basic errors, that this unsatisfactory conclusion was due to her having supplied incorrect data. "I'm sorry." He made a slight bow. "Of course." I had planned to come upstairs. He wouldn't have been surprised to hear that, this man with more money than the Queen. I had planned to come upstairs, have a nightcap, fuck you if necessary. Anything to get you into a state where I could trust you like a Sunday goose and force answers from you like, what did Min find out that meant he had to die? "I'll get you a taxi." She kissed him on the cheek. "This is not over," she promised, but luckily he had no notion as to what she meant. In the taxi, she told the driver to let her out round the corner. He sighed theatrically, but stopped when he caught her expression. Only a minute after she'd left it, the evening air struck her like a new thing, tasting dark and bitter. The taxi pulled away. Footsteps approached. Louisa didn't turn. "You saw sense." "I had no choice, did I? Not once you'd taken my gear." Christ, she sounded like a petulant schoolgirl. Maybe, Marcus agreed. "Yeah, well, you wouldn't answer your phone," he said. "I could have let you give it your best shot, but it would have been a good way to get seriously damaged, or dead." Louisa didn't reply. She felt used up, ready to crawl under the covers and hope daylight never came. Nearby traffic thundered along Park Lane, while up in the dark skies aircraft plowed through clouds, their taillights bright as rubies. "Tube's this way," said Marcus. Shauna was a memory. Her boyfriend was reprieved. The pair could spend another night in their fool's paradise because Roddy Ho had other fish to fry. One day he was going to sit Catherine Standish down and explain to her exactly why he didn't have to do everything she said. It would be a short conversation, which would doubtless end with her in tears, and he was already looking forward to it as he loaded the names she'd given him onto his computer and started doing everything she'd said. And because he was who he was, the digital tasks in front of Roderick Ho bloomed and eclipsed the resentment boiling inside him. Catherine slipped into his rear view, then vanished, and the list of names became the next level of the online game he was constantly playing. As ever, he played to win. Lamb said, "She was listening outside when you were talking to Ho." "And I was inside when you caught her doing that," Catherine said. "So how come I didn't hear you disemboweling her?" "Oh, she had an excuse." Catherine waited. Lamb said, "She wanted to hear what you were talking about." "That would cover it," Catherine agreed. "You think she's Lady Di's plant?" "Don't you? She's not the only possibility. So you assume it's Lockridge. What are you, Standish, racist? No, That's even worse than thinking it's the Dyke, Lamb said. I'm so glad we've got you to grade our discrimination issues. Ho's looking at the upshot menagerie. She was used to him switching topics. I've got as far as I can on my own. There are plenty of candidates, no obvious suspects. Would have been quicker to use him in the first place. I wasn't supposed to be doing this in the first place, she pointed out. Has River checked in? Earlier today. He okay? Why wouldn't he be? Whatever's going on, it's not a big plot to assassinate Cartwright. This summit happens in the morning, the Pashkin thing. And you think there's a connection, he said flatly. Arkady Pashkin, she said. Alexander Popov. That doesn't worry you? Give me a break. I've got the same initials as Jesus Christ, but I don't go on about it. This isn't an Agatha Christie. I don't care if it's a Dan Brown. If the two are connected, then something will happen in Upshot. Soon. We should let the park know. If Dander's Taverners mole, they already do. Unless you want to take a punt on this initials thing. Lamb scratched his chin thoughtfully. Think they'll call a Cobra session? You're the one who put all this in motion, and you're just going to wait and see what happens? No, I'm going to wait for Cartwright's call, which he'll make when he's back from the MOD place. You think I'm still here this time of night because I've nothing better to do? Pretty much, Catherine said. What's happening at the MOD place? Probably nothing, but whoever laid a trail didn't do it to keep what's going to happen a secret. So I'm assuming Cartwright will find a clue somewhere. Now bugger off and leave me in peace. She rose but paused at the doorway. I hope you're right, she said. About what? That whatever's going on isn't a plan to assassinate River. We've already lost Min. They staff us with screw-ups, Lamb reminded her. We'll be back up to strength in no time. She left. Lamb tilted his chair back and gazed at the ceiling for a while, then closed his eyes and became very still. Ho sucked his teeth as he worked. What Standish had done with her data was old school. She'd processed it looking for common threads. You could do the job faster if you just printed it out and read it, biro in hand. Going Amish, they called that. Applied to Catherine Standish, too. The woman wore a hat. Ho's method didn't have a name, or not one he could think of. What he did came naturally, like water to a fish. He took the names, plus their DOBs, ignored everything else Standish had supplied, and ran them blind through engines both backdoor and legal. Legal was anything in the public domain, plus various government databases his service clearance gave him access to, tax and national insurance, health, driving license, what he thought of as data fodder. The backdoor stuff was more potent. For starters, he had an NCIS trapdoor. Ho limited himself to brief forays because its security was improving, but it gave near instant rundowns on even peripheral involvement with criminal investigations. It wasn't likely a deep-cover spook would have form, but it wasn't impossible, and Ho liked to keep in practice. After that came the Premier Division. Back when he'd been a junior analyst at the park, Ho had been given one-off access to the GCHQ network and had made a clone from his temporary password. He'd subsequently upgraded himself to administrator status and could pull up all existing background on any name he chose. This covered not only subversive activity, which included relationships with foreign nationals from any country on the suspect list, travels to unfriendly nations, which for historical reasons included France, and any contact whatsoever up to vague geographical proximity with anyone on the watch lists, which were updated daily, but also digital footprint, phone use, credit rating, litigation record, pet ownership, everything. If GCHQ sold user lists to direct mailing companies, it could fund the war on terror by itself. In fact, an enterprising freelancer might take advantage of this, Ho thought. A topic worth researching, though maybe not right this moment. He let himself in, entered the target names, created a destination folder for the results, and exited. No point hanging around while the Matrix did its stuff, which was to accumulate, assess, and regurgitate data, with crossover points neatly highlighted so even an Amish could assimilate the bullet points. Kind of like playing Tetris, all the little blocks of info settling into place, no gaps. Like that, only much more cool. If Shauna could see him now, that boyfriend of hers would be dust, and Roderick Ho lapsed into happy daydream while the machine world did his work. Why'd you stop me? The tube was quiet, a few homegoers down the far end, a lone woman plugged into her own little eye world, a drunk man by the doors, but Louisa kept it low because you could never tell. Marcus said, like I told you, trying to take down Pashkin on your own's a good way of getting hurt. And what's that to you? I was ops. We had this thing about watching each other's backs. He didn't appear offended. You think he killed Harper, don't you? Or had him killed. You think I'm wrong? Not necessarily, but don't you think he's been looked at? By Spiderweb? Who's not been straight with us? He's a suit. He's the park. He wouldn't be straight if you rammed a telegraph pole up his arse. She stood. I change here. You're going home? Now you're my dad? Just tell me you're not heading back for another crack at him. You took my cuffs, Longridge, and my spray. I'm not going back for another crack, no, not with just my bare hands. And you'll be there in the morning? She stared. He spread his hands wide. Look at me, nothing to hide. Maybe he had Min whacked, maybe not, but we've still got a job to do. I'll be there, she said through gritted teeth. That's good, but one other thing, yeah? The train pulled into the station and suddenly there were white tiles and lurid posters visible through the windows. Tomorrow I'm working security, and my job's to neutralize any threat to the principal. Understand what I'm saying? Good night, Marcus, she said, stepping onto the platform. By the time the train moved off, she disappeared down an exit tunnel. Marcus remained in his seat. 2 other people had left at Louisa's stop, 3 more had got on, and he knew exactly which were which. But as none represented a threat, he closed his eyes as the train picked up speed, and for all the world looked like he'd fallen asleep. Ho woke, straightened his neck, and the thread of drool bridging the corner of his mouth and his shoulder broke and pooled on his shirt front. He wiped his mouth blearily, dabbed at his shirt with his fingers, and wiped his fingers dry on his shirt. Then he turned to his computer. It was making a contented humming sound, the friendly noise it made when it had finished a task he'd set it. He rose. This was a sticky business. His clothing clung to his chair. In the hallway he paused. Slough House was quiet, but didn't feel empty. Lamb, he guessed, and probably Standish also. He yawned and padded to the toilet, peed mostly into it, then padded back to his office and slumped back into his chair. Wiped his fingers on his shirt again and drank some energy drink. Then tilted his flat screen to see the results of his searches. As he scrolled down, he leant forward. Information interested Ho to the precise degree that it might prove advantageous, and the data he was looking at had no relevance to himself. But it was of interest to Catherine Standish. Among the names he'd processed, she hoped, was that of Mr. B's contact, a Soviet sleeper from the old days. Finding out who it was would impress her. On the other hand, she already knew he was shit-hot at this, and while it was true she was nicer to him than anyone else in this dump, the fact remained that she'd blackmailed him into... Something caught his attention. He stopped scrolling, scrolled back up again, checked a date he'd just registered, then re-scrolled down to where he'd been. Ho pushed his glasses up his nose with a finger, then sniffed the finger and made a face. He wiped it on his shirt and returned his attention to the screen. A moment later, he again stopped scrolling. "You're kidding," he muttered. He scrolled down further, then stopped. "You have got to be kidding." He paused and thought. Then he keyed a phrase into the search box, hit return, and stared at the results. "You have got to be fucking kidding," he said. This time, he didn't stick to his chair at all. He heard a voice. "Walker?" The booming noises remained, but only inside his head, a pulse like a dull metal drumbeat, caroming round his skull. With every contact, a starburst was born, died, and rose again. His body was one big fist, its knuckles raw. "Jonathan Walker?" River opened his eyes to find he'd been captured by a dwarf. He was where he'd always been, curled at the foot of an indestructible tree, the only thing fixing the earth to the sky. The ruined building had shrunk, or everything else had grown, and his heart was trying to burst free from its cage. How long had he been here? 2 minutes? 2 hours? And who was the dwarf? He unclenched himself. The dwarf wore a red cap and twinkled in an evil way. "Enjoy the show?" River spoke, and his words swelled up as they left his mouth. His head had been swallowed by a balloon. "Griff, he's long gone." River could have sworn the dwarf rolled back on his heels like a toy you couldn't push over. Then he loomed back into River's face. "Not likely to stick around during artillery practice, is he?" He hauled River to his feet, and it turned out he wasn't a dwarf at all, but a medium-sized man. Unless River had shrunk. Terror could do that. He shook his head, and when he stopped, the world carried on shaking. He looked up, which was another mistake, but at least the sky had calmed down. No new scars ripped it apart. He looked back at the no longer dwarf. "I know you," he said, and this time his voice more or less behaved itself. "Maybe we should move." River pressed his hands to his temples. This suppressed all movement for a while. "We in danger here?" "The night's young." The man in the red cap, not a dwarf, but that cap remained real, turned and plodded out of the shell of the building. River stumbled after him. Lamb wiped his face with a meaty hand. This better be good. He'd been asleep in his chair and looked barely awake in it now. But when Roderick Ho had appeared in the doorway, printout in hand, his eyes had snapped open, and for a moment Ho had felt like a rabbit who'd wandered into a lion's cage. "I found something," he said. Catherine appeared. If she'd been sleeping too, she'd been less messy about it than Lamb, who was smeared with big red blotches. "What kind of something, Roddy?" She was the only person who called him that. Ho couldn't decide whether he liked it that way or wished more people did. He said, "Don't know, but it's something." "That wasn't the best sleep I've ever had," Lamb said, "but if you woke me to play 20 questions, you'll be sharing a room with Cartwright when he gets back." "It's the village. Upshot. The population spread." "It's pretty tiny," Catherine said. Lamb said, "It's bloody toy town with fewer amenities. You have any information we don't already know?" "Fewer amenities, exactly." Ho was starting to feel confident again. Remembered he was a cyber warrior. "There's nothing there, and even when there was, it was the Yank Air Base, and none of the names on the list had anything to do with that." Lamb lit a cigarette. "First of the day," he said. When Catherine flashed him a look, it was 10 past midnight. "Look, Roddy," this was said kindly. "All that crap I lay on you, the name-calling, the threats—" "It's okay," Ho said. "I know you don't mean it." "I mean every bloody word, my son. But it will all seem trivial compared to what'll happen if you don't start making sense. Sharpish, capiche?" The cyber warrior leaked away. None of them were connected with the air base. Something else must have attracted them to Upshot. But there's nothing else there, so... Urban flight? Lamb asked. It's what happens in cities when too many undesirables turn up. He paused. No offense. Except that's a gradual thing, Ho said, and this wasn't. The smoke from Lamb's cigarette hung motionless in the air. Catherine said, What do you mean, Roddy? And here was his night's triumph, though it involved fewer blondes than he'd wanted. They moved into the village in the space of a few months, a whole bunch of them. How many? Lamb asked. Handing his printout to Catherine, Ho said, 17 of them. 17 families. And they all arrived in Upshot between March and June 1991. And he had the satisfaction of seeing, for once, Lamb lost for an instant reply. Stomping up the slope Griff Yates had let him down earlier, River had to rest halfway. But the pounding in his head was fainter, and he was starting to notice he was alive when he could easily have been sprayed across this landscape as a fine red mist. The thought of encountering Griff again was starting to energize him too. Redcap waited at the top. He was little more than a dark outline, but River's brain was firing again, and a name popped into it. He said, You're Tommy Moult. Outside the village shop, selling packets of seeds from his bike basket. That was where River knew him from, though they'd never spoken beyond a hello. What are you doing here this time of night? Picking up strays. Tufts of white hair sprigged out from Moult's cap. He must have been 70. He had a well-lined face and dressed like he lived under a hedge with an ancient tweed jacket that smelled of outdoors and trousers that were knotted round his ankles. Makeshift bike clips, River supposed, though less sanitary possibilities occurred. His voice was a rough gargle. The local accent poured over pebbles. An unlikely savior, but a savior all the same. Well, thanks. Moult nodded, turned and walked. River followed. He had no idea which direction they were headed. His inner compass was spinning crazily. Over his shoulder, Moult said, You'd have been all right. They don't target the buildings. If they did, they'd be rubble. And those trees would be matchsticks. See the humps in the land back there? No. Well, they're Bronze Age barrows. The military don't plant ordnance on them. Draws criticism. I suppose Griff knows that too. He didn't plan on your being blown to bits, if that's what you're asking. I'll bear that in mind next time I see him. He just wanted to scare you shitless. Moult halted so suddenly River nearly bumped into him. What you probably ought to know is that Griff's been in love with young Kelly Tropper since she took the stabilizers off her bike. So what with you and her being so friendly and in the middle of the day, well, you can see he might take that amiss. Jesus wept, said River. That was this afternoon. Tommy Moult glanced skywards. Yesterday afternoon. And he knows about it? You know about it? You're familiar with the phrase global village? River stared. Well, Upshot's the village version of that. Everyone knows everything. Bastard could have killed me. I suppose to his way of thinking it wouldn't have been him doing the killing. Moult tramped off. River followed. It seems further than it did before, he said after a while. Same distance it's always been. A penny dropped. We're not heading back to the road, are we? Be a shame, Moult said, to go to all this effort, not to mention having the poop scared out of you, and then just scoot home with your tail between your legs. So where are we going? To find the only thing round here worth finding, Moult said. Oh, and by the way, it's top secret. River nodded and then walked on into the dark. Okay, Lamb said at last. That must be why I keep you round. Now back to your toys, Button Boy. If they're all sleepers, then they're long-term fakes, fakes being the operative word. Their paperwork must be good, but there'll be a chink of light somewhere. Find it. It's after midnight. Thanks, Lamb said. My watch is fast. And when you've done that, Do a background on Arkady Pashkin, which is spelt exactly like I've just said it. He paused. Is there a reason you're still here? Catherine said, That's good work. Well done, Roddy. Hole left. She said, Would it kill you to tell him well done? If he doesn't do his job, he's just taking up space. He found this. Catherine waved the printout. And another thing. Chink of light. There was a moment's silence. Christ, I'm getting old, said Lamb. Don't ever tell him, but that was unintentional. She went out to the tiny kitchen and put the kettle on. When she returned, he'd pushed his chair back and was staring at the ceiling, an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Catherine waited. At length he spoke. What do you make of it? It appeared to be a genuine question. She said, I presume we're ruling out coincidence. Well, it's not like Upshot had a sale on, and like Ho said, there's no other reason to move there. So an entire sleeper network just descended on a Cotswold village and, what, took it over? Sounds like the Twilight Zone, doesn't it? To what end? It's basically a retirement village. He didn't reply. The kettle boiled, and she went back out and made tea. Came back with 2 mugs and put Lamb's on his desk. He made no response. She said, It's not even a dormitory town. No direct rail link to London or anywhere else. It's got a church, a shop, and a few mail-order outlets. There's a pottery, a pub. Stop me when it starts sounding like a target. The base was still there when they moved in, which suggests that if their presence had anything to do with the base, they'd have left by now, or done whatever they meant to do while it was still operational. And who buys a house to carry out a covert op, for heaven's sake? Half of them took out mortgages. That's how Ho found them. Lamb said, No, please, keep talking. I find silence oppressive. Without shifting his gaze from the ceiling, he began fumbling for his lighter. She said, If you like that, I'm opening a window. It already stinks in here. Lamb removed the cigarette from his mouth and held it above his head. He rolled it between his fingers. She could hear him thinking. He said, 17 of them. 17 families, or some of them are families. Do you think the kids know? How many are we talking about? Catherine checked the printout. About a dozen, most of them well into their 20s, but at least 5 still have strong ties to the village. River says... Lamb jerked upright and she paused, her thread broken. What? Why are we assuming they know about each other? She said, because they've been there 20 years. Yeah, it must come up at dinner parties all the time. His voice rose a key. Did I ever mention that Sebastian and I spy for the Kremlin? More Chablis? He resumed his search for his lighter. Sleepers operate solo. They don't have handlers, just a call code. Do this, over and out. Years can go by in between, and they have no contact with anyone else. His face had assumed its bullfrog expression. He found the lighter and lit his cigarette, but did so on autopilot. He didn't even comment when Catherine crossed the room, raised the blind, and opened the window. Dark night air rushed in, eager to explore this brand new space. He said, Think about it. The wall comes down, the USSR breaks up. Whatever the network was for, at this point it's tits up. So maybe the mastermind running it, who we're assuming is the same guy who dreamed up Alexander Popov, decided to mothball it. But instead of calling them home, he sends them out to the sticks instead. Why not? Catherine jumped onto his train of thought. They've spent years burrowing into English society. They've all got jobs, all successful in their own fields, and then they're instructed to move out into the countryside like countless other middle-class successes. Maybe they're not sleeping anymore. Maybe they've become who they've been pretending to be. Living normal lives, said Lamb. So I was right. It is a retirement village. Though it seems someone plans to wake them up. Either way, said Catherine, it might be an idea to let River know. Molt opened the fridge and from its freezer compartment produced a bottle so frosted River couldn't read its label. Finding glasses on a shelf, he set them on the workbench. Then he uncapped the bottle, filled each glass, and handed one to River. "That's it?" River said. "You expected a slice of lemon? We've walked 7 miles across pitch-black moorland, and your top secret is you know where there's free booze?" "It was barely 2 miles," Moult pointed out, "and there's a quarter moon." On the moor, they'd had to drop to the ground when a jeep passed, carving out chunks of the night, small parts of which glittered, insects darting about like aerial shards of glass and reflecting the security patrol's headlights. Not long afterwards, they'd come through the fence, but not the same way Griff Yates had led River in. Instead, they'd emerged onto a stretch of tarmac along which they'd been trekking for over a minute before River registered what it was. Not a road, but a landing strip. And then the building up ahead took shape, and it was the hangar where the flying club kept their aeroplane. Next to it was a smaller construction, the clubhouse itself, which turned out to be not much more than a garage with added amenities. The fridge Moult was raiding, a few chairs, an old desk cluttered with paperwork, a stack of cardboard boxes, half covered by a plastic sheet. Light came from a bare overhead bulb. The key to all this treasure had been on a ledge above the door, which would have been the first place River looked had Tommy Moult not already known it was there. Tommy Moult, who was now looking at his empty glass as if trying to puzzle out how it had got that way. River said, "I'm guessing you're not actually a full member of the club." "It's not a club as such," Tommy said, "not with rules and membership lists, so that would be a no." He shrugged. If they wanted their door locked, they'd keep the key where it couldn't be found. There were photos magneted to the fridge. One was of Kelly in flying gear, jumpsuit, helmet, broad smile. Others, alongside bills and newspaper clippings, showed Kelly's friends. Damien Butterfield, Jez Bradley, Celia and Dave Morden. Others River couldn't put names to. An older man standing by the neat aircraft that was the flying club's pride and joy looked very much the pilot in pressed trousers and silver-buttoned blazer. His white hair was immaculately tended, his shoes shined to perfection. "That's Ray Hadley, is it?" "Aye," Tommy said. "How do you afford his own plane? Maybe he won the lottery." Hadley was the club's founder, if a club that wasn't a club could have a founder. Through his encouragement, Kelly and company had taken flying lessons. Because of him, their lives had come to center around this garage and the hangar next door. In one of their first conversations, River had asked Kelly how they managed to afford it all, and slight puzzlement had flitted across her face as she'd explained that their parents had paid. "It's not much more expensive than riding lessons," she'd said. Above the desk was a calendar, the month's days marked off in small square boxes. Several had been X'd out with thick red marker pen. Last Saturday, River noted, and the Tuesday before that, and tomorrow. Underneath it, holiday postcards had been blue-tacked to the wall, beaches and sunsets, all a long way away. His mobile vibrated in his pocket. "I'll be outside," he told Tommy, which was where he checked the incoming number before answering. It was Catherine Standish, not Lamb. "This is going to sound odd," she promised. Catherine gone, Lamb closed his window, pulled down his blind and poured a glass from the Talisker kept, true to cliché, in his desk drawer. As he drank, his gaze slipped out of focus. Anyone watching might have thought he was slipping into a booze-fueled nap, but Lamb asleep was more restless than this. Lamb asleep made sudden, panicky movements and sometimes swore in tongues. This Lamb was still and silent, though his lips shone. This Lamb was impersonating a boulder. At length, this Lamb spoke aloud. "Why Upshot?" If Catherine had been there, she'd have said, "Why not? It had to be somewhere." "And if it was anywhere else, I'd be asking, why there?" Lamb replied, "but it wasn't anywhere else. It was Upshot. And whoever had decided that that's where it should be had Kremlin brains in a Kremlin head, which meant they didn't choose breakfast without weighing up the consequences, which meant there was a reason for it being upshot which didn't involve a map and a pin. Eyes closed, Lamb summoned up the Ordnance Survey map he'd studied once a day since River Cartwright had become an agent in place. Upshot was a small village among larger towns, none of which had any strategic significance. They simply nestled in the heart of the British countryside, attracting tourists and photographers. They were towns where you bought antiques and expensive sweaters, places to go when you were sick of cities, and if you wanted an image of England, they were the places you thought of, once you'd used up Buck House and Big Ben and the Mother of Parliaments. Or at least, he amended, they were the places a Kremlin brain in a Kremlin head might think of when thinking of England. Now Lamb stirred and sat up. He poured another scotch and drank it, the two actions twin halves of a single seamless gesture. Then he pawed at his collar with a meaty hand to confirm he already wore his coat. It was late, but he was still up, and in Lamb's world, if he was still up, there was small reason why any other bugger should be sleeping. Needing a Russian brain to pick, he left Slough House and headed west. River said, "You what?" Catherine repeated herself. "Half the names you've mentioned, Butterfield, Headley, Tropper, Tropper?" Catherine paused. "Any special reason for singling him out?" "No, who else?" She read them out. Butterfield, Headley, Tropper, Morden, Barnett, Salmon, Wingfield, James. The rest, 17 names, most of which River had encountered. Wingfield. He'd met a Wingfield at St. John's. She was in her 80s, one of those old ladies who seem half-bird, bright of eye and sharp of beak. Used to be something at the Beeb. River, still here. "We thought Mr. B was an upshot to meet a contact. It could have been any one of them, River. It looks like the Cicada network exists all right, and is right there, right now." "There a Tommy Moult on that list, M-O-U-L-T? He could hear the printout shimmy in her hands. "No," she said, "no Moult." "No, I didn't think there would be," River said. "Okay. How's Louisa?" "The same. It's this summit thing tomorrow. Your old friend Spiderweb and his Russians, except what?" Lamb came up with background on the woman who ran Min over. It looks like the dogs might have been hasty, writing it up as an accident. "Jesus," he said. "Louisa, no?" "No. Keep an eye on her, Catherine. She already thinks Min was murdered. If she gets proof, I will." "How do you know she thinks that?" "Because I would," he said. "Okay, I'll watch my step. But so far, I've got to tell you, Upshot appears to be what it looks like on the map. A small piece of nowhere in some pretty countryside." "Roddy's still digging. I'll get back to you." River stood a while longer in the dark. Kelly, he thought. Kelly Tropper. Maybe her father, yes, former big-shot lawyer in the capital. Maybe he was the kind of long-term burrower the old-style Kremlin might have put in play. But his daughter had barely been born when the wall came down. There was no reason to suspect she might be part of the network. What were the chances that this little nowhere was nurturing a new generation of Cold War warriors? And what would they be fighting for if it did? The resurrection of the Soviet Union? Through the window, he watched Tommy Moult pour more vodka, then take something from his pocket and put it in his mouth. He used the alcohol to wash it down. He still wore his red cap, and the hair that poked from it seemed comical. His skin was tight across his jaw and bristled with white stubble. The gleam in his eyes was lively enough, but there was an air of weariness about him. The cap struck a jaunty note at odds with everything else. Turning, River faced the hangar. The big doors giving onto the landing strip were padlocked, but there was an unsecured side entrance. He stepped inside, listening hard. The but the only sounds were those of an empty structure, and when he swept the interior with his pocket torch's beam, nothing scuttled from its reach. The plane loomed in the shadows, a Cessna Skyhawk. He'd not been this close to it before, but had seen it plowing the skies above Upshot where it seemed a child's toy. It wasn't that much more substantial now, about half as tall as River himself and maybe 3 times that long. It was single-engined, with space for 4 passengers, white with blue piping. When he had laid a hand on its wing, it was cold to the touch, but promised warmth, the warmth of coiled potential. He hadn't really registered until now that Kelly flew, had known it as a fact, but not felt it. Now he did. The rest of the structure was mostly clear floor space, everything else being stacked against the walls. A flatbed trolley's handle reared up like a hobby horse. Whatever it held was draped in canvas. This was secured to the trolley with clothesline, and River had to fiddle with a knot, torch in mouth, before he could peel it free. Having done that, it took him a moment to work out what it was that was stacked there, 3 sacks deep. He put a hand to it. Like the plane, it was cold, but warm with the same coiled potential. What felt like a pair of darts struck him on the neck. A flash of light ignited River's brain, and the world turned to smoke. The Wentworth Academy of the English language was quiet. No light showing from its 3rd-floor offices above the stationers off High Holborn. This suited Lamb. He'd prefer to find Nikolai Katinsky asleep. Being woken at this hour would stir memories and render him amenable to questioning. The door, like Slough's house, was black and heavy and weathered, but where the latter hadn't been opened in years, this saw daily use. No groaning from the tumblers as Lamb slipped a pick into its keyhole, no squealing from the hinges as he eased it open. Once inside, he waited a full minute, accustoming himself to the dark and the building's breathing before tackling the staircase. It was often observed of Lamb that he could move quietly when he wanted. Min Harper had suggested that this was only true on his home ground, because Lamb knew every creak and wobble of Slough House, having doctored the noisier stairs himself. But Harper was dead, so what did he know? Lamb went up without a sound and paused at the academy's door barely long enough to squint through its frosted window, or so it appeared, though the pause proved long enough for him to gain entry. He closed the door behind him as silently as he'd opened it. Again he stood a moment, waiting for the atmospheric disturbance his entrance had made to settle, but it was wasted caution. There was nobody there. The door to the next office hung ajar, and there'd be nobody in there either. The only living thing was Lamb himself. Slivers of streetlight broke through blinds, and as his eyes adjusted, he could make out the shape, under the desk, of the still-folded camp bed, its thin mattress folded round its metal frame like a diagram of an unlikely yoga position. Lamb carried no torch. Torchlight in a darkened building screams burglary. Instead, he switched the angle poise on, flooding the desk with cold yellow lamplight and puddling the rest of the room. Everything looked as it had on his previous visit. Same bookshelves holding the same thick catalogues, same paperwork littering the desk. He opened drawers and scuffled through papers. Most were bills, but a letter laying among them, handwritten, peeping from a coyly curling flap. A love letter, of all things, not even an explicit one, but expressing regret at parting. It seemed that Nikolai had seen fit to end an affair. Neither the fact that he had done so, nor that he had embarked upon an affair in the first place surprised Lamb. What he did find curious was that Katinsky had left the letter in what amounted to plain view. All it took was for someone to break in and rifle his desk. Katinsky had never been a player, a cipher clerk, one among many. barely known to Regent's Park before his defection, but still. Service life should have taught him Moscow rules, and Moscow rules should never be forgotten. He replaced the letter, examined a desk diary. No appointments had been noted for today. The remainder of the year was empty too, a string of blank days stretching ahead. Lamb flipped back and found annotations, brief reminders, initials, times and places. He put it down. In the small adjoining office was a filing cabinet which held clothing. In a mug on a shelf, a razor and toothbrush. A shirt hung on the back of the door. In a corner, a blue cool box held tubs of olives and hummus, slices of ham and a chunk of moldy bread. In a cupboard, he found a stash of empty pill bottles, none with prescription labels. Zimoflavin, one read. He dropped it in a pocket, then surveyed the tiny room once more. Katinsky lived here, all right. He just wasn't here now. Lamb switched off the angle poise and left, locking the door behind him. London slept, but fitfully, its every other eye wide open. The ribbon of light atop the telecom tower unfurled again and again. Traffic lights blinked through unvarying sequence, and electronic posters affixed to bus stops rotated and paused, drawing an absent public's attention to unbeatable mortgage deals. There were fewer cars, playing louder music, and the bass pulse that trailed in their wake pounded the road long after they'd gone. From the zoo leaked muffled shrieks and strangled growls, and on a pavement obscured by trees, leaning on a railing, a man smoked a cigarette, the light at its tip glowing brighter, then dying, as if he too were part of the city's heartbeat, performing the same small actions over and over, all through the watches of the night. Unseen eyes observed him. This stretch of pavement was never unregarded. What was curious was that he'd been allowed to stand there for so long without interference. A half hour crawled by before a car turned up at last and purred to a halt. Its driver spoke through its roll-down window. His tone was weary, though this might have had less to do with the time of night than with the man he was forced to address. "Jackson Lamb," he said. Lamb tossed his cigarette over the railings. "Took your time," he replied. When River came round, he was staring at the sky, and the ground was rolling beneath him. He was on a trolley, doubtless the one he'd seen in the hangar, was bound to it, in fact, with the same clothesline, was strapped like Gulliver, wrists, ankles, across the chest, across the throat, in his mouth a wadded-up handkerchief secured in place by tape. Pushing the trolley was Tommy Moult. "Taser," he said, "if you're interested." River arched his back and flexed his wrists, but the line held firm. The only give came from his flesh. "Or you could lie still," Moult suggested. "Want to be tasered again? I'm out of cartridges, but I can give you a contact blast. It'll hurt." River lay still. "Up to you." The one name not on Catherine's list was Tommy Moult. It hadn't occurred to him to wonder why Moult was here on a Tuesday night when he was usually only seen at weekends. A wheel hit a rock, and if River hadn't been tied in place, he'd have been thrown clear. The clothesline bit into his throat, and he made an indecipherable noise. Pain, fury, frustration, all muffled by the gag in his mouth. "Whoops!" Moult stopped pushing and wiped his hands on his trousers. He said something else, but the wind dragged it away. River twisted his head to ease the pressure on his throat. He was less than a foot from the ground. All he could see was black grass. And he thought again of what he'd found in the hangar, packed onto the trolley he was tied to now, which meant it wasn't on the trolley anymore. He assumed it was on the aeroplane instead. They sat in the car. Nick Duffy's cheek wore a crease mark stamped by a pillow. "So what did you think was going to happen?" he asked. "It's gone 2 in the morning and you're outside the park's front door, smoking like a madman and doing sod all. You're lucky they didn't unleash the Achievers." The Achievers were the guys in black who turned up slightly before things turned violent. "I do have clearance," Lamb pointed out. "Only on the understanding you never attempt to use it," Duffy said. "So I'm dragged out of bed because the duty staff are worried you're about to storm the place. They all remember last year's bomb scare." Lamb nodded complacently. "Good to know I'm not forgotten." "Oh, your memory lingers on, like herpes," Duffy nodded towards the nearby building. "No way are you getting inside, so whatever you were after, put it in a memo. Lady Di'll be thrilled. And now, as I'm one of the good guys, I'll give you a lift to the nearest taxi rank, but only if it's on my way home." Lamb clapped his hands once, twice, 3 times. Then again, and then some more. He kept this up until any humor in it was long since gasping for breath, and only then said, "Oh, sorry. You were finished. Fuck off, Jackson. Maybe later, after you've taken me into the park." "Were you listening?" "Every word. See, we could do this your way, but then I'd have to walk back from the taxi rank and do things less subtly. Which means making a fuss and, oh yeah, fucking up your career." He produced his cigarette packet, examined its empty recess, then tossed it into the back seat. "Up to you, Nick. I haven't fucked up anyone's career in months. It's fun, but the paperwork's shocking." Duffy was facing the road, as if the car were moving and the way ahead had grown complicated. "If you didn't already know you'd screwed up, we'd be on the move." Lamb reached across and patted Duffy's hand, which had grown whiter since his grip on the steering wheel had tightened. "We all make mistakes, son. Your latest was signing off on Rebecca Mitchell without doing the full court press." "She was clean." "Yeah, you established she was a virgin. Which maybe she is, but she didn't used to be. Not back when she was playing spin the bottle with a pair of likely lads from... where was it? Oh, yeah. Russia. And she just happens to mow down Min Harper, who's babysitting some visiting goon from... where was it again? You really want me to fill in the gaps? Taverner was happy with the report, and I'm sure she'll continue to be, until somebody holds it to the light and points out the cracks. Don't you get it, Lamb? She was happy. With it. He tapped the words out on the steering wheel, told me to wrap it in ribbons and file it away. So it's not me you're screwing with, it's her. Good luck with that. Grow up, Nick. Whatever order she gave, you're the one carried it out. So if anyone gets thrown to the wolves, guess who it'll be. For a moment they sat in silence, Duffy still tapping out unspoken words on the wheel. Then the tapping grew disjointed, faltered, stopped, as if the words were trailing away even in his mind. Christ, he said at last. My mistake was answering the phone after midnight. No, Lamb said. Your mistake was forgetting Min Harper was one of mine. They got out of the car and headed for the park. Long before the journey was over, every nerve in River's body was screaming for release. He felt like a tambourine rattled to someone else's rhythm. Molt, too, looked like he'd been fed through a ringer. Every 5 minutes he had to pause and rest. Earlier, approaching the clubhouse, they'd had to drop from sight when a patrol passed. That didn't happen now. Molt knew the patrol's routine, that was clear. Whoever he was, he knew what he was doing. As to where they were going, he was keeping that to himself. Pausing, he scratched his scalp, threw his hat, and everything shifted, as if his head had slipped off its axis. He caught River watching and grinned an evil grin. Nearly there. Records. Duffy had grown paler now they were inside, wore a tight expression suggesting he might soon spring a leak and deflate into an empty, angry bag. Records, he repeated. That's still downstairs, right? Duffy jabbed the lift button as if it were Lamb's throat. I thought your boy Ho was working on an archive. Yeah, well, he might not have done as much as he likes to pretend. Some floors down, but some floors above the lowest, they stepped into a blue-lit corridor. A door hung open at its far end, and the light streaming through it was warmer, library-like. Some of it was blocked by a squat, suspicious shape, a woman in a wheelchair, quite round, with the messy cap of grey hair and a face powdered to clownish white. As they approached, her expression changed from suspicion to pleasure, and by the time the two men reached her, she had opened her arms. Lamb bent down for her hug, while Nick Duffy looked on as if witnessing an alien landing. Molly Doran, Lamb said when the woman released him, and not looking a day older. One of us has to keep in shape, she said. You've got fatter, Jackson, and that coat makes you look like a vagrant. It's a new coat. New when? Since I last saw you. That's 15 years. She released him and looked at Duffy. Nicholas, she said pleasantly, fuck off. I won't have the dogs on my floor. We go wherever we... She waggled a short, fat finger. I won't have the dogs on my floor. He's just going, Molly, Lamb assured her. He turned to Duffy. I'll be here. It's the middle of the... waiting. Duffy stared, then shook his head. He used to warn me about you. Sam Chapman did. He had a few things to say about you, too, Lamb said, once he'd run the numbers on Rebecca Mitchell. Here. He produced the pill bottle he'd taken from Katinsky's office. Get this checked out while you're at it. Whatever Duffy had to say in reply was lost as the lift doors closed. Lamb turned to Molly Doran. How come they've got you on the night shift? So I don't frighten the youngsters. They take one look at me, see their future, and piss off to the city instead. Yeah, I thought it would be something like that. Her wheelchair, which was cherry red with thick velvet armrests, had the turning circle of a donut. She spun it on the spot and led Lamb into a long room lined with upright cabinets, which were set on tracks like tram lines, so they could be pushed together when not in use. One huge accordion structure, each row containing file after file of dusty information, some of it so ancient that the last to consult it had long since faded to dust himself. Here were Regent's Park's older secrets, which could all be stored on the head of a pin, of course, if the budget were there to squeeze it into shape. Upstairs, the queens of the database ruled their digital universe. Down here, Molly Doran was the keeper of overlooked history. In a cubbyhole was Molly's desk. A three-legged stool sat to one side, but the space in front was left free for Molly's wheelchair. So, this is where you've ended up. As if you didn't know. Social calls, never really been a people person. I don't think either of us were cut from that cloth, Jackson. She wheeled herself into her customary place. It's okay, it'll take your weight. He lowered himself onto the stool, glaring at her upholstered chariot. All right for some. She laughed a surprisingly bell-like laugh. You haven't changed, Jackson. Never seen the need to. All those years undercover, pretending to be someone you're not, I think they drained you of pretense. She shook her head as if remembering something. 15 years, and here you are. What do you need? Nikolai Katinsky. Minnow, Molly said. Yes. Cipher clerk. One of a shoal of the damn things we couldn't give them away in the 90s. He came with a piece from a jigsaw, Lamb said, but it didn't fit anywhere. Not a side piece, not a corner, just a bit of the sky. Molly's face had altered now they'd reached the meat. Her grossly overpainted cheeks shone pinker, their natural color showing through. He claimed to have heard of the cicadas, that phantom network that other phantoms set up. Alexander Popov. but it was all just one of those games Moscow Center liked to play before the board was tipped over. Lamb nodded. It was warm down here, and he was starting to feel clammy. So what paper do we have on him? It's not on the Beast? The Beast was Molly Doran's collective name for the service's assorted databases. She refused to differentiate between them on the grounds that when they crashed, which they were bound to, sooner or later, there'd be no telling them apart anyway. Just one dark screen after another, and she'd be the one holding the candle. Bare details, Lamb said, and the tapes of his debriefing. You know what it's like, Molly. The young guns think a 20-minute video's worth 1,000 words, but we know better, don't we? Are you trying to sweet-talk me, Jackson Lamb? If that's what it takes. She laughed again, and the sound went fluttering into the stacks like a butterfly. I used to wonder about you, you know. Whether you'd go over to the enemy? Lamb looked affronted. CIA? I meant the private sector. Huh. He glanced down briefly, taking in his stained, untucked-in shirt, scuffed shoes, and undone fly, and seemed to enjoy a moment's self-awareness. Can't see me being welcomed with open arms. Not that he bothered zipping up. Yes, now I see you. There was nothing to worry about, was there? Molly pulled away from the table. I'll see what we've got. Make yourself useful and put the kettle on. As she rolled off, her voice floated back. And you dare light up and I'll feed you to the birds. And here they were again. Had River slept? Was that possible? He must have drifted off on some naturally produced anesthetic, his body refusing to submit to more punishment. Through his mind, various nightmare pictures had flitted. Among them, a retrieved image. The page from Kelly Tropper's sketchbook showing a stylized city landscape, its tallest buildings struck by jagged lightning. And now they were here again, and every bone in his body groaned. Unless that was the noise the tree made as the wind shook its branches, scraping them against the ruined walls of the battered house. Home, sweet home, said Tommy Moult. Lamb sucked a biro he'd found and leafed through Katinsky's file. This didn't take long. Not a hell of a lot, he said. If it hadn't been for his mentioning the cicadas, Molly said, he'd have been thrown back. As it was, he got the low-grade treatment. Background established he was who he said he was, then got onto frying bigger fish. Born in Minsk, worked in transport administration there before being recruited by a KGB talent spotter, subsequently spent 22 years at Moscow Center. His existence was first noted in December 74 when we got hold of a staff rota. And we never made a pass, Lamb said. The file would be thicker if we had. Odd. You'd think we'd at least have taken a look. Placing the file on Molly's desk, he stared into the darkness of the stacks. The pen in his mouth rose slowly, slumped, and rose again. Lamb seemed unaware of this, unaware of anything, as his hand slipped inside his still-open fly and he began to scratch. Molly Doran sipped her tea. Okay, Lamb said at last. It was quiet in records, but grew quieter still now as Molly held her breath. What if he's not a minnow? What if he's a big fish pretending to be a minnow? How would that have worked, Molly? A strange thing to do. Why would anyone hide their light? Run the risk of being chucked back with the rubbish? Strange, Lamb agreed, but could he have done it? Faked a cipher clerk? Yes, he could have done it. If he was a big fish, he could have done it. They shared a look. You think he was one of the missing, don't you? Molly said. One of those we lost sight of when the USSR collapsed. Of whom there'd been more than a few. Some had probably found their way into shallow graves. Others, they suspected, had reinvented themselves and flourished even now in different guises. He might have been. He might have been one of those Kremlin brains who gave us so much trouble, who wanted out when the war was lost, but not to spend the rest of his life being poked at by the winners. Molly said, It would have meant placing that name on the rota years in advance. He couldn't have been sure we'd even see it. and then she checked herself. Oh. Yeah, Lamb agreed. Oh. Any idea how it came your way? I could run it down, Molly said doubtfully. Possibly. He shook his head. Not a top priority. Not right now. My point stands, though. He'd have had to do it years before he could know he needed it. December 74? Nobody saw the end coming. Not that far in advance. You didn't have to see it coming, Lamb said. You just had to know it might. He looked at the biro in his hand as if wondering how it got there. There's nothing a Joe likes more than knowing he's got his exits covered. There's something else, isn't there? You've got the look. Oh, yes, he said. There's more. Tommy Molt's breathing had slowed to normal. He'd wheeled the trolley over the rubble that had once been the house's floor, a bone-wrecking distance for River, who was starting to feel his teeth loosen. He continued to tremble even now they'd come to a halt. Where his bonds cut into him, he burned, and his ears throbbed in time to pounding blood. What was holding him together was rage. Rage at himself for being so stupid twice in one night. And because he'd had a glimmer of what Molt was planning and couldn't believe it, but couldn't disbelieve it either. The tape was ripped from his mouth. The handkerchief was pulled free. Suddenly River was gulping mouthfuls of night air, making up for the night's thin rations, breathing so deeply he almost gagged. Molt said, "You needed that." River could almost talk. "What the fuck are you doing?" "I think you already know, Walker. Jonathan Walker, by the way. Bit of a tired old name. It's mine." "No, it'll be the one Jackson Lamb gave you. Still, won't be needing it much longer, will you?" He knew Lamb. Knew River was a spook. There was little point feigning innocence. River said, "I'm supposed to check in. An hour ago they'll come looking." "Really? Miss one call and they send out the Coast Guards?" Molt pulled his red cap off. His hair disappeared with it, those white tufts that had sprigged from underneath. He was bald, or nearly bald, with only a fringe stubbling his ears. Miss tomorrow's, and maybe they'll get worried, though by then they'll have other things on their mind. "I saw what you had on the trolley, Molt." "Good. Give you something to think about." "Molt?" But Molt had stepped out of River's line of vision, and all he could hear was feet tracking over rough ground. "Molt!" Then not even that. As carefully as he could, River moved his head to face the sky again. He took a deep breath and bellowed, and at the same time arched his back, as though the same rage was trying to burst through his stomach. The trolley rattled, but the clothesline bit deeper, and River's bellow became a scream that soared into the branches above, then howled around the broken walls surrounding him. And when it was done, he was still secured in place, flat on his back on a trolley in the dark. He was nowhere near escape, and there was no one near to hear him. And time, he'd come to realize, was running out. Behind its powder, laid thickly as butter on bread, Molly Duran's face was immobile. Even once Lamb had finished, she remained silent for upwards of a minute. Then, "And you think it was him? Katinsky? All those years ago, you think he was the one took Dickie Bow?" "Yes." "And he's waited all these years to make a second move?" "No. Whatever the plan was then, it was rendered obsolete by the end of the Cold War. No, he's up to something else now. But Dickie Bow came in handy. And the cicadas, they're real too. The best disguise for any network is if the opposition think they're ghosts. Nobody went looking for Alexander Popov's cell because we thought it was a legend, like Popov himself. Who Katinsky invented, yes, which to all intents and purposes, Lamb said, means that's who he is. Nikolai Katinsky is Alexander Popov." "Oh, Christ, Jackson. You've raised the bogeyman, haven't you?" Lamb leaned back. In the soft light he looked younger, possibly because he was reliving ancient history. Molly let him think. The shadows over the stacks had grown longer, here in this sunless cellar, and experience told her this was her mind playing tricks, adjusting her surroundings to the rhythms of a normal day. Outside, morning was coming. Regent's Park, never entirely asleep, would soon be shaking off its night creeps, those spidery sensations that occupy buildings when they're dark. The day shift would have been alarmed to learn of their existence. When Lamb stirred, she prodded him with a question. "So what's he up to then?" "Popov." "I don't know." "Don't know what, and don't know why now." "Or why he grouped his network in Upshot." "That either." "Dead lions," Molly said. "What about them?" "It's a kid's party game. You have to pretend to be dead, lie still, do nothing." "What happens when the game's over?" Lamb asked. "Oh," she said, "I expect all hell breaks loose." His mobile phone was in his pocket. As information went, this was on a par with a knowledge of penguins' mating habits, partly a comfort, partly a puzzle, but of no real practical value. The puzzle part was wondering why Molt hadn't taken it, but either way it might as well have been lodged in a branch of the tree above him. He'd stopped struggling, because this only brought pain. Instead, he was sorting through everything he knew or thought he knew about what Molt was up to, and however far and wide his speculation ranged, it always returned to the same point: the sacks of fertilizer he'd found stacked on the trolley in the hangar. Why had Molt even taken him there, if it housed secrets he wanted to keep? And if Catherine's information was accurate, and the village was packed with Soviet sleepers, where did Molt fit in anyway? Though as light seeped into the sky, these questions faded into the background, and the image of those sacks of chemical fertilizer took their place. Fertilizer, which, under the right conditions, acted exactly like a bomb, and which River had last seen stacked next to an aeroplane like so much luggage. Lamb went out for a smoke, but on the pavement remembered he'd finished his last cigarette earlier, so walked to the tube station and bought a packet at the 24 store. Back near Regent's Park's front door, he lit a second from the stub of his first and gazed up at a sky that was lightening by the minute. Traffic was now a constant hum. Days began like that now, a gradual accrual of detail. When he'd been younger, they'd started like a bell. Nick Duffy appeared again as he had earlier. He emerged from a parked car and joined Lamb on the pavement. "You smoked too much," he said. "Remind me what the right amount is." Across the way, trees stirred as if troubled by bad dreams. Duffy rubbed his chin. His knuckles were scraped red. He said, "Every month she gets a check. Once in a while, a little job to do, providing bed and board to someone passing through under the radar, or being a post office or an answering service. All low-key shit the way she tells it. Until Min Harper. She got the call late. Whoever it is used the code she responds to. Bring your car. Underground garage round back of Edgware Road." Duffy had slipped into telegraph eased to spare himself unnecessary words. Two of them, plus her words, a drunk bloke they're carrying. She ever see them before? Says not. He paused again, then told Lamb what Rebecca Mitchell had told him, eventually, that one of the pair had smashed Min Harper's head against the concrete floor of the garage, while the other had backed Rebecca Mitchell's car up. The next part had been like a kid's game. Balanced the man on the bicycle, smacked the car into him. Once they'd made sure his neck was broken, they'd loaded bike and body into their own car and moved the scene somewhere else. When he'd finished, Duffy stood staring at the trees as if he suspected their rustling was a secret conversation, and what they were talking about was him. Lamb said, "It should have been picked up." They took photos, laid the body and bike out the way they fell in the garage. Still should have been picked up. Lamb threw his cigarette away and sparks burst. "You did a half-assed job." "No excuses." "Damn right." He wiped his face with a hand smelling of tobacco. Was she keen to talk? Not so much, Lamb grunted. After a while, Duffy said, he must have seen something he wasn't supposed to see. Or someone, thought Lamb. He grunted again, then went back through the big door. This time, stepping out of the lift, he was met by an overgrown boy in a sweatshirt with "Property of Alcatraz" stamped on it, and glasses with heavy black frames. "You're Jackson Lamb?" he asked. What gave it away? The coat, mostly. He shook the pill bottle Lamb had given Duffy earlier. "You wanted to know what this is?" "And?" "It's called Zimoflavin." "Right. Wish I'd thought of reading the label." "Basic research tool," the kid said. "Name aside, it's a whole lot of not much. Aspirin mostly, in a sugar shell coating. Orange, if it matters." "Don't tell me," said Lamb. "They sell it on the internet." "Bingo." "As a cure for?" "Liver cancer," said the kid. "Doesn't work, though." There's a surprise. The kid dropped the bottle into Lamb's waiting hand, pushed his glasses up his nose, and stepped into the lift Lamb had vacated. Lips pursed, Lamb wandered back into Molly Doran's space. She'd made herself more tea and sat nursing it in her alcove. Steam rose in thin spirals and disappeared in the upper dark. Lamb said, "I checked his diary, did I tell you? He has no plans for the future." Molly took a sip of tea. "And he's broken things off with the woman he was seeing." Molly placed her cup on the table. "And he's taking some quack cancer remedy." Molly said, "Oh dear." "Yeah," said Lamb. He dropped the pill bottle into the waste paper bin. "Whatever he's up to, at least we know why. He's dying. And this is his last hurrah." Morning. Light. Surprisingly strong, breaking through the curtains. But then it had been sunny lately, unseasonably warm. Summer in April, full of unreliable promise. If you turned your back on it too long, the temperature would drop. Louisa didn't so much wake as realize she'd been awake for some time. Eyes open, brain humming. Nothing especially coherent, just little mental post-its of the day's tasks, beginning with get up, shower, drink coffee, then bigger things, leave the flat, meet Marcus, collect Pashkin. Everything else, like last night, was just a black mass boiling in the background, to be ignored as long as possible, like clouds on an unreliably sunny day. She rose, showered, dressed, drank coffee, then went out to meet Marcus. Catherine was back in Slough House so early it felt like she'd never left. But even so, she travelled there through a city whose fuse had been lit. The underground was full of people talking to each other. Some held placards. "Stop the City" was a favourite. Another read, "Bankers, no." At Barbican Station, someone lit a cigarette. Anarchy was in the air. There'd be glass broken today. But early as she was, Roderick Ho had beaten her. This wasn't unusual. Ho often seemed to live here. She suspected he preferred his online activities to emanate from a service address. But what was different was he'd been working. As she passed his open door, he looked up. "Found some stuff," he said. "That list I gave you?" "The Upshot people." He brandished a printout. "3 of them anyway. I've tracked them back as far as they go. And there's paperwork, sure. They've paperwork coming out their ears, but the early stuff is all shoe and no footprint." Which would be one of those internet expressions, yes? Ho flashed a sudden smile. This was even weirder than people chatting on the tube. It is now. And it means... Well, take Andrew Barnett. His CV's got him attending St. Leonard's Grammar School in Chester in the early 60s. It's a comp now, with a good IT department, and one of its projects is putting the school records online. And there's no matchup, Caroline finished. Ho shook his head. Must have seemed a fair bet at the time. These guys have papered over their early lives all you want. But it was pre-web. and they'd no way of knowing the paper would start to peel. She glanced at the printout. As well as Barnett, he'd run down Butterfield and Salmon and found similar gaps in their histories. And there'd be more. There'd be flaws in the others' lives too. It was all true then. A Soviet sleeper cell had taken root in a tiny English village. Perhaps because it no longer had a purpose, or perhaps for some other reason they had yet to fathom. This is good, Roddy. Yeah. And maybe she'd been hanging around Lamb too much because she added, makes a change from just surfing the net. Yeah, well, he looked away, color rising. All that archived crap, I could pull an all-nighter, get it finished in a sitting. This is different. She waited until his gaze met hers again. Good point, she said. Thanks. She glanced at her watch. It was 9. Louisa and Marcus would be on their way to pick up Arkady Pashkin, which reminded her, did you do the background on Pashkin? And now his expression became the more familiar put-upon scowl. Spending a life among computers had a way of prolonging adolescence. There was probably a study on it. It was probably online. Been kind of busy? Yes, but do it now. Shame to leave him on a sour note, but Roddy Ho had a way of sticking to his own script. They met near the hotel, a little after 9. The tubes had been full, the streets crowded, there was a huge police presence, not to mention camera crews, news trucks, rubberneckers. Crowds were gathering in Hyde Park, from where the smells of 100 variations on breakfast drifted. Instructions booming from a loud hailer. This is a CO11 notified event, which means that the police will be marshalling the route, were drowned by music and chatter. The atmosphere was one of burgeoning excitement, as if the world's biggest party was waiting for its DJ. Looks like someone's out for trouble, was Marcus's greeting. He gestured at a group of 20-somethings heading for the park. A banner reading, "Fuck the banks," lofted above their heads. They're pissed-off citizens, Louisa said. That's all. You ready? Of course. Today he wore a grey suit, a salmon pink tie, neat shades. He looked good, she noticed, the same way she might notice any other irrelevant detail. You? I'm fine. Sure? Just said so, didn't I? They turned the corner. He said, Look, Louisa, what I said last night. His mobile rang. You couldn't call it sleep. Call it overload, pain, stress, all of it tumbling over and over like an argument trapped in a washing machine. Over and over until its rhythm rocked River out of consciousness and dropped him down a well of his own making. In that circular darkness, the same half-chewed facts nipped at him like vermin. The fertilizer loaded on the plane, which Kelly would be soaring away in this morning. The sketch she'd drawn of the cityscape, with that lightning bolt smiting that tall building. An aeroplane was already a bomb, but that wasn't the first thing you thought of when you looked at one. It was only when you loaded it with bags of nitrogen-rich fertilizer that you underlined its essential explosiveness. And over in his tumbling mind, the image repeated itself. Of Kelly Tropper. Why? Steering her pride and joy into London's tallest building, searing a new ground zero into the eyeballs of the world. Over and over until at last River lost his grip on the here and now, and having long since bellowed himself dry, slipped out of his mind. While Marcus was on the phone, Louisa watched the rally assembling. It was like seeing a hive mind being born, all these different particles coming together, out of which one consciousness would arise. Marcus was probably right. There'd be trouble later. But that was a sideshow, another part of the ignorable background. She wondered if last night would turn out to be her only chance of getting Pashkin on his own. If he'd jet away as soon as the talks were done, leaving her forever ignorant of the reason Min had died. Marcus said, Sorry about that. Finished? We're on a job, not an outing. "It won't ring again," he said. "And you're not throwing Pashkin out of any high windows, right?" She didn't answer. "Right? Lamb put you up to this?" "I don't know Lamb as well as you, but it doesn't strike me his team's welfare is his top priority." "Oh, you're looking out for my welfare, are you? Those gorillas Pashkin has, they're not for show. Make a move on their boss and they'll take you apart. Like they did Min. Whatever happened to Min, we'll sort it. But there's no point in revenge if it costs you everything. And believe me, what you'd planned last night would have cost just that. Anything Pashkin's goons didn't do to you, the service would have done instead." A sudden outburst of chanting from across the road splintered into gales of laughter. "Louisa, why are you with us?" She hadn't known she was going to ask until she heard herself speak. "At Slough House." "That's important." "You're appointing yourself my handler. Yes, it's important. Because what I heard is you lost your nerve. Couldn't take the pressure. So maybe this concern for my well-being is just you making sure your life stays quiet and I don't rock your boat." Marcus stared for a moment over the top of his shades. Then he pushed the glasses into place. When he spoke, his tone was milder than his look had promised. "Well, that sounds plausible. Bullshit, but plausible. So you didn't lose your nerve?" "Shit, no. I gamble, that's all." Someone called his name. It sounded like his name. It wasn't, but it sounded like it. It hauled River out of the darkness, and when he opened his eyes, daylight spackled through the branches overhead. The sky was wide open, and he had to close his eyes again, scrunch them shut as protection against its bright blueness. "Walker, Johnny?" Hands were on him, and suddenly the tightness loosened and he could move properly, which brought fresh pain coursing through his limbs. "Fuck, man, you're a mess." His savior was a blurry creature, fuzzy patches held together like a walking Rorschach test. "Get you out of this shit." Arms pulled River upright and his body screamed but felt good at the same time, aching its way out of cramp. "Here." A bottle was pressed to his lips and water poured into his mouth. River coughed and bent forward, spat, threw up almost. Then blindly reached for the bottle, grabbed it, and greedily gulped down the rest of its contents. "Shit, man," Griffiate said. "You really are a fucking mess." "I gamble, that's all," Marcus Longridge said. "You what?" "Gamble. Cards, horses, you name it." Louisa stared. "That's it?" Quite a big it, actually. Incompatible with efficient operational mode, apparently. Which is a joke. Ops can be the biggest gamble of all. "So why didn't they just boot you out?" "Tactical error. See, one of the HR buds decided I was suffering a form of addiction and sat me down with a counselor. And he counseled. And Marcus said, well, I wouldn't say it took exactly. Not 100%. That was a bookie just now, for instance." He paused for a barrage of car horns, an impromptu symphony likely to become the day's soundtrack, as traffic found itself relegated to second-class status on the city's streets. But anyway, it turned out that once they'd given me a shrink, they couldn't fire me, in case of legal hassle. So instead, he joined the slow horses. Louisa glanced at the hotel through whose big glass doors they'd be walking any moment. "Are you Taverner's line into Slough House?" "Nope. Why would she want one?" "Catherine says she does." "Can't see why," Marcus said. "We're basically the park's outside lav. If she wants to know anything, can't she just ask Lamb?" "Maybe she'd rather not." "Fair enough, but I'm nobody's snitch, Louisa." "Okay. That mean you believe me?" "It means okay. And the gambling's not a problem?" "We had a fortnight in Rome last year, me and Cassie and the kids, paid for by my, addiction." Pushed his shades up again, so fuck him. It was the first time he'd mentioned his family in her hearing. She wondered if that was intended to win her confidence. He looked at his watch. "Okay," Louisa said again, which this time meant he had a point. Time was getting on. She led the way into the hotel lobby. Since they were partnered, it was probably as well he was in full possession of his nerve, she thought. But today was a babysit. It wasn't like his ops experience would be needed. Catherine called River, got number unavailable, then Lamb with the same result. Then studied paperwork, all shoe and no footprint. The more weight you carried, the deeper marks you made, but the early lives of those upshot folk wouldn't have left tracks in icing sugar. Stephen Butterfield had owned a publishing company, and a quick dip online showed him numbered among the chattering classes great and good. Always ready to weigh in on the issues of the day on Radio 4, in The Observer. He'd served on a parliamentary commission on illiteracy, was a trustee of a charity supplying school books to developing countries. But go back, and his early life dissolved into mist. The same went for the others Roddy had backgrounded, light to middleweight persons of substance, embedded in an establishment that invited them to its high tables to sup with captains of industry and cabinet ministers. Control was about influence. With a start, she realized Ho was in her doorway. She had no idea how long he'd been standing there. He said, "You're kidding me, right?" "Kidding you? What do you mean?" He looked puzzled. "That you're having a joke?" Catherine had the ability to make it clear she was taking a deep breath without actually taking one. She did this now. "What am I kidding you about, Roddy?" He told her. It was meant to be a joke. Some joke. "They never target the old houses. Once you know that, it's kind of cool, actually." Once you know that was the key phrase here. And I can't believe Tommy would have... River ached all over and couldn't move as fast as he wanted. They were heading uphill. There was no signal in the dip. He said, "And this was because of Kelly?" Christ, he had the voice of a 90-year-old. Yates stopped. "You don't get it, do you?" "I get it," River said. "I just don't care. She's all I ever... Grow up. She makes her own choices," he nearly said. But the thought of Kelly's choices killed the words. He tried his mobile again, his hands taking fat finger to a new level. No signal yet. An engine drifted into earshot and he looked up, half expecting to see Kelly zipping through the blue in her flying bomb. But if that's what she was in, she wouldn't be buzzing over upshot. She'd be in the air by now. He had to raise the alarm. There's a plane going to fly into the Needle, our very own 9/11. On the same day, a Russian oligarch with political ambitions would be on the 77th floor. Of course, if he was wrong, it would make crashing King's Cross look like the pinnacle of his career. And if he was right, and didn't sound the warning in time, he'd spend the rest of his life grieving for innumerable dead. "Come on." "That's the wrong way," Griff told him. "No, it isn't." The hangar. He had to get to the hangar, see if he was right about the fertilizer. 2 steps more and his phone buzzed in his hand. The signal was back. A jeep crested a hillock in front of them. When Pashkin emerged from the lift, he gave no indication that last night had ever happened, or at least not to him, not to her. He wore a different suit today, gleaming white shirt, open at the neck, a flash of silver cufflink, a hint of cologne. He carried a briefcase. "Miss Guy," he said. "Mr. Longridge." The lobby echoed like a church. The car should be outside, and so it was. They sat in the same formation as the previous day in similar slow-moving traffic. But what difference, Louisa wondered, would it make if they were 10 minutes late? There was only Webb waiting. For a supposedly high-level summit, it was low-key. She texted him anyway to let him know they weren't far off. At a junction on the edge of the city, the car rolled past 3 police vans, black with shaded windows. Figures lurked inside, human shapes distorted by uniform and helmet, like American football players, absurdly padded up for a kickabout. Pashkin said, "Trouble is expected then." Louisa didn't trust her voice and his presence. He said, "Your liberal values, they take a back seat when your banks and buildings are threatened." Marcus said, "I'm not sure I have liberal values." Pashkin looked at him, interested. "And besides, a few troublemakers get their heads broken or thrown in a cell overnight. We're hardly talking Tiananmen." "Isn't there a phrase for that? The thin end of the wedge?" The police vans were behind them now, but a hefty cop presence remained on the pavements. Most were wearing high-visibility jackets, not battle armor. Officer Friendly was the first face shown. Sergeant Rock stayed indoors until things got hairy. But these rallies had a habit of turning nasty, thought Louisa. It wasn't just the banks the marchers were targeting. It was corporate greed in all its manifestations, all the visible symbols of the rich getting richer, while others had their salaries cut, their debt increased, their jobs rationalized, their benefits slashed. Not her problem, though. Not today. She had her own battles to fight. Pyotr spoke, and Pashkin replied in a language thick as treacle. Maybe her face asked the question. Either way, Pashkin chose now to address her directly. "He says it is nearly over." "Over? We're nearly there." She'd lost track, but here they were indeed, at the foot of the needle, the car pulling into the root of its enormous shadow, then disappearing underneath it to the car park below. Their plate was registered as belonging to a contractor. Officially, their party was meeting with one of the hotel's kitchen supervisors in a utilities room below the building's lobby. Their entry into the needle itself would go unrecorded. James Webb had entered in the same way earlier. Up on the 77th floor now, he was considering placement. The tricky thing was, it wasn't immediately clear which side of an oval table was the head. He tried the chair facing the window. All he could see was a lone plane scarring the blue. Some days you could sit here and be at the heart of a cloud. Right now he was higher than parts of the sky, though hadn't yet flown as high as he intended to. "So, Mr. Pashkin, how can we make things easier for you?" That was the line he'd be taking. That Pashkin had nothing Webb wanted. All that mattered was that Pashkin's path be made smooth. Later, debts would be called in, suggestions made as to how Pashkin might repay the kindness of foreigners. Even if no tangible favors were bestowed, simply meeting Webb rendered Pashkin compromised. But that was the lure of power. Ambition tended to be reckless. A seam Webb planned to mine. "I'm here to help. Officially, I don't speak for HMG," modest cough, "but any request you make will find a sympathetic hearing where it will do most good." Cosmetic aid was what Pashkin would want. To be seen in the company of movers and shakers and reckoned a force in the world. A photo op with the PM, drinks at number 10, a little attention from the press. Once you were taken seriously, you were taken seriously. If Pashkin's star rose in the west, it would cast light in the east. His phone buzzed. Marcus Longridge. They were in the garage. Webb listened, said, "Oh, for Christ's sake, he's an honored guest, not a security risk. Use your common sense." After hanging up, he rose, walked round the table, and tried the other side, so he was facing into the room with the big view behind him. Yes, he decided, that was it. Leave the windows for Pashkin to gaze out of. Show him the sky was the limit, and wait for him to bite. He went to the lobby to wait for the lift. Behind him in the far distance, the sun glinted off the wing of a tiny aeroplane, making it seem, for a moment, far larger than it was. "This Arkady Pashkin character," said Ho. Catherine didn't want to ask, what about him? "You read that feature, supposed to be from the Telegraph?" "Supposed to be," she repeated flatly. Ho said, "You look at it closely?" "I read it, Roddy. We all did." She shuffled papers, moved a folder, found it. Not the actual newspaper, but a printout from the web. She waved it at him. "Telegraph, July 7th, last year. What's your problem?" "It's not my problem." Ho plucked it from her hand. It ran to 3 pages, complete with photograph. "Here," he stabbed the address box at the top of the page. "See that?" "Roddy, what are you on about?" "It looks like the Telegraph, sounds like the Telegraph, and you want to scrumple it up and eat it. It probably tastes like the Telegraph, but it's not." He held it in front of her. "You took it from the man's own website. Did you even check the newspaper's archive?" "It's all over the web," she said numbly. "Of course it is, because some dudes posted it all over the web. But you know where it's not? In the newspaper's own archive. Roddy, I'm telling you, that thing's fake, and you take it away. You know how much evidence there is for Arkady Pashkin even existing, let alone being some big-shot Russian oligarch?" He made a 0 sign with finger and thumb. "Oh," Catherine said. Ho said, "There's references, true. He's got Facebook presence and a wiki page, and he's on lots of sites where you drop your marker in and everyone assumes you're someone. But chase the mentions down and they're all referring to each other. The web's stuffed full of straw men." He colored slightly, must have been excitement. "Pashkin's one of them." But how? But she already knew how. The research on Pashkin had been done by Spider Webb. Regent's Park's background section had been out of the picture because of that damned audit. Odds on it had been Pashkin who'd approached Webb in the first place. She said, "This Needle Summit, whatever Pashkin's up to, that's what it's about. I'll pull the plug. Roddy, get over there." "Me?" "Take Shirley." He stared as if she'd slipped into another language. "Just do it, okay?" She reached for her phone, and even as she did so, it rang. To Ho's departing back, she said, "And Roddy, don't ever say dude again," and answered her call. "Catherine," said River, "call the park. Possible code September." Miles away, somewhere between the two ends of this phone call, Kelly Tropper guided the blue and white Cessna Skyhawk through a clear blue sky. Ahead of her lay swathes of nothingness. That was how it felt, that she was cleaving an absence, which healed itself the moment she'd passed. And if a painful truth sometimes threatened to intrude, that the scars in her wake were as enduring as they were invisible, she generally managed to tamp this knowledge down and smother it under the conviction that nothing so central to the core of her being could be evil. She glanced at her companion, who'd agreed to accompany her mostly because he fancied her, and wondered if he knew she'd slept with Upshot's newest resident the previous afternoon. It was possible he did. A village was porous when it came to private life. Either way, telling him would add to the frisson she already felt. Tomorrow, people would read about her in the newspapers. Read about her, picture her, and know she'd done something they were incapable of. Some, indeed, would remember watching her pass overhead. Another frisson. Her companion turned to her, curious. The ground was a memory, and Kelly Tropper was where she belonged, up in the brighter element with a comrade in arms. Just the two of them and their inflammatory cargo. As mid-morning bloomed, and only a few stray clouds, like the mildest twinges of conscience, ruffled central London skies, it became apparent that today would fulfill the forecaster's promise and be the warmest day of the year so far, a fact that few of the evening's news reports would fail to mention. The mob was heading east, mob being what others declared it. But it was moving, was mobilized, so that's what it was, a mob. If, for the most part, a highly organized one, marshaled by policemen, but arranged according to its own lights, and eager to indicate to gathering camera crews that it represented a spontaneous outburst of public anger rather than a cynical manipulation of public concern. A vociferous and placard-wielding contingent headed it up, marching in time to a troop of drummers. Their stenciled placards read, "Stop the city," and "Smash the banks," and "Halt the cuts," or showed cartoons of top-hatted fat cats lighting cigars with 50-pound notes. Bobbing above head height here and there were rag and plaster effigies, like out-of-season guys looking for bonfires. They wore bowler hats and pinstripes and expressions of unsatiated greed. Stewards with loudhailers chirped at random intervals, and flitting about on the flanks were diehards in donkey jackets peddling socialist worker. But for every dreadlocked, safety-pinned crusty in view, there were a half-dozen fresh-faced youths in summer casuals. It was a rainbow coalition of the pissed off, and their chanting grew in volume as the march progressed. The middle group was more placid, their placards handcrafted and replete with knowing cultural references. Down with this sort of thing, and bank bailouts, no thanks. Dancing in and out among the throng were children who'd been face-painted in Hyde Park and now were cats or witches, dogs or wizards, their pink and green faces alive with astonishment. They ran about in giggling bunches, begging the mounted policemen for rides, while their parents enjoyed the nostalgic frisson of public dissent, the occasional self-mocking call and response of "Maggie, Maggie, Maggie, out, out, out," underlining the degree to which this was a rally down memory lane. There was even communal, if self-conscious singing. Bob Marley songs mostly, One World and Exodus, and even a ragged redemption song. When a helicopter hovered overhead, this section burst into cheers, though no one knew why. And finally, dragging up the rear, came the seemingly less committed, viewing the occasion not so much as an outlet for airing social outrage, as an opportunity to stroll through a London cleared of traffic. They waved for the cameras, posed for tourists, chatted with police officers assigned to shepherding duties, and generally blew kisses to a watching world. But among this contingent, as among the others, marched some with masks in their pockets and larceny in their hearts. For banks are evil, and bankers self-serving bastards, and not a single soul-sucking money magnet among them would mend their ways for the sake of a well-behaved procession. No. Reformation required broken glass, and today would see plenty of it. Though even the anarchists didn't yet know how much. The rally processed along Oxford Street and up towards High Holborn. "Mr. Pashkin, Mr. Webb, Jim, please, welcome to the Needle." Fatuous on both counts. Nobody called Spider Jim, and Pashkin had been here before. But the moment had passed. Pashkin putting his case on the floor to take Webb's right hand in both of his, not the bear hug he'd been expecting, but a solid citizen's grasp all the same. "Can I get you anything? Coffee? A pastry?" The smell of both wafted from the kitchen. "Nothing, thank you." Then, as if in retrospective validation of Webb's comment, Pashkin looked round as if he'd never been here before. "Magnificent," he said, "truly." Webb glanced towards the rest of the party. Louisa Guy, Marcus Longridge, the two Russians. He gestured towards the kitchen. "If you want coffee or anything." Nobody did. Downstairs in the underground garage, Marcus and Louisa had frisked Kirill and Pyotr for weapons and allowed themselves to be patted down in return. Marcus had then examined Arkady Pashkin, after which he gestured at his case. "Do you mind?" "I'm afraid I do," Pashkin had said smoothly. "There are documents in there. Well, I don't need to spell it out." Marcus had glanced at Louisa. "Call Webb," she'd said. "Who told him, oh, for Christ's sake, he's an honored guest, not a security risk. Use your common sense." So now Pashkin was laying his unchecked case on the table. He snapped at his men in their shared language. Pyotr and Kirill peeled away from the group, and Marcus instinctively grabbed the nearest by the arm. This was Kirill, who spun back, fist raised, and just like that the pair were a heartbeat off knocking 7 bells out of each other until a shout from Pashkin froze them. "Please!" Kirill dropped his fist. Marcus released Kirill's arm. Pyotr laughed. You're fast." "Forgive me," said Pashkin. "I simply asked them to check the cameras." "They're off," said Webb. "Aren't they?" Louisa looked at Pashkin. "They're off, as I told you." He gave her a formal nod. "Of course, but all the same." Marcus raised an eyebrow, but Webb, seeing an opportunity to regain the initiative, said, "As you wish." They watched as Pyotr and Kirill dealt with the cameras above the door and in the corner, twisting wires free of their casing in a way that didn't look temporary. Pashkin said, "You understand my position." Webb looked like he was trying to, while wondering whether this destruction of security equipment was going to come bouncing back at him. Pashkin, meanwhile, opened his case and removed what looked like a microphone. When he placed it on the table, it hummed into life. Marcus Longridge said, "I thought everything had been made clear." He was cradling one hand in the other, as if a blow had actually been landed. Nodding at the device, he said, "This isn't being recorded." "No," Pashkin agreed, "and now we can all be certain of that." The device pulsed gently, invisibly converting into white noise anything picked up by eavesdropping equipment. Kirill stood with his big hands clasped in front of him, studying Marcus with what might have been amusement. Louisa said, "Anything else in that case we should know about?" "Nothing to cause alarm," Pashkin said. "But please," he made a sudden expansive gesture as if releasing a dove. "Let's sit, let's start." He glanced at his wristwatch. "Do you know," he added, "maybe I will have that coffee after all." River had the phone to his ear when the jeep reached them and a soldier jumped out. A young guy, fit-looking, wide across the shoulders. "Catherine?" "Would you put the phone down, sir?" "Is there a problem?" This was Griff Yates. "We're out walking, got a bit lost like." "Call the park. Possible code September." "Sir, the phone." The soldier approached. "Today, this morning." "The phone, now." When the soldier laid hands on him, a night's worth of stress and fear found brief release. River knocked his arms aside, opening the guy up. He kicked his knee, then jabbed him in the throat with his phone-free hand as the soldier slipped off balance. "Jesus, man!" Griff shouted as the other soldier leaped from the jeep, drawing a sidearm. "River," Catherine's voice was very calm, "I need to hear the protocols." "Phone down, hands up, now!" Screamed, not spoken. Either this was the way they were taught, or soldier number 2 was going off on one. "Manda," the word was cut off by a gunshot. "So," Ho said, "you got a car?" "Are you kidding?" He hadn't been. He looked up at Aldersgate for a taxi, looked down at 2, and when he turned back to Shirley Dander, she was on the other side of the road, moving fast. Oh, shit. He waited another second, hoping this was a joke, but when she disappeared round the corner, he accepted the dismal truth. They were heading for the Needle on foot. Cursing Shirley Dander, cursing Catherine Standish, Roderick Hoe began to run. Manda. Mandarin was the first of River Cartwright's protocols, the others being Dentist and Tiger. But when Catherine had called back, her only reward was the number unavailable mantra. Code September. That part he had completed. Possible code September. Today. This morning. Catherine was alone in Slough House. Lamb hadn't turned up yet. Hoe and Shirley Dander had just left at a lick. Code September. It wasn't an official designation, but was frequently used. Its reference point the obvious. Code September didn't simply signify a terrorist event. It meant someone was planning on flying an aeroplane into a building. With the thought, new currents fizzed in her veins. Two courses of action were open. She could assume River had lost his mind, or she could trigger a major response to an alert for which she had no concrete evidence. She called the park. The rally was a long and winding worm now, the gap between its head and the waggly remnants of its tail wriggling through the heart of London. The front had crossed the viaduct at Holborn. Some of the stragglers were still on Oxford Street. There seemed no hurry. The warmer it got, the truer this became. At Centre Point, where building-side barriers blocked Charing Cross Road, the noise of excavation drowned the chanting. As the rally squeezed past the narrowed junction, a small boy pulled his hand from his father's and pointed at the sky. Squinting upwards, the man caught a flash of something. Sunlight reflecting off a window of the distant Needle. He scooped the boy onto his shoulders, making him laugh, and they continued on their way. When Soldier 2 fired, River dropped his phone. The shot went overhead, but it was anyone's guess where he'd been aiming. Soldier 1 scrambled upright and threw a punch in River's direction. Sidestepping it, River slipped and fell to his knees. A heavy foot stamped on his phone. Griff Yates shouted in anger or innocence, and River reached for his service card. "Hands in the air! Drop it! Flat on the ground! Now!" River flung himself onto the dirt. "Empty your hands! Empty your hands!" His hands were empty. Soldier 2, with terrifying casualness, swung the butt of his handgun into Griff Yates' face, and Yates dropped to his knees, blood spinning all around. "I'm with British intelligence," River shouted. "MI5, there's a national emergency about to—" "Shut it!" Soldier 1 screamed. "Shut it now!" "Break and you're not helping. Shut it!" River placed his hands on his head. Yates, half sobbing, was still audible. "You cunt. What'd you bloody do that for, you bloody— Shut it, cunt." Before River could speak, Soldier 2 swung at Griff Yates again. In Regent's Park, one of any number of chic, sleek, and drop-dead efficient women answered a phone, listened, placed the speaker on hold, and buzzed the glass-walled office on the hub, where Diana Taverner was 2 hours into a morning she wasn't enjoying because she wasn't alone. Roger Barraby, currently overseeing the daily outgoings and incomings of the service's operational nexus, was sharing her personal space as if bestowing a favor. Lately he'd taken to turning up at the park as early as Lady Di herself, his thinning sandy hair teased into an attitude that lent it body, his prominent chin pinkly shaved and dabbed with cologne, his middle-aged body parceled into the subtlest of pinstripes, all of this intended, apparently, to convey the impression that she and he were in the same boat, were shoring up the ruins. Taverner was starting to worry that it was a courtship ritual. Barraby wasn't bothered about the service's financial competence. He simply wanted to demonstrate that he was pulling the strings that made everyone jump, and making it obvious that hers were the strings he enjoyed tugging most, perhaps because she tugged back. Today he was studying, rather than occupying, the black leather and chrome visitor's chair Taverner had inherited from her office's previous incumbent. Is this actually a Mies van der Rohe? What do you think? Because they're awfully expensive. I'd hate to think that in these straitened times the service budget was being stretched to coddle posteriors. Coddled posteriors was very Barraby. He had moments so arch he made Stephen Fry look level. Roger, it's a chain store knockoff. The only reason it's not in a skip is that in these straitened times the service budget doesn't stretch to replacing it. Her phone buzzed. Now, would you mind? He settled himself on the object under discussion. Suppressing a sigh, she answered the phone. After a moment she said, "Put her through." The pavement pounded beneath Shirley Dander in time with the thudding of her heart. She'd have to slow down soon, run a bit, walk a bit. Wasn't that how you were supposed to do it? In the jogging books, maybe, not in the service manual. She risked a look. Ho was several hundred yards behind, running like a drunk with a sprain, in no state to observe her. So she stopped, nursed her ribs with her left hand, steadied herself against a wall with her right. She was in a small park. Trees, bushes, a playground, grass. A clutch of mothers, their offspring strapped in buggies or loaded onto swings, were drinking coffee from a breakfast stall this side of the alley onto Whitecross Street. Shirley passed through it and at the far end looked up. There it was, the tip of the needle, visible even here, in this built-up canyon. Something was going on over there, and Shirley had no idea what, but at last she was involved. A gulp of air, another spurt of speed. No sign of Ho, but that was okay. If you couldn't get windows to start, Ho was your man. The rest of the time he took up space. Her head buzzing like her haircut, on she ran. At the entrance to the same park, Roderick Ho gripped the railings and prayed for something. He wasn't sure what. Just something that would make his lungs forgive him. They felt like he'd been gargling fire. Behind him, a car rumbled to a halt. "You all right, mate?" He turned, and here was his miracle. A black cab. A great, big, beautiful black cab. Open for business. Falling into the back seat, he managed to gasp, "The needle! Right you are!" Away he went. River blinked. Soldier 2 swung at Griff Yates again, and in a moment so smooth it looked choreographed, Yates seized his arm, twisted his wrist, relieved him of his gun, and put him on the ground. The blood masking Yates's face painted him a demon. For a moment River thought he was going to shoot, but instead he turned it on Soldier 1. "Drop it," he screamed. "Now." The soldier was just a boy. They were both boys. The gun trembled in his hands. River plucked it free. Then said to Yates, "You too." "This bastard smashed my face in." "Griff, give me the gun." Griff gave him the gun. River said, "I'm with MI5. This time they listened. The building had come to life over the past few hours, but on Molly Doran's floor there was only the gurgling of plumbing, as hot water negotiated clumsy bends in monkey-puzzled piping. The sleek and glossy surfaces of Regent's Park masked the elderly exoskeleton on which it had been hoisted, and like a spanking new estate erected on a burial ground, it sometimes felt the tremblings of unlaid ghosts. Or so Molly put it. "You're on your own a lot, aren't you?" said Lamb. They had worn out the possibilities of new discovery. Everything they knew about Nikolai Katinsky, about Alexander Popov, could fit on a sheet of paper. A set of interconnecting lies, thought Lamb, like one of those visual puzzles, the outline of a vase, or two people talking. The truth lay in the line itself. It was neither. It was pencil marks on a page designed to fool. "What now?" Molly asked. "I need to think," he said. "I'm going home." "Home?" "I mean Slough House." She raised an eyebrow. Cracks had appeared on her makeup. "If it's quiet you want, I can find you a corner." Not a corner I'm after. It's a fresh pair of ears, Lamb said distractedly. As you wish, she smiled, but it was a bitter thing. Someone special waiting over there? Lamb stood. The stool creaked its thanks. He looked down at Molly, her overpainted face, her round body, the absences below her knees. So, he said, you've been all right then? What, these past 15 years? Yeah. He tapped a foot against her nearest wheel. Since ending up in that gizmo. This gizmo, she said, has outlasted most other relationships I've had. It's got a vibrate setting. She laughed. God, Jackson, use that line upstairs, they'll prosecute. And she put her head to one side. I don't blame you, you know. Good, he said. For my legs? I don't blame me either. But you stayed away. Yeah, well, new set of wheels, I figured you'd want some private time. She said, Go away now, Jackson, and do me one favor. He waited. Only come back when you need something, even if it's another 15 years. You take care, Molly. In the lift, he tucked a cigarette in mouth in readiness for the great outdoors. He was already counting the moments. River said to Griff, Why'd you come looking for me? They sat in the back of the jeep, the soldiers up front. He'd returned both their guns. This was borderline risky. There was a chance the kids would shoot them and bury them somewhere quiet. But once they'd clocked his service card, they'd slipped into cooperative mode. One was on his radio now. The hangar would soon be crawling with military. Yates's face was grim. His handkerchief was a butcher's mess, but he'd only succeeded in smearing blood across his features. I said, man, I'm sorry, Not what I'm asking. Why, specifically, did you come looking for me? Yates said. Tommy Moult, what about him? I saw him up in the village. He asked if you'd got back all right. Made me worried you'd been, hurt. Blown up, he meant. Shit, River said. It was his idea, wasn't it? Leading me onto the range and leaving me there. Johnny, wasn't it? You might have suggested it. The jeep had no doors. It wouldn't have been a second's work to tip the bastard out. Tommy Moult, man, Yates said. He knows everything happens in Upshot. You think he just sells apples from his bike? But he knows everyone. Everything. River had worked that out already. He said, he made sure I was there and saw what I saw, made sure I'd be freed in time to do something about it. What you on about? Where was he? This morning. Church End. Yates rubbed his cheek. You're really a secret agent? Yes. Is that why Kelly? No, River said. She did that because she wanted to. Deal with it. The jeep cornered, braked sharply, and they were at the Flying Club with its Toy Town airstrip and empty hangar. River hit the ground running. Roger Barrowby had gone white, which gladdened Diana Taverner's heart. Her mourning was new made. Ingrid Tierney was out of the country. As chair of limitations, Barrowby could claim first desk, but it looked like the only snap decision he'd be making was which direction to throw up in. The arch comments were history. He should have stayed in bed. She said, Roger, you've got 4 seconds. The Home Secretary has final say, but she'll base that on our best info, which you now have. 3 seconds. An agent in the field, that's all it comes down to. Yes, Roger, like in wartime. Jesus, Diana, if we make the wrong call, 2 seconds, what's left of our careers will be spent sorting the post. That's what keeps life interesting on the hub, Roger. 1 second. He threw his hands up. Taverner had never seen this cliché happen before. I don't know, Diana. You've got half a message on a mobile from a slow horse out in the sticks. He didn't even cite his protocols. Roger, you do know what Code September means. I know it's not an official designation, he said peevishly. I've run out of numbers. Whether this is real or not, keep it from the Home Sec any longer, and you're in serious dereliction of duty. You're, she enjoyed that syllable. Diana, Roger, what do I do? Only one thing you can do, she said, and told him what that was. They'd been talking for 10 minutes, but nothing meaningful had been said. Arkady Pashkin was sticking to big-picture topics. What was going on with the euro, which way Germany would lean next time one of the partners needed bailing out, how much money Russia's World Cup bid cost. Spiderweb had the air of a dinner party host waiting for a guest to shut up about their children. Marcus seemed more serene but was watchful, his attention divided evenly between Kirill and Pyotr. Louisa remembered Min. She barely ever stopped remembering Min, and how he distrusted this pair on sight, partly because that was his job, partly because he was Min and yearning for action. Her mouth filled and she swallowed. Pashkin dragged the topic onto fuel prices, the ostensible reason for the meeting, but Webb still didn't look happy. It wasn't going the way he'd intended, Louisa thought. All he's managed is, I see, and oh yes. He planned this as a recruitment exercise, but he's got no idea what he's doing. And Arkady Pashkin had his own agenda, which seemed to consist of wasting time until a high-pitched looping wail came from everywhere at once. Above, below, from outside the doors. It didn't pierce so much as throb, and its message was immediate and unmistakable. Leave now. Marcus turned to the huge windows as if to spot approaching danger. Webb got to his feet so suddenly his chair hit the floor. He said, "What's that?" which Louisa decided was the stupidest question ever, which didn't stop her echoing it. "What's happening?" Pashkin, still seated, said, "It sounds like the emergency we discussed yesterday." "You knew about this?" Reaching into his briefcase, Pashkin produced a gun he handed to Pyotr. "Yes," he said. "I'm afraid I did." The hangar looked bigger in the Skyhawk's absence. The doors hung wide, and sunlight fleshed out its corners, drawing attention to everything that wasn't there. Those bags of fertilizer headed this list. There was a faint spillage where they'd been, as if one of the bags had a rip in it, but that was all. Behind him, Yates said, "She went up earlier. I saw her go." "I know." "There's something wrong, isn't there, with the plane?" Except it wasn't only in that one place. Sinking to his knees, River scanned the floor from as low an angle as his battered frame would allow. Another jeep pulled up outside, and he could hear the clenched barking of an officer. New arseholes were being torn. Across the concrete, a faint trail of crumbly brown dust snaked away to the side door. He had the feeling he was on the end of a long piece of string, and the bastard at the other end kept tugging. Yates said, "If Kelly's in danger—" He didn't finish, but judging by his blood-streaked face, it would involve punching something until it turned to jelly. "What's going on?" And here was the officer, in an officer's uniform, a detail he seemed to think outweighed his being on civilian turf. River said to Yates, "You tell him," and headed for the side door. "You, stop right there!" But River was already outside, on the east wall of the hangar, with a view of the mesh fence bordering the MOD range. Of the range itself, which was a bland expanse of overlapping greens, of a brimful wheelie bin chained to one of the fence posts, and of a stack of bags of fertilizer, the topmost of which was split down one side. A gentle trickle had spilled onto the ground. River kicked the stack, but it remained solid and real. And then he had company. "You attacked my men," he was told, "and they say you claim you're with the Secret Service. Exactly what's going on?" "I need a phone," River said. Up in the skies and miles to the west, over London's outer settlements, massed clusters of red and grey rooftops connected by winding stripes of tree-bordered tarmac and interspersed with golf courses, Kelly Tropper could feel excitement building. This was no ordinary flight, it would have a different ending. As if to underline this, the radio was babbling. They should identify themselves immediately. If they were experiencing difficulties, they should state them now, failing which they should return to their filed route now or face severe consequences. What do you think that means, severe consequences? Don't worry about it. Damien Butterfield said, I thought we'd be closer before they noticed us. It's okay, Tommy said this would happen. But he's not here, is he? This wasn't worth replying to. Like the other flying club members, she and Damien had grown up together, the children of incomers whose parents had moved from bigger, brasher places to pretty, vacant upshot. An unfathomable decision, the children had agreed, and yet they too had all remained rooted there. For Kelly, it was the only way she could have access to the aeroplane, owned by Ray Hadley, but for which she and the others paid maintenance and rental fees. Sometimes she had wondered if there weren't more to it than that. If it weren't cowardice that had anchored her in her childhood village, a fear of failing in the big world, though Tommy had told her. It was funny about Tommy. Everyone thought he just sold apples from his bike, but he knew everyone in Upshot and everything that happened there, as if he received reports from everyone, as if he were the center of a web. You could always talk to Tommy, and he always knew what was going on in your life. This was true for her, true for her friends, true for her parents too. Her father never failed to chat with Tommy on the mornings he was outside the shop, or doing his rounds of the village, picking up the odd jobs that sustained him, though he disappeared mid-week and nobody had ever found out where. Perhaps he had another village somewhere, where he lived a similar existence with a different caste. But Kelly had never discussed the idea with anyone because you never did discuss Tommy Moult. He was everybody's secret. So yes, it was funny about Tommy, but a kind of funny she'd long ceased to question. He was simply part of life in Upshot, and that was that. What Tommy had told her was, there were ways of proving your bravery to yourself and making your mark on the big world. Many ways. It was hard now to remember whose idea this had been, her own or Tommy Moult's. Beside her, Damien Butterfield said, "Are we nearly there yet?" and laughed at his own joke. The radio squawked again, and Kelly Tropper laughed too and turned it off. Somewhere to the northwest, 2 more planes took to the air, sleek, dark, dangerous, and on the hunt. The taxi driver had kept up a relentless stream of invective about bloody marchers who were achieving nothing except mucking hard-working cabbies about, and if anyone really wanted to know what to do about the banks, "Here's fine," said Ho. He threw a note at the driver and jumped out into the path of Shirley Dander. "Shit," she managed, in a kind of elongated hiccup. Ho was pleased to observe she looked like crap. They were right by the forecourt of the Needle, through whose huge glass walls Ho could see a living, breathing forest. But before he could comment on this, a barrage of sirens erupted, as if every car alarm in the city had been triggered at once. What? For a moment, Ho thought the rally had arrived. He could hear it not far off, a rumbling, mobile chant like a rootless football match. But the types pouring into view from doorways all around were wearing suits and smart outfits. More marched against than marching. Through the Needle's revolving doors they came too, appearing unsure as to their next move, pausing, most of them, to look back at the building they'd emerged from, and then staring round as it became clear that whatever was happening everywhere. Shirley was upright again. "'Kay, in we go," Ho said, "but everyone's coming out." Jesus wept. "You're aware you're MI5, right?" "I'm mostly research," he explained, but she was already shoving her way through the emerging crowds. The gun looked natural in Piotr's fist, no more surprising than a coffee cup or a beer bottle. He pointed it at Marcus, hands on the table. Marcus laid his hands on the tabletop, palms down. "All of you." Louisa complied. After a moment, Webb did the same. "Shit," he said. Then, "Shit," he said again. Pashkin snapped his briefcase shut. The alarm was still looping, so he raised his voice. "You'll be locked in. Those doors, they're pretty good. You'll be best off waiting for help." Webb said, "I thought we were..." "Shut up. Doing something here." Kirill said, "You were. You were helping us out." "Thought you couldn't speak English," Louisa said. Marcus said, "They're not just going to lock us in." "I know." Kirill said something that made Piotr laugh. The alarm wailed on, swelling, then diminishing. Other floors would be being evacuated, the lifts would have frozen, and the doors into the stairwells automatically unlocked, allowing access either way. Crowds would assemble at designated points outside, and names be checked off against lists held by security or matched against the key cards currently in use. But no one on the 77th floor would appear on either of those lists. Their presence was off-grid. Webb said, "Look, I don't know what the alarm's for, but I promise." Piotr shot him. 77 stories below, people trooped onto the streets, some wearing that fed-up look that comes with unwelcome interruption, others happily lighting unscheduled cigarettes, and all, once they realized that not only their own but every building in sight was evacuating, changing mood, standing still, looking skyward. All were used to drills and false alarms, but they happened one at a time. Now everything was happening at once, and the grim possibilities took root and flowered. The city broke into a run. Its directions were various, but its intentions clear, to be somewhere else, immediately. And still people kept appearing because the buildings were 10, 15, 20 stories high, and each floor was packed with workers, whether at desks, in meeting rooms, huddled round water coolers, or chatting in corridors. All were hearing the same thing, their building's alarm instructing them to leave. Those who paused to look from their windows saw scattering crowds below. This was not conducive to orderly evacuation. Jostling gave way to shoving, ripples of panic became waves, and the voices of reason drowned in the swell. This didn't happen everywhere, but it happened often. As the city warned its worker bees of a possible terrorist event, some of those bees turned on each other and stung. Most of the resulting injuries, it was later calculated, happened in those buildings containing bankers. Well, bankers and lawyers. It was too close to call. Smoking again, Jackson Lamb slouched across a high walk in the Barbican complex, heading for Slough House. Above him rose Shakespeare or Thomas More. He could never remember which tower was which, and ahead was a familiar bench. He'd fallen asleep on it once, clutching a cardboard coffee cup. When he'd woken, it held 42 pence in small change. He sat on the bench now to finish his cigarette. Above and behind him lured the 1970s. Wrought in glass and concrete, below him the Middle Ages in the shape of St. Giles Cripplegate, and to the east the up-to-the-minute sound of sirens, which had been building for some while but only now crashed through his absorbed state. A pair of fire engines blared along London Wall, followed by a police car. Lamb paused, fingers halfway to his lips. Another fire engine. Dropping the cigarette, he reached for his phone instead. "Taverner," he thought, "what have you done?" Webb was thrown to the floor as a thin, pink spray fritzed the air, then laid a pattern across the carpet. Marcus and Louisa dropped at the same moment, and a second shot carved a chunk from the tabletop, coughing up splinters. But there was no other shelter. They had a second, maybe less, before Piotr crouched and fired directly into their heads. Panic blooming, Louisa looked to Marcus, who was ripping something from the underside of the table, something which fitted his hand as naturally as a coffee cup or beer bottle. He fired and someone screamed and a body hit the floor. Raised voices swore in Russian. Marcus scrambled up and fired again. The bullet hit closing doors. On the far side of the table, Kirill lay clutching his left leg, which was all messed up below the knee. Louisa pulled out her phone. Marcus ran for the doors, gun in hand. When he pulled them, they just gave enough to reveal the U-lock threaded through the outer handles, another gift from Pashkin's damned briefcase. He tugged again, then leaped back as a bullet slammed into the doors from the other side. In the lobby, the alarm swirled. Beneath its noise, Marcus could make out the sound of the two men entering the stairwell at the end of the corridor. As the rally neared the city, its head winding round St. Paul's, its tail back beyond the viaduct, a new awareness rippled through it, a morphic resonance fueled by Twitter, allowing its entire length to hear the rumors at once, that the city was collapsing, its buildings emptying, that the palaces of finance were crumbling at the mob's approach. With this news came a change of mood, spilling over into aggressive triumphalism, the kind that wants to see its enemies spread on the pavement with its head split open. Fresh chanting broke out, louder than ever. The pace picked up, though already, in counterpoint to the hints of victory, another tremor was wavering west, that the rug had been pulled and danger lay ahead. At first sight, this took the form of official resistance. Due to unforeseen circumstances, this rally has now been cancelled. You're to turn and calmly make your way back towards Holborn, where you will be able to disperse. The black armored units that until now had been discreet shadows had disgorged bulked-up shapes in shields and helmets, and barriers were blocking Cheapside. Somewhere behind them was a man with a loudhailer. The streets ahead are closed. I repeat, the route is closed and this rally is now cancelled. The sound of sirens wafting from a distance underlined his words. For 2 minutes that stretched into 4, the head of the mob went no further, but swelled in size, filling the junction on the cathedral's eastern side. And still, up and down its length, messages were relayed, the way a worm communicates to itself the news of its own dicing. At intervals behind them, more tactical units were breaking the march up, rerouting groups into narrow streets and squares and sealing their exits. Singing died and curdled into anger, tempers frayed and broke. Cats and dogs, witches and wizards clung to their parents' legs while once mild protesters sprayed spittle in the faces of unmoving policemen. Overhead, the whump-whump of helicopter blades throbbed in and out of hearing, sometimes drowning the shrill alarms from the city, sometimes becoming its rhythm section, while from the city itself a less organized procession fled the rumors of destruction, arriving in a rabble behind the police rows blocking Cheapside. The streets ahead are closed and this rally is cancelled. The first bottle appeared in a low arc from the middle of the crowd. It spun neck over base, spraying liquid which might have been water, might have been piss, onto the heads of the policemen below. Before shattering on the road, it was followed by others. And up and down the route of the march, tucked away inside what had been a mob, and was now a collection of smaller mobs, those who'd come with masks in their pockets recognized their cue and slipped them on. The time for breaking glass had arrived, and for torching cars and throwing rocks. The first flames burst into being like early blossoms of spring, easily caught on the wind and scattered for miles. It's a credible threat, Lamb. Credible? Some Sunday aeroplane's going to crash into a city building. You sure about that? Sure enough not to take the risk. You're going to shoot it down? There are Harriers in the air. They'll do what's necessary. Over central London? If that's what it takes. Are you mad? Jackson, look. This This is what we've worried about for years. This or something like it. What, a cut-price 911? You think a clapped-out Soviet spook would do this? Katinsky's a Cold War survivor, not a New World Order barbarian, for Christ's sake. And you think it's a coincidence that Arkady Pashkin's meeting? This is not about Pashkin, Taverner. If Moscow knew you and Webb had cooked up some scheme to recruit him, they wouldn't do this. They'd wait till he'd got home and run him through a compactor. Lamb, we've been led here every step. Killing Dickie Bowe, laying a trail to Upshot. They've lit a damn flare path. Murdering Min Harper's the only thing they've tried to keep wrapped. Whatever's really going on, it's not what we think. What's happening at the Needle? Taverner said, We've alerted security. There are fire teams on the way. Lamb said, What happens when that building goes into lockdown? In the Flying Club's office, things had changed. The fridge remained and the chairs. The old desk was still cluttered with paperwork, but the stack of cardboard boxes was a tumbled pyramid, and its plastic sheet lay crumpled on the floor. River dropped to one knee and foraged through the boxes. They'd contained paper, stacks of A4-sized sheets, several copies of which were stuck to the bottom of one. Both showed the same design. Griff Yates burst in, panting. His face was still streaked with blood, but in his hand he had a phone. I borrowed this. River grabbed it, his thumb pressing numbers before his brain could process them. Catherine, it's not a bomb. For a moment she didn't reply. Catherine, I said, so what is it then? Did you sound an alert? River, you called a code September. That's not even a... I know what it's not, but I know what it means, so I told the park. What's going on, River? What did the park do? Put the city on terror alert. Imminent danger. Oh, Jesus. High buildings are being evacuated, especially the Needle, because of the Russian thing. River, talk to me. There's no bomb. The plane's not. It's not a terror attack. He looked at the papers in his hand. There were reproductions of the same image, a stylized city landscape, its tallest skyscraper struck by jagged lightning. Along the foot of each page ran the words, Stop the City. They're leafleting the demo. They're bloody what? Leaflets, Catherine. They're dropping leaflets on the rally. But somebody wanted us to think there was a bomb. The terror alert. That's the whole point. The evacuation. The Needle, she said. Louisa had no signal, nor did Marcus. The microphone-shaped device on the table was gone, taken by Pashkin and Pyotr, but still nearby and blocking their phones. She checked Webb. The bullet had hit him in the chest, but he was alive, for now. Shallow breaths bubbled out of him and whistled back in. She did what she could, which wasn't much, then turned to Marcus, who was standing over Kirill. You put that there yesterday? The gun, she meant. But how else could it have got there? Taped to the table's underside. Fixing the odds, Marcus said. I don't wander into situations blind, not with hostiles. Kirill was conscious and moaning, a dull counterpoint to the alarm's shrill wail. Louisa put her hand on his wounded leg. This hurt? He swore in Russian. Yeah, you don't speak English. This hurt? She pressed harder. Jesus, bitch, you fuck! That'll be a yes. What's going on? Marcus left her for the kitchen. They've left you behind. You think they're coming back? Bastards, he said. He might have been talking about his absent comrades. Where have they gone? Downstairs. From the kitchen she heard breaking glass. Marcus reappeared with the fire axe in his hand. Louisa turned back to Kirill. Downstairs, she said, and understanding dawned. Rumble? Their new iPhone? That's what this is about? You're stealing a fucking prototype? Marcus swung the axe and the doors shuddered. She put her hand on the fallen man's wound once more. Before he gets through that, she said, you're going to tell me why Min died. Outside was warm spring air and a drift of pollen. The irritated officer had heard enough to know that whatever was happening was bigger than a trespass on MOD land and was currently on his phone establishing the level of national alert. Griff Yates was washing his face somewhere, and nearby, at forlorn attention by the jeep, stood one of the two soldiers they'd had their altercation with. River showed his service card again. I need to be somewhere. Yeah, right. And you'll need a friend once this morning's done, River added, thinking, so will I. Get me back to the village in the next 2 minutes and you'll have one. Oh, you're James Bond, are you? We use the same gin. Huh? A bird of prey wheeled overhead, loudly mewing. What the hell? Get in, quick. River used the 2-minute journey to speak to Catherine again. Have they called the Harriers off? I don't know, River. There was an unaccustomed tremor to her voice. I've called the park, but are you anywhere near a TV? Not exactly. All hell's breaking loose in the city. Half the world's trying to get out, and the rally's trying to get in. Jesus, River, that was us. Me, he thought. He said, and they told me I'd never top King's Cross. But a tight knot of dread had formed in his stomach. And you're sure now, are you? The plane's not heading for the Needle? We've been played, Catherine. Me, Lamb, everyone. You don't need to send a plane into a building to cause chaos. You just have to make us think it's going to happen. There's more to it. That Russian, Pashkin, he's not real. So who? Don't know yet. Louise's phone's dead, so's Marcus's. But Ho's on his way there now with Shirley. It's all part of the same thing, said River. Must be. Don't let them shoot that plane down, Catherine. The pilot's been played, just like us. I'll do what I can. River slapped the jeep's roof in frustration. Here, he said. Here. Church End, Yates had said. That's where Tommy Moult had been, the church end of the high street. The jeep crunched to a halt by St. John of the Cross's lich gate, and River left it at a run. As Marcus swung the axe, a crunch shook the floor, and Louisa shrieked, Jesus, was that you? He paused, the axe inch-deep in the door. Plastic, he said, and pulled the axe head free. Plastic? She looked at Kirill. That's the plan. The building goes into terror mode, and you bust into rumble with plastic explosives? Millions, he said through gritted teeth. It'd have to be. No one goes to this effort for petty cash. Another dull crunch from below. There were blowing open doors down there, and it wouldn't take them long. Then all they'd have to do was head for ground level and slip away with the crowds. No one would check off their exit because no one had signed them in. There'd be a car waiting, and one less to share the proceeds with. Thwack went the axe, and splinters flew. She kicked Kirill. Min saw him, didn't he? The Russian groaned. My leg. I need doctor. Min saw Pashkin, or whoever he really is, when he was supposed to be in Moscow being a fucking oil baron. Except he wasn't. He was in a doss house on the Edgware Road because the ambassador is a little pricey when you don't need to be there, isn't it? When you're not really a fucking oil baron, just a fucking thief. And that's why Min died. Didn't mean it to happen. We were having a drink, that's all. Gah, my leg. Thwack! Tell you what, Kirill. Once I've put your scumbag friends in a box, I'll come back and see what I can do about your leg, yeah? She leaned in close. We've got a fucking axe after all. Nothing about her expression suggested she was joking. The next thwack was followed by a thunk. Through, said Marcus. Louisa patted Kirill's shattered leg again and made for the door. She'd never flown in radio silence before, and it added an odd dimension to the morning, as if all this were taking place inside a dream, in which the bluntly familiar, the panel of instruments before her, the view of empty skies, Damien by her side, rubbed surfaces with the strange. London was gathering shape, coagulating into an uninterrupted mass of rooftop and road, its districts strung together by buses and cars. Stacked behind them were masses of the leaflet she'd designed, the one that would tell the marchers what they were doing, stopping the city, smashing the banks. The details remained vague, but it was enough to be a part of the crusade. There was greed and avarice and corruption in the world, and probably always would be, but that was no excuse for not attempting to make a change. "We should put the radio on," Damien said. "It's dangerous. It's illegal." She said, "Don't worry. We're too low to be on anyone's flight path." "I didn't think we'd be so..." "What do you think they'll do, for Christ's sake? Shoot us down?" "You think they'll shoot us down?" "Well, no, but a few more minutes we'll be over the center. They'll see what we're planning on doing, and they'll escort us home and we'll be arrested and fined and all that. We knew that before setting off. Grow some balls." But she could hear, beneath the hum of the Skyhawk's engine, a bass note, a growl, a pair of growls, and in that instant a different future occurred to Kelly Tropper. One in which, instead of proving herself a radical daredevil, scattering her self-designed leaflets on the marching crowds below, she became an object lesson in the lengths to which a once-bitten nation might go to protect itself. But that seemed so far-fetched, so at odds with the scenario she'd planned, that she was able to dismiss it, even as Damien began to babble louder, and with audible fear that this wasn't the good idea it had sounded back in the Downside Man, that maybe they weren't invulnerable after all. That last part, though, surely couldn't be true, thought Kelly. And on they flew towards the heart of London, its buildings growing closer together now, its spaces further apart, even as the noises she could hear beneath her own plane's hum grew louder and took up more room and swallowed everything else. Tommy Moult, or the man who used to be Tommy Moult, was in St. John's graveyard on the wooden bench dedicated to the recent memory of Joe Morden, who loved this church. This faced the church's western wall, the side on which its bell tower stood, and through whose rose window the setting sun would warm the church's interior with soft pink light. At the moment it remained in shadow. Moult had lost his red cap, along with the sprigs of hair that had tufted from under it, and which had been as familiar a sight in the village as the hawthorn trees flanking the Lich Gate. Bald, older-looking, he did not rise at River's approach. He seemed lost in contemplation of the medieval church, around which earlier versions of Upshot had risen and fallen. In one hand he nursed an iPhone, the other, dangling over the arm of the bench, hid from view. River said, "Busy morning?" "Not round here." "You're Nikolai Katinsky, aren't you? Lamb told me about you." "Some of the time." "I guess that makes you Alexander Popov too," River said. "Or the man who invented him." Now Katinsky seemed interested. "You worked that out yourself?" "Seems kind of obvious at this point," River said. He sat on the bench, leaving a foot of space between them. "I mean, all these hoops you've had us jumping through. That's not the work of a language school scam artist, or even a cipher clerk." "Don't knock cipher clerks," Katinsky told him. "Like any other branch of the civil service, all the work's done low on the food chain. Everyone else just has meetings." In the shadow of the tower he looked grey, and though his head was mostly smooth, bristles stubbled his chin and cheeks. This was grey too, as were his eyes, which looked like the covers placed on wells to prevent accidents, things falling in, things climbing out. On 7/7, River said, London kept a stiff upper lip. It's how we knew we'd won, no matter how many bodies we buried. But this morning the whole damn city looks like day one of the Harvey Nicks sale. Katinsky waved his phone. "Yes, I've been watching." "That's what all this was about?" "Only incidentally. You're Mr. Pashkin," not his real name either, I'm afraid. "He's taking advantage of the chaos to relieve the Needle's tenants of some of their assets." Moult glanced at his phone again. He hasn't rung, though. It's possible not everything's gone according to plan. His plan, not yours. We have different aims, but you're working together. He has access to various things I needed. Andrei Chernitsky, for a start. Some years ago, Andrei and I abducted your friend Dickie Bowe. I was building the Popov legend and wanted one of your people to get a glimpse of him, though nobody's so reliable their words would be trusted. When you're making a scarecrow, you don't do it in plain sight, you understand? I get the picture. Well, since then, like a regrettable number of former colleagues, Andrei has turned to private enterprise to earn his crust. In short, he was in the employ of one it'll be simpler to keep calling Arkady Pashkin. And you needed him to lay a trail Dickie Bowe would follow. Precisely. So Pashkin and I came to a mutually beneficial arrangement, which even now he's reaping the benefit of, or trying to. Like I say, he hasn't rung. River shook his head. He ached all over, but underneath that a sense of wonderment pulsed. For the first time in his life, he was facing the enemy. Not his enemy exactly, but his grandfather's, and Jackson Lamb's. He was putting a face to the history that previous spooks had battled with, and it was happening here, in a country churchyard, witnessed by the uninvolved dead. He said, "And that's it? You bring the city to a grinding halt for a morning, and that's it? Christ, what a waste of effort. A few hand-wringing editorials, and it'll be forgotten." Katinsky laughed. "What's your name? Your real name?" Rivers shook his head. "No, I suppose not. You don't have a cigarette, do you? They're bad for you." Is that a sense of humor poking through? There's hope for us yet. That's what this is to you? One big joke? If you like, Katinsky said. So tell me, do you want to hear the punchline? He must be on the 20th floor, Roderick Ho thought, chest heaving, breath thick with the taste of blood. At least the 20th. He'd crashed through the lobby in Shirley Dander's wake, had waved his ID at the lone security guard who was sticking to his post, though the city crumbled, had followed his pointing finger to stairs that led forever up. And now he must be at least on the 20th floor, and Shirley was out of sight. All he could hear was the crashing boom of the alarm, louder in the stairwell as it bounced off walls and skittered off the staircase, while he panted like a dog, on all fours, his forehead resting on the stair above. Drool unspooled from his lip. Everything was a blur. What was he doing this for? Louisa and Marcus in trouble. Didn't care. Pashkin, not who he said he was. Didn't care. Shirley Dander, thinking him a wuss. Didn't care. He should be back in his office, deep-sea diving on the web. You're aware you're MI5, right? Yeah, he didn't care. It occurred to him that the program he'd written to fake his work pattern would have kicked in by now, and anyone checking up on him remotely would find him hard at work on the archive, sorting and saving, sorting and saving. If he'd had breath to spare, he'd have laughed. It was a shame he had no one to share the joke with, because it was, after all, pretty funny. What was her name? Shana? The chick from the gym he'd planned to meet, once he'd trashed her relationship. Except, he thought, he'd never do that, would he? Trash her relationship, yes, or at any rate throw a virtual spanner into its works. He could handle that, no problem. But actually going up and talking to her? Never going to happen. And even if it did, how would he explain to her about the program he'd written to fake his work pattern? Catherine Standish, on the other hand, she knew about it. And you know, Roddy had the feeling she actually found it pretty amusing. And that's what he was doing this for, come to think of it. He was here because she told him to be, to help Louisa Guy and Marcus what's-his-name. Sighing, he hauled himself to his feet and staggered up towards what must be the 21st floor, though was in fact the 12th. Marcus went through the fire doors, low, arms outstretched, gun pointing ahead, then left, then right, then up. Nothing. He said, clear, and Louisa followed him out of the stairwell. They were on the 68th, and the logo on the glass doors read Rumble in a streamlined font. There were lights on inside, but no one visible. The reception desk, in front of a huge repro of A Bigger Splash, was uncrewed. Marcus tried the door. It wouldn't open. Maybe they locked it behind them. They're using plastic, Marcus pointed out. He took a step back, braced himself, and kicked, to no effect. The noise this made was swallowed by the alarm. No one appeared inside the Rumble suite. Ideas? Maybe they went through a wall. Or maybe... Marcus raised an eyebrow. Louisa said, maybe he was lying. What floor are the diamond people on? 1 breath, 2 breath, 1 breath, 2. There was a city challenge. Shirley had seen a poster for it. You ran to the top flight of a scraper, then down, then ran to another one and did it again. It must be for charity because it couldn't be for fun. She wondered how many folk died halfway through. Her legs were soup. A label on a fire door read 32. She'd seen nobody since the 20th, when a dishevelled couple had burst into the well asking, "Are we too late?" as if they'd missed the emergency. Shirley had pointed the way down and carried on climbing. And now she must be getting used to the constant wail of the damned alarm, fishtailing round the stairwell because she was hearing other sounds too. Some kind of explosion some minutes back, nothing you wanted to hear this high up. She'd not been able to raise Louisa or Marcus, but had talked to Catherine, who told her the alarms were false. No terrorist bombs were expected. It had sounded like a bomb to her, though, if a small one. One breath after another, at least one of which was a sigh. Arkady Pashkin wasn't who he said he was, and had 2 thugs in tow. Shirley had no weapon, but she'd put people on the floor with her bare hands before now. Come to think of it, that's why she was in Slough House in the first place. Didn't matter that her legs were soup, or that she was less than halfway up. The city was coming apart, and that seemed to be Pashkin's plan. So she wasn't going to lie here panting while Guy and Longridge stopped it by themselves. Not if a ticket back to Regent's Park was involved. Grinding her teeth, she took the next flight. From way above her, more noise. It might have been a gunshot. The 65th, De Koning. The Diamond Merchants. Its outer room was kitted out on a desert theme, with silks hanging off the walls and a clutch of palms forming centerpiece, though these had been bent and torn by the blast that had shaken the floor 12 stories up. Smoke still hugged the ceiling, and any furniture not fixed into place was scattered against the right-hand side of the room. Midway along the facing wall, a metal door hung off its hinges. "They're gone," she said. "Never assume." Marcus went through the metal door the same way he'd entered the suite, every direction covered. Louisa followed. It had been a secure room, lined with narrow deposit boxes, a good dozen of which had been blown open. From the floor glinted a shard of broken glass. Which wasn't broken glass, Louisa realized. Jesus, it was a diamond, the size of a fingernail. And Piotr, too, a chunk of his head removed by a bullet and smeared on the nearest wall. "Pashkin's traveling light," Marcus said. "He must be on the stairs. So let's go." They ran for the stairwell again, but at the fire door Louisa paused. He could be on any floor. He wants out. Once the scare's over, it won't be so easy. He had to bend into her ear to speak. The scare wasn't over yet, though the alarm seemed to be winding down as if running on a tired battery. Louisa checked her phone. "Still no good," she said. "And Webb's bleeding out for all we know. I've got to find an outside line." He said, "Okay, I'll keep going." "Shoot straight," Louisa said. Marcus continued down the never-ending stairs, and Louisa went back into De Koning's. "You were a Kremlin brain." "Yes. Until I became instead a Moscow cipher clerk, with just enough of the right sort of information to be granted entry into your Jerusalem. You invented Popov, who we knew was a legend. So we thought the cicadas were a legend too, but they were real. Why'd you bring them to Upshot? They had to be somewhere, Katinsky said, once Moscow fell apart. Besides, they were sleepers, and where better to sleep? They were agents of influence. They were bright, talented people with access to people with access, and they reached right into the heart of the establishment. It would have made for an interesting game if it hadn't come to a premature end. You mean if you hadn't lost, you might have won, Rivers said. Do they even know? About each other, I mean. Katinsky laughed. He laughed so hard he started to wheeze and had to put a hand up as if instructing River to stop right there, put everything on hold. It was the hand that held his iPhone. The other remained out of River's view. At length he said, On the whole, I think not, though they may have suspicions. River said, All these years, and you decided to come back to life? There's got to be a reason for that. You're dying, aren't you? Liver cancer. That's one of the painful ones. Too bad. Thank you. You liked the girl, didn't you? Young Kelly Tropper, I mean. I know you screwed her, but it went beyond business, didn't it? Spies screw girls when they're called upon to do so, and young men screw girls when the opportunity presents. Which were you when you bedded her, Walker? Did it bother you, sending her out to die? Sending her? She said it was her own idea. I'm sure she thought so. Are you really waiting for a call? I might be. Or I might be waiting to make one. It's over, you know. It was over a long time ago, Katinsky said. But that's the thing about dying. It encourages you to tidy up. To settle scores, River said. I prefer to think of it as redressing a balance. You don't think this is about ideology, do you? Well, I don't think it's about a heist. Why Upshot? You already asked. You didn't answer. Nothing you've done has been accidental. You came here for a reason. The sun was trying to clear the bell tower, and given time and patience, would succeed. It always had done before. Behind them, gravestones were soaking in warmth, but the bench remained in shadow. Katinsky gave the impression that this was where he belonged. For all his solidity, River half expected him to evaporate once the sun's rays touched him. Why do you think? No, River thought. It wasn't his grandfather the man reminded him of. It was Jackson Lamb. He said, It's England. Oh, come on. So is Birmingham. So is Crewe. Picture postcard England. Medieval church, village pub, village green. You wanted to park your network at the heart of a vision of rural England. Like a grudging tutor, Katinsky nodded. Maybe. What else? River said, When you chose it, it had a military base. Most of the town existed just to serve it. There was nothing else here. A small place with no proper existence. Why would the man who invented Alexander Popov choose such a place, I wonder? A passing wind crawled through the neatly trimmed grass, shaking the spray of daffodils in a tin vase by a headstone. For no reason he could think of, River remembered the O.B., his grandfather, reaching with a twig to rescue a beetle from a burning log in his grate, and then the memory fizzed and vanished, the way the beetle itself had popped when the fire swallowed it. But the connection had been made. Here in the quiet churchyard, River recalled a distant conflagration. ZT/53235, he said. Katinsky said nothing, but his eyes answered yes. That's where you're from, River said, and even as he spoke Katinsky's words, I prefer to think of it as redressing a balance, swam into his mind, and despite the encroaching sunshine, it grew colder on their bench. Louisa found a phone, called emergency services, but couldn't get through. What the hell was going on? Through the window, traces of black smoke spread inkily across the sky. Way down below, London was burning. She called Slough House and filled Catherine in. He was still alive when you left him. He was breathing. I'm not a doctor. She was having second thoughts about having left Webb on his own. Or not even on his own. The other Russian was there too. Also in pain, though that was of less consequence to her. Where's Pashkin now? On his way down, I imagine, with Marcus in hot pursuit. I hope he's careful. I hope he kills the bastard. I hope the bastard doesn't kill him first, or the others. Roderick Hoe and Shirley Dander were on the scene too. It's chaos out there, Louisa. God knows when you'll see reinforcements. We need medics first. I'll get a chopper sent. Oh shit, said Louisa. The roof. ZT-53235, said River. That's where you're from. No legend worth the name springs from virgin soil. I gave Popov my own past, yes. So you must have been a child. Hard to believe, isn't it? But apparently I carry the memory within. He grimaced. It wasn't a healthy town to be born in, even before you burned it to the ground. Your own government destroyed it, River said, because they thought there was a spy there. But there wasn't. There never was. The town was destroyed for no reason. There are always reasons, the Russians said. The spy wasn't real, but the evidence was. That's how the mirror world works, Walker. Your service wasn't able to plant a spy there because security was too tight. So it did the next best thing and planted evidence to suggest a spy. So the government did what governments do and destroyed the town. What your service would now call a result. Back then they called it a victory. It was all a long time ago, said River, as if that meant anything now or ever had. I came from a place that epitomized the Soviet world in English eyes, said Katinsky, and it was destroyed by fire. So here I am, in a place that epitomizes England to the rest of the world. Tell me, what happens next? River moved at exactly the moment Katinsky revealed what his right hand held, and River pulled back but not fast enough. Katinsky caught his elbow with the taser, and the force of the voltage threw him onto the path. Katinsky stood. I told you Pashkin had various things I needed. Where do you think I got this from? Bending, he zapped River again. Sparks burst and the world swam red and black. A source of plastic explosives was another. Being a career criminal opens all sorts of doors. Knows no borders, you might say. There was no bomb, River managed to squeak. No, the plane was a decoy for Pashkin's benefit. The plastic's still here, all around us. He meant the gravestones, River thought dizzily. Then, no. He meant the whole village. Katinsky said, each of the cicadas has enough to create one large bomb, and each has been told where to plant it. It's the instruction they've been waiting for years. Now they know why they were dispatched to Upshot. It was to be in place to destroy an enemy. You're mad. They won't have done it. I gave them everything, he said. Their identities, their start in life, and for more than 20 years they've been waiting, Walker. Waiting for the call that will activate them. That's what cicadas do. They wake up and sing. Even if they've planted these bombs, what good will it do? I told you it will redress a balance and demonstrate that history never forgives. You're absolutely fucking insane. You're not so confident, then, that they won't do it? River had been hoarding strength. All that energy that fizzed through his body, all of it that hadn't been dissipated by the longest night of his life, was being summoned, and in a second he'd leaped to his feet. Strange that he still felt fluid and helpless. They're not who you think. Not anymore. They've been here too long. We'll see. He held up the iPhone. I'll do a ring round. You're going to ask them? Katinsky laughed and took a step back. No, boy, he said. I'll talk to the bombs. What You think they're attached to a fuse? They detonate remotely, like this. He pressed numbers. Webb was breathing, but his eyelids fluttered as Louisa bent over him. "Don't die," she said. He didn't react. "Prick," she added. He didn't react to that either. Kirill wasn't there. He'd handily left a trail of blood, though. Still panting, she followed it. He'd made for the stairwell, but had gone up, not down. It must have been slow progress, judging by the blood, and came to an end 2 landings up, where he lay slumped against the wall, his face twisted into an agonized scribble. "Making a run for it, bitch." It was a scratchy whisper. It didn't seem likely he'd be shouting any warnings. "He's on the roof, isn't he? You've got a chopper coming." But Kirill rolled his eyes and said no more. He carried no weapon. If Pashkin was up there, she'd be a sitting duck. So she went through the last door carefully, or tried to, but the wind caught it and slammed it open. 300 meters above London streets there was a fair lick of breeze. The mast was on the opposite side of the roof, a graceful thin blade reaching up into the blue. Between here and there was a shanty-like collection of air-con vents, aerial casings, lightning rods, and what looked like concrete stylings of garden sheds, housing lift machinery or other staircases. Oddly seedy for a high-pump building, but most slick operations had their grimy underside. This is what was going through her mind when a bullet chipped the door behind her. She rolled behind a ship's funnel-shaped vent and scrambled to a sitting position. "Louisa?" Pashkin. He had to shout to be heard up here, higher than the birds. "Nowhere to go, Pashkin," she shouted back. "The cavalry are coming." He was behind one of the shed structures lining the building's west side, it sounded like. The east side dropped a level to a flatter expanse where a helicopter could land, but hadn't yet. To left and right she saw no city, only sky, faintly smudged by oily smoke. A ludicrously thin railing marked the edge of the roof. If that was all there was to keep her from pitching into the void, she hoped the wind didn't pick up. "Yes," he shouted back. "I've booked a ride." "Have you got a gun, Louisa?" "Of course I bloody have." "Perhaps I'll come and take it from you." It seemed she was out of range of his signal blocker out here because her phone rang. "Kind of busy." "I sent for an air ambulance. They say there's already one on the way, Louisa." "Way ahead of you. Why arrange for your own pilot when you could just hijack an air ambulance?" He was behind one of those shed structures, unless he wasn't. Might even be right behind this vent, crawling round to her. Part of her hoped so. Louisa wasn't stupid. She'd brought the fire axe with her. "Louisa, go back inside. Close the door. I'll be gone in a few minutes. No harm, no foul, isn't that what they say?" Not in this country, they don't. She hoped her voice sounded steady. A thin wisp of cloud above was scudding so fast it was making her dizzy. If she closed her eyes, she might roll to that railing and beyond. "Because otherwise, I'll have to kill you. Like you had to kill men? Well, you I'll shoot. But the outcome will be the same, yes." Oh, Christ, she thought. Crouching with her back to an air-con vent atop the city's tallest building, while a well-dressed gangster cracked wise, "I'm in fucking Die Hard." "Louisa?" He sounded nearer, but it was hard to tell. Last night she'd have taken him with pepper spray and plastic cuffs, and all this would have been over. But bloody Marcus had interfered, so here she was instead, way above London, and Pashkin had a gun. And what did I think I was doing, racing up here unarmed? Though the answer was no further away than her memories of Min, whom this bastard had murdered for an armful of diamonds. She thought she could hear a helicopter. Choices, choices. She could do as he'd said and head back into safety, which didn't mean he wouldn't shoot her in the back before hijacking the helicopter. On the streets below, all was chaos. He'd force it down in Hyde Park, disappear among the crowds. Think, she thought. Or rather, didn't think. She stood instead and launched herself across the gap between where she'd been crouching and the next place of shelter, a sturdy chunk of concrete inside which lift machinery silently waited. She landed flat, expecting gunfire which didn't come. The fire axe skittered from her grasp and came to a rest a few feet away. "Louisa, still here. That was your last chance. Toss the gun over here, that'll knock a few years off your sentence." There was definitely a helicopter, and it was definitely getting nearer. "You aren't armed, Louisa. This won't end well." The fire axe had given that away. Nobody with a gun would have come hefting a heavy blade, which lay outside the range of her shelter. She stretched for it, and this time he did shoot, missing her hand, but hitting the axe handle, making it spin wildly. She yelped, "Louisa, are you hurt?" She didn't reply. The steady whump-whump of the helicopter blades grew louder. If the pilot saw an armed man, he wouldn't land. He'd go whumping away. She had to show him Pashkin had a gun. If Min were here, he'd tell her what a stupid plan that was, but Min wasn't here because he was dead. And if she didn't do something now, the man who'd killed him would be whisked off. The axe might come in useful. She reached for it again, and a heavy boot crunched onto her hand. She looked up into Pashkin's eyes. He glared back, genuinely irritated that she was putting him to this trouble. In one hand he held a cloth bag, swollen to the size of a football, lot of diamonds. In the other he held the gun, aimed straight at her head. "I'm sorry, Louisa," he said. "Really, I am." Then Marcus shot him, and Pashkin, gun, and bag of diamonds dropped, though only the diamonds went scattering this way and that, like small bright marbles in a children's game, some of them tumbling to the edge of the roof and over. Louisa could only imagine what that must have been like. Tiny glass raindrops falling onto distant streets, while the whump-whump of the helicopter blades beat the air into slender nothings. In the moment after Katinsky dialed the number to detonate the bombs, silence hung around the churchyard, around the whole village, like a plastic dome around a cake. Sunshine stopped, the wind paused, a blackbird choked off mid-note, and even River's aches and pains were suspended as he waited for the series of cracks that would split the sky like lightning and bring Upshot tumbling down. The weeks he'd spent here kaleidoscoped through his mind, and he thought of the pub and the village shop, of the graceful curve of 18th century townhouses lining the green, of the one-time manor house, all turned into a series of craters to satisfy some dying spook's vision of vengeance. It would be a rustic ground zero, memorial to a long-forgotten town that died in a long-forgotten fire. ZT-53235, an ancient casualty in the mirror game played by spies. It would be futile and useless, but would scorch the earth behind it. And then the sun shone on, and the breeze stirred again, and the blackbird caught its breath and resumed its song. Nikolai Katinsky was just an old man, staring at the phone in his hand as if technology were beyond him. River said, "See?" and his voice was close to normal. Katinsky's lips moved, but River couldn't make out what he said. He struggled to get up, and this time made it. Then he leant against the bench, his limbs still wobbly. "They've been here years," he said. "They're not yours anymore. They don't care what brought them here. This is their life. It's where they live." There were cars arriving. He recognized the sound of Jeep's engines and felt a brief surge of hysteria as he wondered how this would play out. A village community revealed as a sleeper cell, one sleeping so hard it had no desire to wake. "Still," he said, "nice try," and released his grip on the bench. There you go, River thought, you can stand. And thinking so, he set off along the path to the lich gate, through which military types would soon be swarming. "Walker!" He looked back. Katinsky was draped in sunlight, which this past minute had crested the bell tower. "Not all of the bombs were theirs. One was mine." He hit another number on his phone. The blast, which took out the west wall of St. John's, killed Katinsky instantly, standing as he was right in its path. In later nightmares, River saw a chunk of ancient stonework cleave the old spook in two, but in reality he was bowled over by the shockwave, and by the time rocks were raining to earth, was curled inside the lich gate itself, head between his knees. So he heard and felt, rather than saw, the slower death that followed Katinsky's, as the bell tower swayed and hovered and lost its grip on the vertical. When it dropped, it fell away from River's shelter, or he'd have joined the old man in whatever afterlife was waiting. As it was, the tower's descent onto the graveyard and the footpath beyond seemed to last for whole minutes, for acres of time, as befitted its brute removal from a skyline it had kissed for hundreds of years. And for hours afterwards it seemed to continue happening, as the shock reverberated through the suddenly emptier landscape, making new shapes out of silence and dust. Marcus made sure Pashkin was dead, then helped Louisa to her feet. He said, "I met Shirley on the stairs. He hadn't passed her, so I figured maybe he'd come to the roof." "Thanks," she said. "Like I told you, they made me a slow horse 'cause I gamble, not 'cause I'm a fuck-up." The helicopter landed, and he went to meet it. Throughout the day of the aborted rally, parts of London burned. Cars were torched, a bus was set alight, and a Yankel, one of the police armoured units, was baptized by a petrol bomb on Newgate Street. A photo of St. Paul's, obscured by oily smoke, dully graced front pages next morning. But before nightfall, the rally that had become a riot became a rout. Mindful of criticisms of too softly an approach to recent disturbances, the police went in hard and broke heads and made arrests. Free-ranging mobs were dispersed, ringleaders bundled into vans, and those who'd spent the day kettled up in back streets were allowed to make their way home. It had been, the day's gold commander announced at the inevitable press conference, an effective demonstration of firm, no-nonsense policing, which did not alter the fact that the city had been well and truly stopped. Rumour had fanned the flames. It turned out that through the course of that morning, a whisper on Twitter that a bomb-laden aeroplane had been shot down by the RAF had cajoled its way into fact. The less incendiary truth that a Cessna Skyhawk had been intercepted and escorted to an RAF base, where it was found to be bearing a load of amateurish leaflets, did not become general knowledge until the following day. At about the same time, responsibility for the headlong evacuation of the square mile was being laid firmly at the door of the security services, or more precisely at the shoes of Five's chair of limitations, who had effectively been first desk at the time, and upon whose advice the Home Secretary had sounded the city's alarm. Roger Barrowby impressed many with his ready acceptance of blame. He had the air, it was remarked, of a man who knew when he'd been castled. His resignation was discreetly handled, and he was reported to have been touched by his leaving gift, an imitation Mies van der Rohe chair. In the immediate aftermath, many shops and businesses in central London remained shut, and roads witnessed less traffic than usual. There was a communal holding of breath and the general intention of having an early night. Even on some of the busiest streets, barely a mouse stirred. But if a mouse wanted to, it could enter Slough House with ease. No mouse worth its whiskers would have problems threading under that long shut door, nor up the uncarpeted staircase, whereupon, pausing on an office threshold, it might weigh up the attractions of a wobbling tower of pizza boxes and an array of still sticky cans, and set them against the deterrent of a snoozing Roderick Hoe, who, worn out by unaccustomed exertion, lies with his cheek on his desk, his glasses askew. It's even possible that the dribble puddling from his open mouth might present a third lunch option for our mouse, but a sudden blart, halfway between a snore and a raspberry, decides the matter, and a tale is turned. And into the adjoining office our wee friend scurries, where its incursion is regarded not, as would once have been the case, as a possible test, but simply as enemy action, for an air of paranoia now taints this room, and it seeps off the walls and soaks into the carpet. Both Shirley Dander and Marcus Longridge know that one of them is thought to be Diana Taverner's stooge, and as each knows it isn't them, both believe it to be the other. The only words they have exchanged today have been, "Shut the door," and their post-needle debriefings remain undiscussed. Had they pooled what each had gleaned, they might have reached certain conclusions regarding the likely official verdict. That inasmuch as James Webb had laid a trap for the gangster masquerading as one Arkady Pashkin, the operation had been worthwhile, but its outcome having been badly compromised by the involvement of the slow horses, few citations for valor and even fewer recalls to Regent's Park would be offered. This wouldn't have lightened the atmosphere much, though, were he minded to do so, Jackson Lamb would have improved matters, being aware that, in telling him one of the newbies was reporting to her, Diana Taverner was merely trying to mess with his head. Taverner is something of an expert in this field, as Roger Barraby might attest, but any time she thinks she's put one over on Jackson Lamb, thinks Jackson Lamb, she ought to count her pocket change. If she had an ear in Slough House, she'd have known of Webb's having seconded 2 slow horses before Lamb told her. And besides, Lady Di already has a black mark against her name in Lamb's book, since it was on her instructions that Nick Duffy did such a half-assed job of investigating Min Harper's death. For this there will be retribution. Meanwhile, in this office, a sense of betrayal hangs heavy. Something no good-natured mouse can support for long, so off it goes again, up the stairs, seeking out new horizons, which it finds in the shape of River Cartwright. River is also quiet, having just ended a call to St. Mary's Hospital, which is where Spiderweb was taken, a little longer after being shot than accident and emergency rooms recommend. The news of his former friend's current status might be what he contemplates now, and our mouse cannot tell whether it brings pain or pleasure, though River might equally be occupied by other emotions, by the suspicion, for example, that the reason the name ZT/53235 came tripping so lightly from his grandfather's memory was that it had long resided there, the OB himself having been responsible for convincing the Soviet authorities that the closed town nurtured a traitor. It was in 1951 that ZT/53235 burned, with the loss of thousands of lives, and David Cartwright would then have been much the age his grandson is now, prompting River to wonder whether he has it in him to play the mirror game as if the stakes were spent matches instead of human lives. And to wonder, too, if such thoughts will intrude the next time he visits the old man, or whether he will bury them like any spy's secrets and greet his grandfather as fondly as ever. As this is not a problem our mouse can help with, it retreats to find in Louisa Guy's room a different kind of silence, the kind used to smother a soft noise. This finds no echo, as there is nobody to offer one, the spare desk here being just that, spare, untenanted, redundant. Given time, a fresh body will turn up to commandeer it. As Lamb has pointed out, Slough House is staffed by screw-ups, of which there's never any shortage. And perhaps it's that future occupation that causes Louisa to gently sob now, or perhaps it's the current emptiness awaiting her at her flat, which once seemed too small for 2, and is now too large for 1. a situation unassuaged by her recent acquisition, currently nestled among her newer, less practical, now uncalled-for underwear, of a fingernail-sized diamond, its weight less than that of a donut, and its value a mystery to her. Ascertaining this would be another step over a line she never intended to cross in the first place, so for now it remains wrapped and hidden, its only promise that of an escape from one empty place into another, which is all the future seems to offer to Louisa, one empty space after another, like an infinity of mirrors reaching all the way to nowhere. Small wonder she sobs, even less that our mouse tiptoes discreetly away from a grief it can't comfort. Further up, on the third and final floor, it pays a brief visit to Catherine Standish, for whom a mouse holds no horrors, provided it's real. Catherine has seen her share of phantom mice, small shapes that scurried from sight when she turned to look, but those days are long past. The only day that matters is the one that lies ahead, which she will deal with in the same calm manner she has come to deal with most things, a talent honed by daily exposure to the irritating Jackson Lamb, who is currently in his own room, door firmly closed, which presents as much an obstacle to our murine explorer as the inelegantly heaped pile of telephone directories, atop which it pauses at last, whiskers quivering, snout a-tremble. Jackson Lamb has his feet on his desk and his eyes closed. On his lap is a newspaper, folded at a bizarre little story about a localized earth tremor in the Cotswolds, for heaven's sake, a seismic shrug which caused a much-loved church to collapse, thankfully with only a single fatality. And so, thinks Lamb, the ghost of one Alexander Popov, as embodied by one Nikolai Katinsky, fades into nothingness in the heart of a village which in no way resembled the town he'd emerged from, except in the manner of the destruction he'd hoped to wreak upon it. As for the cicadas, that collection of long-buried sleepers who'd slept so deeply their false existences had displaced the real, for them there'd be no awakening, cruel or otherwise, the school of thought from them down the corridor being to let sleeping spooks lie. Lying, after all, is what spooks do best. Thinking such thoughts, Jackson Lamb reaches blindly out for something, probably his cigarettes, and when his questing hands come up empty, resorts to opening his eyes. And there, in front of him, snout quivering, whiskers a-tremble, sits a mouse. For a moment, Lamb has the uncomfortable sensation that this mouse is staring into a past he has tried to bury, or peering into a future he'd sooner forget. And then he blinks, and the mouse is nowhere, if it was ever there at all. What this place needs is a cat, grumbles Lamb, but there's no one there to hear him. This has been a presentation of AudioGo. For more information on related titles from AudioGo, please visit us online at audiogo.com. Dead Lions, text copyright 2013 by Mick Herron, all rights reserved. Production copyright 2013 by AudioGo, all rights reserved.